Hey guys! This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was the Heir of the Senju clan. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and don't forget to check the author in the description. Let's start! Chapter 7 Chance Meeting. It had been 2 years after the event in Oni no Kuni, and during that time Naruto had changed a good bit since then. After nearly being captured and killed by the Aim Nines, Tsunade had doubled Naruto's training regimen as well as his medical studies. She had also called in Jiraiya and informed him of the events that happened and asked him to create a tracking seal for Naruto and place it on him. Jiraiya did this by carving a tracking seal onto a chain earring and putting it onto Naruto's right ear. This way, if ever Naruto was in trouble or was missing, Tsunade or Jiraiya could easily track Naruto with it, since they would wear special rings with seals on them, which would allow them to track down Naruto wherever he went. The seal also worked where if Naruto channeled his chakra into the chain earring, Jiraiya and Tsunade's rings would heat up and tell them that he was in trouble and needed help. Tsunade also put her Sozo Seize, creation rebirth, on Naruto's forehead and then taught him how to focus and store chakra into it, and then release it. So to use the Infuen, Kai-in seal, release, so that if he was ever seriously hurt he could use it to heal himself. Tsunade had done this since she would rather have Naruto shorten his life very slightly than lose it entirely. Naruto had also become more dedicated to his training ever since his fight with the Aim Nines, where he had gotten a first-hand experience of how dangerous the life of a shinobi was. He had also used his desire to protect his family and friends to focus more on becoming stronger, so that he could protect his friends and family better, since he knew that the day would come when they would be unable to help him, and they would need him to protect them in turn. During Naruto's training they focused a great deal on Naruto mastering his new superhuman strength, and although he could use it much better than he used to, he still was not on the same level as his mother, but still could do a lot of damage to people and things. Naruto had also gotten better in using medical jutsus, as he was able to assist his mother in healing people with non-life-threatening injuries or illness. He had even proven to be more skilled in certain areas than Tsunade, where he could use Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpels, in close combat in a fight. During a training spar, Naruto showed that he was precise enough to be able to effectively cut several muscle tissues and tendons on her arms and legs and made it hard for her to move quickly enough or correctly. Tsunade also trained Naruto in Genjutsu, where he showed to be surprisingly skilled in it, where he was able to quickly grasp the concept of Genjutsu. For example, when Naruto caught Jiraiya trying to peek into the women's hot spring, he put Jiraiya in a genjutsu so that instead of seeing naked girls, Jiraiya would see old naked ladies with loads of wrinkles on their body. Jiraiya's screams of horror could heard all around the town when it happened and caused him to have a cardiac arrest. While at the same time Naruto maniac laughing could also be heard, since over time Naruto had inherited several traits from Tsunade. The first was that he liked to gamble, but wasn't as addicted to it as Tsunade was and was very good at it. The second was that he had inherited Tsunade's nasty short temper, although he could control it better than she could, but when he lost it there would be a lot of collateral damage, just like with his mother. The third trait was that he got a perverse pleasure of beating up and torturing perverts, much to Jiraiya's dismay, who had been the object of most of Naruto's attacks on perverts, which involved him pranking Jiraiya. At the same time Naruto had somehow also gained a taste for playing pranks on people and was very good at it. Jiraiya had also trained him in ninjutsu and taught him earth jutsus like Doton, Retsudo Tensho, earth style, tearing earth turning palm, Tsuchi Bunshin no Jutsu, earth clone technique, Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, Doton, Mogirigaku no Jutsu, earth style, hiding like a mole technique, and Doton, Dorikageshi earth style, earth shore return. While he also helped him learn water jutsus like Suiton, Mizurappa, water style, violent water wave, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone technique, and Suiton, Suishur no Jutsu, water style, water drowning technique. Also thanks to the Shodai Hokage's necklace which Naruto now wore, his Mokuton skills improved, where he could use Mokuton, high rain, wood style, impaling roots, 1, as well as Mokuton, Mokushaku, wood style, wooden tentacles. He even taught himself how to use Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood style, wooden clone technique, after he learned Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Tsuchi Bunshin no Jutsu, as well as Mokuton, Henge, wood style, transformation. Jiraiya also helped Naruto improve his sealing skill, where he could easily seal objects and tools into scrolls, as well as use the Shikoku Fuin, finger engraving seal, and a couple other sealing techniques. Also, after the events in Oni no Kuni, Naruto kept in close contact with Cheyenne, where they wrote to one another, but after a year Cheyenne stopped writing back to him. When he mentioned it to his mother, she said that maybe Cheyenne was busy in training to be the next shrine maiden with her mother, since it took a lot of hard work and learning to be one, and she was too busy to write right now. Naruto accepted the answer, since Cheyenne had mentioned to him that her mother was training her to be a shrine maiden, and it was hard work to train to be one. But still he felt concerned as to why she did not reply once to him. A few months later, in the middle of a forest in Mori no Kuni, forest country, Naruto was currently walking alone in the forest to train. Both Tsunade and Shizen along with Tonton were in the local village treating a few people. He had told his mother that he was going to train in the forest for a short while by himself, since he found that sometimes he needed train alone. Tsunade had naturally been concerned when Naruto did this, but Naruto had promised that he would avoid any trouble and keep a low profile and keep from being noticed by anyone. Also, since he still wore his tracking earring, she would know if he was ever in trouble and be able to find him quickly. Naruto wore a pair of gray shinobi pants, black shirt with his great-grandfather's necklace underneath it, and a pair of sandals and a gray zip jacket over his black shirt. As Naruto trained alone in the forest, he made sure that there was nobody nearby by sending out shadow clones to keep an eye out for anyone that may be coming his way and see him training. Knowing how important that his identity was kept secret until the time was right for his heritage to be announced. Naruto was training hard in taijutsu, since he had realized that he needed a style of fighting that worked well for him, where he could use his speed and naturally agility along with his super strength to their full extent. Although his mother was a skilled fighter in taijutsu, she had no real style. She mainly used her sheer power and strength to overwhelm her opponents. Naruto knew this would not work for him, since he was not his mother, and overwhelming his enemies with brute strength and power would not work for him. He knew there would be enemies out there that could not be defeated with strength and power alone, and so he decided to create his own taijutsu style. Since he didn't really have a taijutsu teacher to train him, since either his mother, Shizen, or Jiraiya were taijutsu experts in any real style that he could use, for the past year Naruto was trying to create a fighting style that was agile, fast-moving and hard-hitting, where he would use not only his fists and feet, but also his elbows and knees. He would use fast-moving hits, jabs, and kicks to confuse his opponents and keep them off balance, and at the same time use his natural agility to dodge or avoid his opponent's attacks. He would also use variations of powerful knee strikes, elbow strikes, punches and kicks with his super strength to break or crush different parts of his opponent's bones with a single hit. Thanks to his medical training from Shizen, Naruto knew what parts of the body were sensitive to hits, and what parts of the body could cause the most pain to a person. He even trained himself to use several different locks on people that would cause even more pain to them, and keep hold of them. Although Naruto had made good progress in developing and creating his new style of fighting, he knew that he was still a long way away from fully developing it. After a few hours, Naruto had decided that he head back to his family temporary home and make some lunch. As he traveled, he soon felt 2 very powerful chakra signatures and 3 minor ones coming not far from where he was. Judging by how strong they were, Naruto figured they were shinobi, since they were too high to be to ordinary people. Not recognizing them, Naruto decided to go investigate them and see who they were. After about 10 minutes, Naruto finally came up to where he felt the chakra signatures. The people he felt were camped in a small clearing with a fire pit in the middle and several sleeping bags around it. The 5 people he had sensed were in the clearing. 4 of them were kids who looked to be about his age, if not slightly older. 3 of the kids were girls while the other was a boy. The 5th person was a large dark-skinned man who he saw talking to the kids. When Naruto saw the group, his thoughts on them being shinobi was confirmed by the way they were dressed. One of the girls was the same dark skin color as the older man. She had dark red hair that reached down to her shoulder blades and with a bandana on her head. She had golden eyes with small round golden earrings. She wore a gray top, a long black skirt with black shinobi pants underneath it, and sandals. She also had a long katana on her back. Another girl was pale skin and had short blonde hair just around her chin. She had blue eyes and wore a short revealing skirt with a gray shirt and a slight midriff, showing that she wore a fishnet shirt underneath it. Her appearance also showed she was already at the stage where her breasts were developing well and her body was also starting to become curvy, showing that in a couple of years' time the girl would be a real knockout. Also, like the redhead girl, the blonde girl had a long katana on her back. The third girl had long blonde hair that was tied up in a ponytail that reached down her back. She had dark eyes that were cat-like shaped and was almost as curvy as the other blonde girl and was only starting to develop. She wore gray shinobi pants with a black short-sleeved top with fishnet shirt underneath it, and wore black fingerless gloves and gray sandals with leg guards. Like the other two girls, she also carried a long katana on her back. The boy was dark-skinned with spiky white hair. He had a gray baggy hoodie with black shinobi pants and sandals and also wore fingerless red teku. Naruto also saw him sucking on a lollipop. Like the girls, the boy also carried a long katana on her back. The dark-skinned man, who was clearly the kid's sensei, possessed a muscular build, as well as white hair and beard. On his right shoulder, he had a tattoo that says iron, and on his left cheek, he had a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also wore a white-colored one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket for a jonin, with a red rope tied around his waist, white handbands, and a white scarf around his neck, and carried 7 swords on his back. When Naruto saw the symbols of the headband on the group's heads, he knew that the group was from Kumo, since he had learned all the symbols of the current shinobi villages by heart after the Aimnin incident. Since he wanted to know more about the shinobi world, where should another incident like what happened in Oni no Kuni happen again, he would at least know what caliber of shinobi he would be up against. Naruto could also sense the stronger of the 2 chakra signatures that he had sensed was coming from the sensei, while the other was coming from the blonde girl with the ponytail. This of course surprised Naruto. Even though he knew that some people would be naturally born with high chakra levels, he did not expect as much as what he was sensing from the girl. As he watched them, Naruto saw the sensei taking out one of his swords and then have the boy come forward and take out his own katana. Although Naruto could not hear them, it was obvious that they were having a spar while the girls watched and no doubt waited for their turn to spar with their sensei. As he watched the boy and his sensei spar, Naruto could not help but be impressed by how well the boy fought with his sword. Although it was obvious that the sensei wasn't going all out and was only really playing with him, it was still interesting to watch. Soon enough, Naruto watched the short-haired blonde girl and the red-haired girl each take their turns to spar against their sensei, after the red girl was defeated. Naruto's curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to move closer so he could watch them better and hear what they were saying. Carefully, Naruto snuck through the trees around the group and moved closer to the group. From his new spot that was closer to the group, Naruto could fully see what they were doing and now hear what they were saying. "Nice move there, little Yujito," the man said as he blocked her sword strike. "HP, the girl named Yujito replied as she glared at her sensei and got her sword ready to strike again. But before she could move, the sensei quickly put up his hand to signal her to stop. "Hold on, little kitty, I just thought up a good rhyme," the man said. He then took out a notebook and pencil and began to write down something. "Sensei, this is no time for you to write down one of your stupid rhymes, and I thought I told you not to call me that," Yujito yelled angrily. "Hey, don't diss the rhyming of Rhyme Master B," the man replied as he looked up at the blonde girl. "I'll diss them all I want when they interfere with my training, and besides, I'm getting pretty sick of dash," Yujito replied angrily, but stopped when her sensei suddenly threw his pencil, which was covered in lightning chakra. The pencil flew right past her with incredible speed and went through some bushes behind her. After the man threw the lightning-enhanced pencil, Naruto jumped out of the bushes to avoid it, where it then went through the space that his head was in a moment ago. But even as he avoided the projectile, the pencil cut his left cheek slightly and then went through 2 tree trunks before it fell to the ground, much to Naruto's shock. But when he jumped out of the way of the lightning-enhanced pencil, he had also revealed himself to Yujito and the other Kumo shinobi. "I spy with my little eye, some stupid fool, spying on eye," the man said in a bad rhyme when Naruto jumped out of the bushes. When Naruto realized that he had revealed himself to the Kumo team, he quickly ran off into the forest. "Who the hell was that?" the dark-skinned red-headed girl asked. "I do not know, but we should go after him and capture him. He may be a spy for another village," said the short-haired blonde girl. "Samui is right, we need to go after him now," Yujito said, where she, the girl known now as Samui, and the other 2 students went after Naruto, leaving their sensei alone, who just sighed and went after his students to make sure that nothing would happen to them. With Naruto and the Kumo students, as Naruto ran through the forest, he cursed himself for the 10th time about being so curious and not leaving well enough alone, while at the same time wondered how he kept getting himself into these kinds of messes. Naruto continued to run through the forest until he suddenly forced to stop, when several shurikens were thrown in front of him. As soon as he stopped, he found himself surrounded by the 4 students with their swords drawn. "He's just a kid," the dark-skinned red-headed girl said. "Hey! Who are you calling just a kid?" Naruto angrily said, as he didn't like being called that by a girl who was about the same age as him. "Forget it, now come with us peacefully and you won't be hurt, we have some questions for you," the boy said. "Let's not," Naruto said as he dropped several small flash smoke bombs on the ground, causing a bright flash, and the area around them to be filled with smoke. "Cough, cough, cough, he used a flash smoke bombs on us, cough," the boy croaked. "It's not only that. Cough, cough, he also must have mixed some pepper powder into the smoke bombs so to blind us," Sammy croaked as her eyes and throat were burning from the pepper powder. Soon after, the 4 Kumo genin got out of the smoke-filled area and used the water from their canteens to wash away the power from their eyes. Once the pepper powder was out of their eyes, the boy quickly looked around the ground for any tracks that Naruto may have left. When he looked, he saw several different tracks leading in different directions. "Which way did he go, Omo?" asked Yujito. "I can't tell, seemingly there are at least 4 different tracks leading in 4 different directions. My guess is he created clones when he used those flash smoke pepper bombs and had them go in different directions so to confuse us. It's a smart move, since if we all follow one, we have a 1 in 4 chance of picking the right one, and if we split up into pairs, we have a 1 in 2 chance of picking the right one, and if we each split up and each chase after one of us will go after the real one, while the other 3 chase after the clones," the boy named Omo said as he looked to the tracks on the ground. "That is probably what he wants, since we would be separated from one another, and will be unable to use our numbers to our advantage. Since the one who picks him would have to fight him by themselves without the rest of us to help," Sammy answered. "We have no other choice, we can't let him get away, he's clearly a shinobi as he has the training," Yujito replied. "So who goes where?" the red-haired girl asked. "Sammy, you go follow the one that's gone west. Omo, you go follow the one that's headed north. Karu, you go follow the one that's heading northwest. I'll follow the one that's going east," Yujito said, where the rest of her team nodded and went after their target. With Karu, after about 15 minutes of tracking her target, Karu soon caught sight of her target. As she chased after him, she heard Yujito on the radio. "Cat to fiery red, sucker and cold blonde, come in guys, over." "I'm here, over," Omoy replied over the radio. "Cold blonde here, go ahead cat, over," Sammy replied over the radio. "Fiery red here, over," Karu answered. "I've just taken care of the one that I was following. He was a clone, but was not like any kind of clone I've seen before. When I destroyed him, it didn't turn into mud, water or lightning, yet he was solid, over," Yujito said. "That troubling. Maybe he knows some kind of new super cloning technique that we haven't heard of. Maybe we should fall back. This guy could be a powerful shinobi that is as strong as Sensei, over," Oma replied. "Don't be an idiot, sucker, no one is stronger than Sensei. Not even the Raikage, and besides he's just a kid, we can take him. Besides I see my target now, over," Karu said. "Don't underestimate him, fiery red, he's already tricked us once before, he could do it again, over," Sammy warned over the radio. "I'll be fine, I call you guys back in a few minutes to tell you if it's the real him or not, over and out," Karu answered. As Karu chased after her target, she took out a few kunai and threw them at him. The kunai missed him, but as he dodged them, her target lost his balance and fell off the branch he was on and slipped, causing him to the ground hard. Seeing this, Karu quickly jumped down to the ground and went over to her target to see if her target was the real Naruto. As she moved closer, the Naruto in front of her remained still with his eyes closed and his face to the ground. "Huh. Guess you're not so tough after all? But then, that's what you get when you deal with the shinobi of Kumogakure, the hidden cloud," Karu said with a smirk. Karu was so confident of herself that when she walked over to him to see if he was the real Naruto or not, she failed to notice the fresh pile of green leaves on the ground near her target and stood on them, activating a rope snare that would have pulled her up to a tree. Fortunately for Karu, she was able to react quickly and flip backwards to avoid the trap. But once she landed, she found that she had landed on a trip wire that activated another trap where 2 large tree logs came out of the tree line on her left and right sides and were about to collide into her. Acting quickly, Karu narrowly dodged the tree logs by rolling forward when they collided with one another. Unfortunately, when Karu rolled forward, she rolled over another trip wire that activated another trap, where a steel wire net that was hidden under a genjutsu sprung from underneath her and lifted her up into the trees. As she hung from a tree in the net, Karui struggled to get free, but the net was too strong for her to break. She then went to try and cut herself free from the net with a kunai, but when she went to her pouch she couldn't find it. She then looked around for it, and saw it on the ground below her. It was then that Naruto stood up and went over and picked up her pouch, and then looked up to her with a cheeky smirk that infuriated her. "First rule of being a shinobi: never let your opponent get the drop on you," Naruto said with a smirk, and then walked away. But not before turning around again and thanking Karui for the extra gear, after which he ran into the tree line, where he could hear Karui's screams of anger and rage, swearing she would kill him. Once Karui calmed down a little, she quickly got onto her radio. "Fiery red to Cat, cold blonde and sucker, over," Karui spoke. "Cat here, go ahead, fiery red," Yujito replied. "I hear you, fiery red," Omoy answered. "Cold blonde here, what is it, fiery red? Was your target the real one?" Samui asked. "Yeah, I'm pretty certain that my target was him, but he got away," Karui replied angrily. "How?" asked Yujito. "He tricked me and caught me in a trap," Karui answered angrily, as she was humiliated at being tricked so easily. "We told you not to underestimate him, but you didn't listen to us," Omoy said over the radio. "Shut up, you idiot!" Karui shouted furiously as she was red with humiliation and anger. "I'm the idiot? I wasn't the one that got tricked and is now trapped somewhere," Omoy replied calmly. Before Karui could respond, Yujito suddenly shouted into the radio. "Both of you shut up, this isn't the time for your petty bickering. Cat is right, we need to capture him. Fiery red, which direction did he go, over?" Samui asked. "He's still heading northwest, over," Karui replied. "Right then, sucker, cold blonde, both of you head in his direction and try and head him off and capture him. I'll try and catch up with you as soon as possible. Fiery red. Once we have captured him, we'll come back and free you, so hang tight, over," Yujito said. "Roger," Samui said. "Roger," Oma replied. "Roger." Karui grumbled as there was little she could do other than hang when in the net. Once she finished talking, she tried to make herself as comfortable as possible until her teammates came to help her. As she did, she muttered several different painful things that she would do to a certain blonde-hair boy when she saw him again. With Naruto, as Naruto ran through the forest, he could not help but be pleased with himself. He had taken care of the Kumo genin chasing after him, while the other two were still chasing his shadow clones, and even though the fourth member had taken out the clone she was chasing, she was still too far away to catch up to him. Just when Naruto thought he was in the clear, his mother's training came into effect, where his senses warned him of danger. The next second, Naruto was hit in the back by a dozen or so shuriken that had been thrown by Omo a few meters behind him. But just after the shuriken hit him, Naruto turned into a wooden log. When Omo saw this, he frowned, since he knew Naruto had used the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, to replace himself with a wooden log. He also knew that he had now lost the advantage, as he had given away his position, while Naruto was now somewhere hidden in the trees. Realizing that he was now at a disadvantage, Omoy drew his katana and cautiously moved through the trees, looking for the blonde, while at the same time keeping his guard up. As he looked around, his shinobi senses quickly kicked in as he quickly spun around and deflected several shuriken that were thrown from behind him. Before Omo could retaliate, he suddenly saw Naruto appear to his left with his kunai in hand, leaping towards him. Seeing Naruto, Omo quickly brought up his katana and blocked the attack. He then pushed Naruto back, making him lose his balance. Taking advantage of this, Omoy then slashed at Naruto with his katana. As soon as Omoy slashed Naruto with his katana, Naruto puffed into smoke, revealing it to be a shadow clone. "What the?" thought Omoy when the clone exploded, but before he could fully realize what had happened, several small spherical objects fell from above and exploded, releasing a sleeping gas and knocking out Omoy. Before he fell asleep, Omoy looked up and saw the real Naruto standing from a tree branch above him. Realizing what had happened, and that it was already too late to do anything, Omoy could only think of one word: damn. When Omo lost consciousness, he fell off the tree branch he was on. But before he hit the ground, Naruto jumped off the branch he was on and caught the Kumo genin. Since all he wanted to do was get away, didn't want to hurt anyone. Once he laid Omoy on the ground, he then ran off in case the others showed up. As he made his way through the forest, Naruto silently thanked his mother for teaching him to make sleeping gas bombs, as well as the sleep gas itself, since it had come in quite handy for taking Omo out without hurting him. Unfortunately, Naruto did not get very far. His danger sense kicked in again, where he had to duck several kuna thrown at him from his left-hand side. When he turned, he saw Samui on a tree branch several meters away, where she then leapt forward with her katana. Quickly dodging several slashes from Samui's katana, Naruto used another smoke bomb to cover the area he was in, giving himself a chance to get away from Samui and think about what to do next. When Samui got out of the smoke-filled area, she quickly took a defensive stance with her katana out, and ready to block or deflect any kind of attack that Naruto may do. Suddenly from Samui's right, Naruto appeared on a nearby branch and threw several kunai at her. Wasting no time, Samui turned around and deflected the kunai with her katana. In a feat of impressive skill, she then grabbed one of the kunai she had deflected and threw it back at Naruto, hitting him right between the eyes, before he could move away. When Naruto was hit by the kunai, he exploded into a puff of smoke, revealing that the Naruto she had been fighting with was a clone. Using the clone as a distraction, the real Naruto moved around Samui and attempted to sneak up on her and take her out quickly. Unfortunately though for Naruto, after destroying the clone, Samui had realized what he was doing and twirled around to face him, and slashed at her fellow blonde with her katana. Luckily Naruto was able to avoid her slash, but was forced on the defensive saw Samui chased after him. As Samui chased after Naruto, the blonde boy quickly found himself having to put a good deal more effort into his dodging Samui's attack. Since he knew that if he didn't, the blonde girl would skewer him or cut up into little pieces. But because his attention on the blonde-haired girl had increased, his attention to his surroundings decreased, so he didn't see the large rock that he was quickly backing towards until he stepped half on it and lost his footing. Seeing her chance, Samui leapt forward with her blade already descending upon the boy. In a desperate attempt at self-preservation, Naruto's left hand shot out and managed to catch the girl's wrist, and with a quick twist of his own wrist, he managed to get her to drop the katana. However, that movement also served to pull Samui towards him, sending both of them rolling across the ground in a mass of flying limbs before finally coming to a stop, one that ended with them being in a rather awkward position. Naruto's left hand was still holding on to Samui's right wrist, pinning it to the ground above her head, while Naruto's own right hand had ended up between the girl's left arm and her body, touching her chest. Naruto's right leg had come to rest between the girl's thighs in a very intimate fashion, leaving his left leg as the only thing really keeping their pelvises apart from each other. It took a moment or two for the two to catch their breaths, as they were both panting heavily with a slight bead of sweat falling down their brows from fighting only moments ago, and both of them were staring at each other's blue eyes intently. Soon enough they both realized the awkward situation they were in, where they each had their own separate reaction. Naruto's cheeks started to blush red when he realized the intimate position he was in with Samui. But despite the situation, he silently thanked whatever deity he could think of, that his godfather and mother weren't here to see this. Since if Jiraiya saw Naruto being in this kind of position with another member of the opposite sex, he would never let the blonde boy hear the end of it. His mother, on the other hand, would most likely have gone postal on him and Samui if she saw this, if not do something worse. Samui, on the other hand, kept cool, calm, and emotional look on her face, despite the position she found herself in with Naruto. Although this only lasted a few seconds, where her facade quickly broke and a look of absolute rage and anger appeared on her face, and a dangerous look was in her eyes. A look that Naruto was very familiar with from the many times he had seen it on his mother when Jiraiya said or did something perverted, which would result in her beating him into next week for it. It was then that Samui completely lost her cool and screamed, "You pervert!" She then kicked Naruto off her, who flipped backwards as she kicked him, so that he would land off his feet. But as soon as he did, Samui got up and charged forward in full feminine rage and slashed the male blonde with her katana again, but this time much faster and much more deadly than before, giving him little opportunity to do anything other than dodge her attacks. "Shit! I need to do something quick or else she might actually kill me," a concerned Naruto thought as he continued to avoid Samui's deadly slashes. As Naruto ducked one of Samui's slashes, he kicked away her legs, causing her to fall on her back, which gave Naruto a chance to jump away. He then rolled up his jacket sleeve to reveal a saban launcher on his arm that Shizun, and gave him the cried out, "Shikama Shinden, prepared needle shot," firing 5 saban needles at once at Samui. The needles were loaded with a toxin that Shizun taught Naruto to make that would paralyze his target and then knock them out a few minutes later. Seeing the needles, Samui skillfully deflected them with her katana, but as soon as she did, Naruto was gone, as the needles were a distraction, giving Naruto a chance to hide and plan. Realizing what Naruto had done, Samui fell into a defensive stance and readied herself for any sneak attack that Naruto would make. After a minute or so, she suddenly saw several shuriken flying towards her from her right. But when she deflected them, she felt a sharp pain at the side of her legs and the side of her arms where they then went numb, and she collapsed. When she looked down at her legs, she saw several Senbon needles stuck in her legs and realized that she had been duped again, and guessed that the Senbon needles were coated with some kind of numbing toxin. As she lay there unable to move her arms or legs, Naruto appeared above her, holding a small spherical object. He then brought the object to her nose and crushed it, which released a gas that knocked her out within a second of inhaling it. Before Samui fell unconscious, she heard Naruto say, "Sorry." Once Samui was out, Naruto brought her over to a nearby tree and left her there, knowing that she would waken up after a little while but would be still unable to move for a bit longer thanks to the toxin he used in his Senbon needles. For about 15 minutes Naruto ran through the forest, but just when he thought he was home free, an angry Yujito suddenly appeared in front of him. "Crap," Naruto thought as stop. "This is as far as you go. You may have taken out my teammates, but you will find that I am not as easily defeated as they were," Yujito said. "But if you give up now, you won't be hurt." "Thanks, but no thanks, giving up isn't in my vocabulary." "Fine by me, it's your funeral," Yujito replied as she got into her fighting stance with her katana. "Don't underestimate the boy kitten. Although he is young, he is quite skilled to take out all your other teammates by himself without seriously hurting them. Also, I feel a strange power coming from him, one that is familiar yet different," the Nibi said in Yujito's mind. "What power are you talking about?" "There's nothing special about him, he's just a kid from some enemy village," Yujito replied in her mind. "As I said, I'm not really sure. All that I know is that as I look at this boy through your mind, I sense a strange yet familiar power coming from him. One that I have not felt in many years," the Nibi answered. "Then what is this power you're feeling?" Yujito asked. "I do not know, the power is just familiar in a way, yet at the same time it is different. I can't explain it, and I can't remember where I felt this kind of power before. All I know for certain is that it was long ago," answered Nibi. "Well, that's great, Nibi, thanks for nothing," Yujito said with a scowl, as the Nibi's advice was useless if she didn't know what she was up against. "Sorry, kitten, but still just be on your guard with him," the monster cat replied. "Fine." Soon after, Yujito made the first move and charged forward with her katana. Naruto quickly blocked it with his kunai, which he had taken out when Yujito drew out her katana. For several minutes the two of them traded blows with one another until they came to a deadlock where Naruto's kunai went against Yujito's katana in a struggle for dominance. "You're pretty good for a kid," Yujito grunted as she tried to overpower Naruto. "I could say the same thing about you, since you're pretty good for a girl," Naruto replied with a smirk, which in turn infuriated Yujito, since she despised comments like that. She then pushed Naruto back and tried to slash him with her katana, but Naruto flipped backwards to avoid the slash and then threw several kunai at her. Yujito quickly deflected the kunai, but in the angry state she was in, she could not focus correctly and missed two, where one scratched her left hip leg and the other scratched her right arm. Ignore that scratches, she charged straight at Naruto with her katana. Naruto tried to block with his one remaining kunai, but Yujito quickly deflected the kunai with her sword and slashed at Naruto. But as soon as she slashed at Naruto, he turned into a log, revealing he had used the Kawarimi no Jutsu. As soon as she realized this, Yujito suddenly felt her right arm go numb as well as her left leg. As she felt her arm and leg go numb, Yujito quickly realized that the kunai that had scratched her had been coated with a nerve toxin to make her arms go numb. When she realized this, she began to curse herself for getting angry and losing focus. It was after this that she then saw Naruto coming behind her with a kunai and was about to stab her in the back with it. Seeing this, Yujito quickly twirled around on her good leg to avoid the attack, and as he went by her, she slashed at his back. But as soon as she did, Naruto turned in a puff of smoke, revealing to be a clone. It was when she realized this that she felt a pair of hands grabs onto her legs and pull her down onto the ground, where only her head could be seen above ground. Yujito tried to move but could not, as the nerve toxin had quickly spread through her body, and the ground was too tight against her that she could not move enough to dig herself out. It was right then that she found Naruto standing right above her, looking down at her with an annoying smirk on his face, which infuriated her to no end. "What the hell did you do to me?" Yujito growled as she glared up at Naruto. "Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Earth style, double suicide decapitation. It's a very useful technique that pulls down a person, so that only their head is above ground, where they are unable to move, and I can do anything I like to them, but luckily for you I won't, since I don't want to. So if you excuse me now, I have to go, but it was fun playing around with you guys. We should do it again some other time. See ya, little kitty." Naruto said, as he walked away and waved goodbye to her and saying the nickname he heard her sensei call her, which further infuriated the girl at being so humiliated by him. I told you, Kitty, not to underestimate him, the Nibby said to Yujito. Can it, Nibby? I don't need to hear this now. I need you to give me some of your chakra now so I can get out of here, Yujito said. Kitten, you're not ready to handle my chakra yet, you could go out of control with it, the Nibby warned. I can handle it, Nibby, now let me have it so that I can get him, Yujito replied angrily. Very well, Kitten, but you have been warned, the Nibby said as she sent some of her chakra to Yujito. As Naruto walked away from Yujito, he suddenly felt a large, menacing surge of chakra coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw it was coming from Yujito. After which a massive explosion of chakra erupted from her, causing earth to be thrown all around and dust covered the area. When the dust settled and cleared, Naruto saw Yujito back above the ground on all fours and covered in a cloak of red chakra that was in the shape of a car with a single tail made out of chakra behind her. While the irises of her eyes were now yellow and cat-like and her fingernails grew longer and sharper, making her hands claw-like. What the hell? Naruto thought before he saw Yujito charge forward at him. Naruto barely dodged Yujito's attack by jumping to the side. He then quickly made several shadow clones. The 3 shadow clones then surrounded her and threw several kunai at her, but before the kunai could hit her, Yujito let out a massive roar where a massive pulse wave of chakra erupted from her and blew away the kunai and destroyed the clones in one go. It also blasted Naruto several feet away and caused a large dust cloud to cover the area at the same time. What the hell is going on? What kind of power is this? It isn't normal chakra, it feels dark and menacing, Naruto thought as he skidded on the ground. Once he regained his footing, a long red arm made out of chakra came out of the dust cloud and tried to grab Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto was able to jump away into a nearby tree to avoid the arm. Shit! I need to think of something fast now before she kills me, Naruto thought as he tried to come up with a plan. He knew he couldn't use any of his more powerful jutsus, since if he did and he defeated Yujito with them, she would tell her sensei and her teammates what he did once she woke up. That would then attract even more attention on him, since he was already using Kagebushin, which could cause a big enough scene as it is. It would be even worse if he tried to use his Mokuton powers on her to subdue her, where they would start looking for him and his family and hunt them down. As he moved through the forest to keep his distance from Yujito, he was forced to jump out of the tree he was in to avoid another of Yujito's, who appeared and destroyed the tree he was in a moment ago, and destroyed it. Yujito was currently running wild, where she lost complete control of herself thanks to the Nibby chakra. She was unable to handle and control the Biju chakra, just as the Nibby had feared, and was just attacking Naruto on pure animals. After a few minutes of dodging and trying to keep Yujito from killing him, Naruto decided to throw caution to the wind, since if he didn't do something soon, she would kill him. So when Yujito tried to slash him with her claws again, Naruto quickly used the Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace himself with a clone he made earlier, where as soon as she destroyed it, the real Naruto snuck up behind her and placed a small note on the back of her neck. The note had a chakra-suppressing seal on it, which Naruto had drawn. Jiraiya had taught Naruto how to make such a seal in case he needed it to subdue someone and keep them from using their chakra. Naruto hoped that the seal would disrupt the strange chakra Yujito was using and stop her. Once the seal was placed on her, it began to work as Yujito collapsed onto her knees and the red chakra started to dissipate. But just when Naruto thought it was over, Yujito suddenly let out another massive roar and another massive blast of chakra erupted from her and blasted Naruto back to a few trees away. Once the blast ended, Naruto saw Yujito back on all fours again, and with the cat-shaped cloak of chakra around her again. When Naruto saw this, he knew his seal had failed, as Yujito's strange chakra was too strong and potent to be suppressed by his seal. When Yujito locked eyes on Naruto, she let out another large roar and charged at him. Knowing he had to move, Naruto quickly jumped away and started to run again, trying to think of a new plan to deal with Yujito. For the next 2 minutes, Naruto jumped from treetop to avoiding each of Yujito's attacks. It was just when Yujito had destroyed her 12th tree, she found herself surrounded by a dozen Narutos on all sides who attacked her. It of course didn't take her long to deal with the clones, and once she had destroyed all of them, she began to search for the real Naruto and found him within a few seconds, not far from where she was. She then charged forward at him at breakneck speed, but just as she was a few feet away from him, for trees that surrounded her blew up with her in the middle of it. What Yujito had not known was that as she was battling the Naruto clones, Naruto had used Fubakuhajin, sealed bomb square release technique, where he planted 4 exploding notes on 4 trees and then lured Yujito to where he wanted her to go, by allowing her to see him. So that as soon as she entered the area with the notes around it, and tried to leave it, the notes exploded, destroying everything in between the 4 trees. Once the smoke cleared from the explosion, Naruto saw the remains of the trees all over the area. When Naruto saw the tree trunks all over the area and could not see Yujito, he was about to go over and move the trees to find her, fearing that he might have killed her. But before he could, he felt another massive surge of chakra and the remains of the trees were blown away by a massive blast of chakra. Once the smoke dissipated, Naruto saw Yujito in the middle of the now destroyed area, but she was now sitting up on all 4s hunched like a cat, while the red chakra was starting to dissipate. The chakra outline only remained around her upper torso and arms, although the chakra outline was very thin. When Naruto saw her standing up with the red chakra around her, and saw that her irises were still cat-like and yellow, he knew that it wasn't over just yet. Knowing that she could recall her strange chakra again to full power, Naruto decided to finish the fight before it could start again. He then quickly deactivated the seal weights on his clothes and raced forward at Yujito with impressive speed. He then threw several Saban needles at certain parts of her legs and arms to disable her for a few seconds. After which he quickly came up behind her and did several hand seals and activated his Chikura no Mezu, chakra scalpels, where he then severed her nerves at the back joint of her right legs and did the same on her arms. This caused Yujito to collapse on the ground, unable to move with her nerves severed. When Naruto saw Yujito fall to the ground and unable to move her arms or legs, he thought he had finally finished the fight. That was until the red chakra she had been summoning came back and covered her whole body again, where it began to heal her and saw her beginning to move her arms and legs and lifting herself up. "Oh, come on! What the hell is with this girl? What does it take to knock her out already? She just doesn't give up," a annoyed Naruto thought, as he was tired, sore, bruised, and his clothes were torn up and filthy. Quickly bending down to Yujito, who was now only just starting to get up, Naruto gave her a quick hard chop to the neck and knocked her out cold, before she could even fully call on her strange power. Once he was certain that Yujito was finally out cold, Naruto let out a tired sigh. "Damn, I didn't think she'd be this hard to beat." He then picked Yujito up and checked her for any serious injuries. Fortunately there were none, since the red chakra cloak seemingly protected her from any real harm. When he had finished checking Yujito over, Naruto could not help but notice that Yujito was quite cute as she slept, or knocked if you wanted to get technical. But as soon as that thought entered his mind, Naruto quickly brushed that thought away, fearing that his godfather's influence was starting to take an effect on him, and he was becoming a pervert like him. Once he was certain Yujito was okay, he left her against a tree and left her there so that her friends could find her easily, or she could make her way back to her camp. Just when Naruto was about to leave and get back home, he suddenly heard hands clapping and a male voice speaking up. "That was a one-beat bottoming, kick-ass, but kicking of a show, little squirt. I gotta say you got some moves, but still you're no match for the master of rhymes. The king of slam, the bring down of beat down, the melody sir. Lord Eight Tails, Killer B, OH yeah." It was then that Naruto turned around and saw Kumo Genin Sensei standing up on a nearby branch and seemingly watching his and Yujito's fight. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked as he took a step back from Yujito. "Weren't you listening, stupid? I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I'm Killer B, the eight-tailed beast, yo." The man named Killer B replied in a bad rapper impersonation as he moved around in some kind of funny dance. "What the hell?" Naruto thought as he was weirded out by Killer B in the way he was talking to him. Killer B then jumped down from the branch and landed in front of Naruto. "But as dazzled and as zam as I am, I can't just let you spilt and go after you owned all my students. Shit! What I'm going to do? This guy a Jonin, I don't stand a chance against him," a worried Naruto thought as he fell into a fighting stance. He knew that his only chance was to fight and then make a break for it, and even if he couldn't get away, he was at least not going down without a fight. When Killer B saw that Naruto was intended to fight, he couldn't but smile, since although he could tell that Naruto was tired from fighting all his students, he could not help but admire Naruto's guts at still willing to fight even though he knew he couldn't win. "You got guts, little squirt, but none too bright," Killer B replied as he signaled Naruto to come at him, which he did. Naruto attacked Killer B with a series of fast and strong jabs and kicks as well as elbows and knee kicks from different angles. As Naruto attacked him, Killer Bee blocked all of his attacks with ease, since although Naruto was very skilled for his age, he was still a novice compared to the Kyumo Jinchuriki, who was a highly skilled shinobi with years of training and experience. But even still, Killer Bee was impressed with Naruto's fighting skill, especially his taijutsu, since he had never seen or heard of a style like the one he was using. He could tell that the style involved fast, hard-hitting moves using different parts of Naruto's body, and it worked well with Naruto's natural agility, and it gave Killer Bee little chance to fight back. He could also tell that in a few years' time, with a few more years of training, Naruto's fighting style would be quite deadly with enough training and practice. Killer Bee had also been watching how Naruto handled each of his students, and could tell that Naruto was quite skilled in the different ways he had handled Yujito and the others without really harming them. He was especially impressed with how Naruto had fought Yujito, since it wasn't every day that a person saw a 10-year-old kid fight a wild and berserk Jinchuriki and defeat it. Granted, if Yujito had been able to control her power, she would have won, but still, for Naruto to have defeated her was nothing short of astonishing, and he wasn't even a fully trained ninja. There had been even times during the fight that Killer Bee thought he would have to intervene and stop Yujito, but in the end he didn't have to. After a little while, Killer Bee decided to end the fight, where he quickly grabbed onto Naruto's shirt and threw him over to a nearby tree, and then quickly took out 3 of his katanas and threw them at Naruto as soon as he hit the tree. The katanas then hit the collar of Naruto's gray jacket and its sleeves, so that the 3 katanas would pin him against the tree and he would be unable to move. "Why don't you hang around while I go wake up little kitty from her cat nap?" Killer Bee said as Naruto tried to struggle out of the katanas. Once Killer Bee woke Yujito up with some smelling salt, he told her to watch over Naruto, while he went to free and wake Omo and the others. While Killer Bee went to free her teammates, Yujito watched over Naruto, who had given up trying to get free of the katanas. As Yujito watched over Naruto, the young kunoichi glared at Naruto as she was in a bad mood over how Naruto defeated her, not once but twice. The first time because she had underestimated his skill, while the second time because she overestimated her own skill. It also didn't help that the Nibi was also telling her in her mind over and over again about how she told her so about underestimating Naruto, and overestimated herself. As Naruto was pinned to the tree, he thought about his situation and what he should do. He knew he could get free if he used his superhuman strength. But if he did, he knew Yujito would attack him, and she had already proven to be a dangerous opponent to fight against, and even if he went all out and defeated her quickly, her sensei and teammates would sense the chakra from the battle and come to her aid and overwhelm him. Not to mention, it would blow his cover, where they would report him to their village, and they would in turn track him and his family down. The same could be said he used the seal to call for help from his mother, since if she came they could find out who she really was and in turn find out that he was her son, ruining the low profile that they'd been keeping all these years. Although that's if they survived his mother's wrath, since Shizen had told him a while back what his mother did to the Amnines that had attacked him, and Cheyenne, as well as what happened to Shuda once High Priestess Miroku had gotten everything from him. She allowed his mother to deal with him, where according to what he had heard, the prison cell had a new color scheme on the ceiling, floor and walls, the color red, and Naruto wanted to avoid needless bloodshed. Hence Naruto knew that his best chance to get away without anyone getting hurt was to give them a convincing enough story to prove that he wasn't a threat to them and that they could let him go. In the event that idea didn't work, then they would most likely try and take him back to their village for questioning, where he would use his superhuman strength to break out of his bindings and sneak away. And if they tried to kill him, then he would go all out and try and escape and call for help from his mother with the seal earring and worry about the consequences later. After a little while, Killer Bee returned with Omoi, Samui and Karui, where when they arrived, Karui and Samui glared at the young Senju over what happened when he fought them. Once they arrived, Killer Bee removed the katanas from Naruto's jacket, freeing him. Once Naruto was free, they all surrounded him. "Okay, little squirt, let's hear it and tell us the beef, yo," spoke Killer Bee. "What?" Naruto asked, who didn't understand what Killer Bee was saying because of his bad rapping. At this, Oma just sighed and decided to translate for Naruto, since it wasn't uncommon for people to be unable to understand his sensei due to his bad rapping and rhyming. "He was asking, who are you and why were you spying on us?" "My name is Naruto," replied the blonde. "And I wasn't spying, I was only looking, since I sensed 2 large chakra signatures nearby when I was training and I decided to see who it was." "You're right." Karui scoffed, not believing Naruto. "It's true," Naruto replied angrily, since he didn't like being called a liar when he wasn't. "Okay, fine, let's say we do believe you, then tell us, where do you come from? What shinobi village are you with?" Yujito asked. I'm not from a shinobi village. And answered Naruto, since technically it was true since he wasn't official with any shinobi village. See, he's lying to us. Karui accused as she pointed at Naruto. I'm not lying, Naruto said angrily while he glared at Karui, who glared back at him. If you are not from a shinobi village, then how is it that you are able to do ninjutsu, and how is it that you are able to move and fight like us? The only way you could is if you had shinobi training like us, Samui said with a neutral face. Ha, try and get out of that one, Karui thought with a triumphant smirk. That's because my mother used to be a shinobi, but retired and left her village after I was born and trained my Wani-san and me, when we were old enough to be trained in the shinobi arts. Naruto answered, since even though it was a lie, it was also half true. And who's your mom's? Killer Bee asked. She the local healer here. My Ka-chan along with my Wani-san and me, as well as our pet pig Tonton, go with her as she travels around healing people, Naruto answered. Oh come on, you don't believe him, do you? Karui said in disbelief as she didn't believe a word Naruto was saying. I don't know Karui, I think he might actually be telling the truth, Oma said. Since when I was getting supplies from the local town, I heard some of the local villagers talking about a female healer that arrived in the village 2 months ago, as well as how she traveled around with her family, a young girl in her mid-20s, a young boy that actually kinds of fits Naruto's description. I also heard that she had a pet pig. I even saw the healer and her daughter distance when she was healing a woman. You can't be serious, they could all be spies sent to either kill us or spy on us. Karui cried in disbelief that her teammates and her sensei were believing Naruto's story. If they were sent to kill us, then why did they just send Naruto? Oma asked. He could have been a scout to watch us and then report back to them later, Karui replied. Then how did they know we would come here? Since they've been here for 2 months, before sensei even planned to take us on a training trip, Oma replied. Karui of course had no answer to that, since there was no way they could have known they would come here. Fine then, but that still doesn't mean he isn't some enemy shinobi. He could be just using a ruse to throw us off, Karui retorted, trying to find reason to prove that Naruto was an enemy and needed to be dealt with. At this, Oma just sighed and said, Weren't you listening? I told you I heard that she had a son whose description matches Naruto's, but if you want proof, fine. Omoi then turned to Naruto and asked him to describe them to them, which he did perfectly. 3. Which caused Karui to scowl angrily when Omoi confirmed Naruto's description. Very well then, if it is true that your mother is a traveling healer, then tell us, what village did she come from? Samui asked, as like Karui she wasn't fully convinced by Naruto's story. Since I find it strange that any shinobi village would allow one of their shinobi to simply retire and leave with her family. This caused Karui to smile at having some support, and believing that she had Naruto caught now. My mother came from Yubikyu no Sato, village hidden in hot water, since the village has disarmed itself several years ago to become a hot spring resort, and they don't need or want any ninjas anymore. When that happened, my mother left the village since she used to be a medic nin and her skill weren't really needed there anymore. So she decided to travel around offering her skill to people. Naruto lied. When Karui heard this, she scowled, believing that Naruto had just slipped out of that one, which was true. At the same time, Naruto silently congratulated himself on thinking up such a good and believable story on the spot, since he had remembered when he studied the different shinobi villages. That a few years back, not too long after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, Yubikyu began to disarm itself as a shinobi village and became a hot spring resort thanks to the large number of hot springs there. The story was so believable that Killer Bee and even Samui and Omoi believed it, since they knew all about Yubikyu and how it wasn't really a shinobi village anymore, so it would make sense for its remaining shinobi to leave it and search new employment. Fine then, if you are really the son of a former medic nin, then she must have taught you some medical ninjutsu, Yujito said. Yes, she did. Then prove who you say you are by healing the wounds you gave Samui and me, Yujito said, to see if he really was just the son of a healer. Fine, I will, answered Naruto, where he then began healing the small wounds that he had given Samui and Yujito with little trouble. After he was done, he had pretty much convinced Killer Bee, Omoi, as well as Samui and Yujito, since the way he healed them without any trouble proved that he was a skilled healer. The only person that wasn't convinced was Karui, who still held a grudge against Naruto for defeating her and capturing her in such a humiliating manner. Okay then, Squirt, you answered what for, but now spill on how you do Kagebushin and use a sealing technique, yo, Killer Bee asked, which got a confused look from both Naruto and his students. He then explained that the Kagebushin was a forbidden B-rank clone jutsu that jonins were only supposed to know, and that it was real and didn't rely on an elemental affinity. He then told him that he saw Naruto use a seal to disrupt the Yujito chakra for a few moments. When Karui heard this, she thought that they had finally caught Naruto out and proven he was a liar. Thinking quickly, Naruto told them that his mother had given him the seal in case he was in danger and needed something to help him if he was in a fighting against a missing nin. He then went on to explain the reason he knew the Kagebushin was because his mother taught him it. He told them that she taught him it since she knew he had large chakra reverses and could handle creating several clones. Thankfully, Killer Bee and the others, except for Karui, believed his excuse since it was possible considering how well Naruto had fought and lasted against them. But still, Karui wasn't about to give up and came up with another reason to not trust Naruto. Fine, but still, why were you watching us? If you really are not a shinobi from another village like you claimed, then why would you spy on us? I told you when I was training by myself in the forest I felt your chakra signatures and I was curious as to who you were, that's all, Naruto replied. And why were you training in the forest by yourself? Samui asked. I sometimes like to train by myself, Naruto said simply. But that still doesn't explain why you were watching us. If you were just curious, then you would have just left as soon you had seen us, Yujito said. Alright, fine, I was also curious as to what your sensei was teaching, since I never see kenjutsu before except from what I read in books, so when I saw what you were all doing I decided to watch. Naruto answered since it was true, as he was interested in kenjutsu. At this, Karui just scoffed again, not believing a word of what Naruto said. Well, if you would roll with the big dogs, then let's bow wow and see what you got, wow, said Killer Bee. Sensei, you can't be serious. Karui cried in disbelief while the rest of her teammates, including Samui, looked surprised. What? What did he just say? Asked Naruto, not understanding Killer Bee bad rapping. Why not? The kid got style, he got pizzazz for, and gusto to match yo, and he totally pwned all of you. Killer Bee replied with a cheesy smirk while he did his rap dance, which annoyed his students for reminding them of their defeats and because of his stupid rhymes and rapping. Can someone please tell me what you're all talking about, as I can barely understand what he is saying? Asked annoyed Naruto. Sensei just said that if you're interested in kenjutsu, and if you want to learn, then you can train with us if you want, and that is if you can keep up, Yujito answered. Who could still not believe that her sensei was allowing a boy whom they had just met and knew little to nothing about to train with them? Sensei, you can be serious? We can't just let him join us, and besides, what if this some kind of plot to kill us? And what if he's lying? We don't know anything about this kid, Karui said angrily. Hey, don't call me just a kid, I'm not that much younger than you, 5, besides I was good enough to beat all of you. Also, I wasn't the one who was left hanging up in a tree in a net like a sack of potatoes, Naruto said, and smirked when he saw Karui's face turns red from anger and humiliation when she reminded how Naruto defeated her. That still doesn't say you're not lying or trying to trick us, Karui accused. Before Naruto could respond, Killer Bee interrupted him. The squirt doesn't lie. He's not the type. His eyes don't lie, and I like his face. Huh, said Naruto, as he wasn't sure if Killer Bee was complimenting him or not. He said that he believes you and that you have a trusting face and that you don't seem the type to lie or do something behind another person's back, and he kinds of like you. Omoy translated for the blonde boy. Oh, thanks. Oh, alrighty then, let's get this party started and get down to the beatdown, said Killer Bee. I'm guessing he's saying that we can start training now, right? Naruto guessed, where he got a nod from Omoy and the others. Come on, you slow pokes, you're slower than Post, Killer Bee cried as he told them to hurry up. Does he always talk like that? Naruto asked, to which Omoy and the girls all nodded sadly, where they all followed after Killer Bee to train. For the next 2 weeks Naruto trained with the Kumo Genin under Killer Bee, where he would leave his house in the early morning to go into the forest, telling his mother and Shizen that he was going off to train by himself in the forest. Neither Tsunade nor Shizen knew that Naruto was secretly training with a group of shinobi from Kumo, since he knew that if his mother or Shizen knew about this, they would freak out and forbid him from seeing them, and he wouldn't be able to train with them. During those 2 weeks Naruto got to know the others better. He found Killer Bee to be a funny enough person, although he did find him weird with always trying to rap and rhyme and do it badly. He also learned that Killer Bee demanded respect from his students and others, where he told Naruto to call him either Jinchuriki-sama or Hachibi-sama. It was then that Naruto learned that both Killer Bee and Yujito were Jinchurikis. He learned this since Killer Bee made no secret that he had the Hachibi no Kyogyu, the 8-tailed ox, seal inside him, and Naruto figured out that Yujito was one since it explained the weird chakra he saw her fight with. Yujito and the other were of course surprised when Naruto asked her if she was one, where he told them how he realized it, which of course impressed Omo and the others at how Naruto was able to figure it out. After which they then told Naruto that Yujito had the Nibi no Bakeniko, two-tailed monster cat, inside her. Naruto also became good friends with Omoi where they found that they had a good bit in common. Since for example both of them were nearly always surrounded by girls. Naruto was nearly always with his mother, Shizen and Tanten, Girl Pig, while Omoi was nearly always with Yujito, Samui and Karui. Hence it was nice for both of them to have some male companionship around their own age. Despite their rocky start, Naruto and Yujito got along okay and developed a sort of rivalry and respected one another. They would often spar against one another in taijutsu, where Naruto usually won thanks to his advanced training with his mother, and in kenjutsu, where Yujito always won since Naruto was only learning. When Naruto asked Omoi why Yujito was always challenging him to spar against her, Omoi explained to him that Yujito was the strongest genin in their village. She was top of their class in nearly everything, where the only other genin that could rival her was Samui, who was the second best genin, but no one could actually beat her in a fight. So in Yujito's mind, Naruto is the only person she deems worthy of being her rival and the only person around her own age group that can challenge her and who she wants to beat in a fair fight. When Naruto heard this, he could only sigh and think about another fine mess he got himself into. Although he had to admit it could have been worse, she could have been some weird girl or guy with bushy eyebrows and wearing a spandex suit and shouting at the top of his or her voice all the time. The only person on the team that he seemingly couldn't get along with was Karui, as she still held a grudge against Naruto for beating her and hanging her up a tree, where she had to be rescued by her sensei. It also didn't help the fact that she was often reminded of her defeat and humiliation by both her sensei and her teammates, as well as the fact that she did not trust Naruto as she still thought he was a spy or an enemy shinobi. But for the most part she mainly ignored Naruto and only acknowledged him when she had to. Although she still kept a close eye on him in case he would try anything and so that she would be ready for it if he did. Finally then there was Samui, where despite the awkward position that she and Naruto ended up together, the blonde boy had no problem with her as she basically treated him coldly, like everyone else, but neutrally as if the incident never happened. At least until when Samui had asked Naruto for help in bringing water back to the camp from a nearby stream. When they went to the stream, Samui had suddenly stopped and turned around to face Naruto and comforted him about what had happened. Samui then proceeded to tell Naruto that she was willing to ignore the incident between them, as well as forget that it ever happened if Naruto was willing. Naturally Naruto was more than willing, although there were times when he found it hard to forget it, especially whenever he saw Samui and had to fight the urge to blush red when he thought of it. Once they both agreed to forget the incident, Samui also then told him that should he ever mention the incident to anyone, she would castrate him with a dull and rusty kunai, and do several other things that would result in Naruto having a very slow and painful death. Once she had finished telling what she would do to him, Naruto could not help but start to sweat a little and gulp, as well as fight the urge to cover himself, where he nodded his head several times very quickly, telling her that he understood perfectly. Unfortunately, as they were having their private conversation, Omoi had been nearby gathering wood for the campfire, where he had heard the whole conversation as well as the incident between Naruto and Samui. Once they left, he quickly raced back the camp and told his sensei and the other girls what had happened between Naruto and Samui. When the two got back, they were comforted with a screaming Karui, who was accusing them of being intimate, while Yujito just stood back and looked at them with a raised eyebrow, not knowing how to react to the whole situation. While Killer Bee stood back with Omo chuckling away and singing bad rhymes about young love blossoming between Naruto and Samui, while Omo just smirked and enjoyed the show and helped to tease the two. He also even congratulated Naruto on being the only boy to ever cope a feel of Samui and survive, as many boys had tried to back at Kumo and all failed with very bad results, since Samui was Kumo's proverbial ice queen due to her cold appearance and attitude. Naruto had tried to explain exactly what had happened and deny that there was anything between him and Samui, but they ignored his explanation, where Killer Bee and Omoi continued to tease them, while Karui continued to shout at them. This continued until Samui finally had enough, as she had remained calm and emotionless during the whole event. She then quickly told Karui to shut up with a sharp and cold tone of voice, which silenced the dark-skinned girl Karui. She then silenced Killer Bee and Omoi, teasing with a cold and frosty glare that made both men shut up and made them shiver slightly. After which she then went over to Omoy and grabbed onto his arm and dragged him behind a few trees a bit away from the camp and did not appear until 10 minutes later. Where Samui came out behind the trees and went over to the campfire to start cooking their lunch. She was soon followed by Omoy, who came out from behind the trees and as white as a ghost and shaking with fear. When Naruto and the others asked what happened, Omoy looked over at Samui, who just gave him a cold look and refused to answer, as if he was too terrified to even say what she had said to him. Seeing this, Killer Bee, Naruto, and the others decided to leave well enough alone and not rattle the cage of the tiger known as Samui. 2 weeks after meeting Naruto, Killer Bee decided it was time for his students and him to head back home to Kumo, since he knew that his brother A would start to worry soon and probably send every shinobi to look for them. Killer Bee was currently watching Yujito and Naruto spar with their katanas 6 against one another, while not too far away Samui was sparring against both Omoy and Karui, where despite being outnumbered, was winning. As Killer Bee watched them spar, the elder man could not help but be impressed with how quickly Naruto had grasped the basics of Kenjutsu. Although he was still a long way off for being at Yujito's, Samui's, or any of the others' levels in Kenjutsu, he had still made impressive steps in learning it in just 2 weeks. Killer Bee had also given him some tips on to improve his taijutsu. Once Naruto explained that he was trying to create his own one, which greatly impressed Killer Bee further. Killer Bee also could tell that Naruto would have been quite a shinobi one day if he was with the shinobi village, since he always had an eye for seeing talent when he saw it in someone, and he could see that Naruto had a lot of it. So much so that when Naruto left for home, Killer Bee followed him, just to make sure that Naruto was telling the truth about himself. Although stealth wasn't Killer Bee's specialty, he was still skilled enough to keep hidden and not let Naruto notice him. He then followed Naruto to a small house at the edge of the village, where from a distance he saw Naruto enter it. Later on he saw Naruto come out to greet his mother and sister, and their pet pig when they came home, and saw that they were indeed the healers that Omoy and described to him, proving that Naruto spoke the truth. In a way, Killer Bee was also disappointed that Naruto was not born in Kumo, or at the very least in Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, where he would have been accepted as one on the spot. Since talented kids like Naruto weren't very common, and if he was with Kumo, Killer Bee was certain Naruto would have risen high there. He was almost tempted to bring Naruto with him to Kumo and try and have joined Kumo, but he knew his brother would never accept a kid with shinobi training that was from another country regardless of how skilled he was. Since his brother was paranoid when it came to Kumo's safety, and would most likely fear that Naruto was a spy from another village. Not to mention that if he found out that Naruto had defeated Yujito, when she used the Nibi's chakra, he would most likely order Naruto to be killed. Fearing that he would be a future threat to the village, and he didn't want that to happen to Naruto or his family, which was why he wasn't going to mention Naruto to his brother when he got home, and have his students swear not to mention Naruto either. After a while, Killer Bee had Naruto and the others stop their sparring matches and to come over to him, where he then told them that they would be leaving tomorrow morning to head back to Kumo. When he told them, he could see the disappointed look on Naruto's face, since Naruto had told them that he didn't really have many real friends since he traveled so much with his family from one country to the other. Killer Bee could also see that even Omoy was a bit saddened, as well as Yujito when she frowned slightly. Karui and Samui on the other hand kept a neutral expression on their faces, so to keep everyone else from knowing how they felt about the news. Deciding not to leave without giving Naruto a few parting gifts, Killer Bee took out a small paper note out of his pouch and handed it to Naruto, who had a confused look on his face. "What a piece of paper?" Naruto asked as he held it up, but before Killer Bee could explain what it really was, Yujito spoke up, knowing how her sensei would explain it in one of his bad rhymes. "That is not an ordinary piece of paper, it is a paper made from a special type of tree, which is grown and fed with chakra. They are used in products that react to even the slightest hint of chakra in any number of ways, depending on the nature latent in the chakra. This allows a person to know what nature affinity they have." "Do you know about nature affinities?" Yujito asked, where Naruto just nodded, since his mother had told him all about nature affinity, and how everyone had at least one natural nature affinity, and could learn others if they needed. Naruto also knew his affinity already, since he had the Mokuton bloodline, and his mother had told him that Mokuton was based on combining earth and water-based chakra to create wood. But he decided to play dumb, since he had heard of these cards from his mother, and they were only supplied to shinobi from shinobi villages since they are so hard-grown. Where if he told them he already knew his affinity, it would raise unwanted questions. "Good, just so you know, all you have to do is place your hand on the paper and channel a bit of your chakra to it, and it will react to whatever affinity you have. So if you have an affinity to fire, the paper will ignite and turn to ash. If you have an affinity to water, the paper will become damp. If you have an affinity to earth, it will turn to dirt. If you have an affinity to lightning, the paper will crumple up, and if you have an affinity to wine, the paper will split in two. Explained Yujito. Naruto nodded his head as he already understood it all and then channeled a small bit of his chakra into the paper. But what happened next surprised everyone, including Naruto. Instead of cutting into 2 pieces, the paper cut into 3 pieces as it fell to the ground, where the first one turned to dirt, the second became damp, and the third crumpled up. This showed that Naruto had 4 natural nature affinities, 1 for earth, 1 for water, 1 for wind, and 1 for lightning. 4 natural affinities, that can't be. Yujito thought in disbelief. No way. Karui thought. Whoa. Oma thought. Impossible. Samui thought. Damn, the kid is jam-packed with surprises. Killer Bee thought. Naruto was probably the most shocked of all, as he had never expected this. He knew he would have earth and water affinity, but not wind and lightning. After a little while, everyone got over their surprise and regained themselves. Well, ain't that a kick in the pasm? You got more surprises than a barrel of jokers. Killer Bee joked, which caused Naruto and the others to sweat drops, since Killer Bee jokes were as bad as his rhyming. Once the shock had worn off, Killer Bee then asked Naruto to give back the katana he gave him, which Naruto did. After which Killer Bee then took out a scroll and then bit his finger to make it bleed and spread some blood on the seal in the scroll, where a long katana in a green sheath appeared. The tsuka handle was double length so that 2 hands could grab onto it, and it was green, while the tsukido, the wrap of the handle, was brown, and the tsuba hilt was round-shaped with a series of designs and shapes on it. Killer Bee then threw the katana to Naruto, who caught it. What is it? Asked Naruto. What do you think, stupid? It's not a butter knife, it's a katana for you, fool. You gonna need one to kick ass. Killer Bee said with a smirk. For me? Asked Naruto in surprise, where Killer Bee nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Naruto ran over to Killer Bee and hugged the elder man, saying thank you over and over again. This caused Killer Bee to smile further and say, Grandmaster Bee is so cool, he's cooler than all and still ain't a bad guy at all. Once Naruto had stopped saying thank you, Killer Bee then gave him a few scrolls on Kenjutsu to learn from, so that he could train to get better, which Naruto was grateful for. The next morning, in the early parts of the morning, Killer Bee and his students finished having breakfast and packed up their belongings. But before they could leave, Naruto arrived to say goodbye to his newly made friends. See you around, Naruto. Take care of yourself. If you and your family are ever near Kumo, don't be a stranger and pay us a visit. We can show you around our village, Omoy said as he shook Naruto's hand. Naturally, Naruto said he would, although in reality he knew he wouldn't, since his mother wouldn't go near any shinobi village for fear of their exposure. I suggest that you stay alive, Naruto-san, and that you get stronger, since I promise I will be stronger next time we meet again, and the next time we fight the outcome will be very different, Yujito said. At this, Naruto smirked, since he was used to Yujito saying stuff like this. Sure thing, Yujito, and you can expect a tougher fight as well when we do fight again. Naturally, Yujito smirked at this, and said she would look forward to the challenge. Samui, for her part, kept her face emotionless and neutral as always, but offered her hand and said a simple, Goodbye, Naruto-san, which Naruto took her hand and shook it, and said a friendly goodbye to her. Karui simple nodded her head and grunted out a goodbye, since she still didn't fully trust Naruto and still held a slight grudge against him for beating her, although despite that, she did think he was an okay person. Killer Bee said goodbye to Naruto and was going into one of his long rhymes, but before he could even get halfway, Yujito and Samui each grabbed one of their sensei's ears and started to pull them, causing him to yell in pain and telling them to stop, so that they could get going. At this, Naruto could only laugh and was going to miss seeing this kind of stuff with them. Eventually, though, the 5 Kumonins jumped into the treetops, where they waved goodbye to Naruto one more time and then disappeared into the trees. After which Naruto then went home, whereas walked through the forest his thoughts were filled about Yujito and the others, who he wondered if he would ever see again, and if so, where would he? Chapter 8 Discovery. 3 months after meeting Killer Bee and the others, Naruto and his mother along with Shizen and Tanten were traveling along a forest road in Hainokuen, Fire Country. They were currently on their way to the Fire Daimyo's country estate outside the capital of Hainokanai. Tsunade had been contacted by the Sandaime Hokage through her slug summons. The Sandaime had informed her that the daimyo's son and heir was gravely ill and none of the daimyo's doctors could do anything to help him. Hence the daimyo had asked the sandaime if he could make contact with Tsunade and send word to her that he needed her help. When Tsunade had heard this, she had been concerned about keeping Naruto's existence a secret, since if she arrived in the capital with Naruto even in disguise, people may discover that Naruto was her son, hence all their hiding would have been for nothing. She also knew that she could not say no, since for one reason she was a healer, and she was swore to help those who were ill or injured and who asked for help. While the other being that if she said no and Fire Daimyo's son died, the repercussion to both her and Konoha would be unpleasant, to say the very least. So she decided to do the only thing she could. She told the sandaime to tell the Fire Daimyo that she would help his son. But he would have to bring his son to his private country estate outside the capital, and only have a handful of his most trusted and loyal guards and servants there. When the sandaime told the Fire Daimyo of Tsunade's condition, he agreed to them immediately, although he was curious as to Tsunade's conditions. As the group neared the estate, they saw several of the Fire Daimyo's private guards along with 2 fire samurai dressed in crimson red armor with their 4 katanas on each of their sides and masks. Once the samurai and guards saw them coming and confirmed who they were, they allowed them to enter through the main gateway of the estate. As they walked through the estate, they saw the large gardens that were well trimmed and the clear pools of water with fish swimming in them, and the clean white marble pathways that they were walking on. After climbing a few dozen steps and crossing a small bridge that went over a small clear stream with more fish in it, they came face to face with the large door of the main building of the estate, where the Fire Daimyo and his son were waiting for them. When they entered the main part of the estate, where they met a servant, who then led them through the mansion hallway and brought them to a large empty room where they sat and waited for the Fire Daimyo to arrive. As they sat down, Naruto was unusually quiet. This was because Tsunade had told him he had to be on his best behavior as he was about to meet the ruler of Hai no Kunai, and although he was a fairly easygoing person, he still needed to be respectful, for they did not need to be on the bad side of a daimyo. Naruto wore the same kind of outfit that he wore when he met Killer Bee and his team, with the only new thing being different from it was that he carried the katana that Killer Bee gave him on his back, with a sling going across his chest to keep the sword on his back. When Tsunade saw Naruto with the sword, she had asked him where he had gotten it along with the Kenjutsu scrolls. Fortunately, Naruto had come up with a believable excuse, where he told her that he had met a traveling merchant that was passing through town. He then told her that he saw the sword and the scrolls, and to her how the man gave him a good offer on both the sword and the scrolls and bought them from him with some money that he had saving. Naruto had hated lying to his mother, but he knew that if he told her the truth she would go berserk and take away the sword and scroll from him, where he would never be able to get stronger with them. Tsunade had believed the answer, as there was little reason to doubt him, and was happy at last to see Naruto trying to get stronger. During the following months after getting the sword, Naruto had improved steadily, and was getting better and better with using the sword. He often spared against his clones so that he could learn quicker and learn from his mistakes whether he beat his clone or his clone beat him. Soon enough, the Fire Daimyo entered the room with 4 royal guards and 2 armed samurai wearing the same kind of armor that the samurai they saw at the gate. The guards positioned themselves around the Fire Daimyo while the samurai sat on their knees, where one sat on the Fire Daimyo's far front left while the other sat on the Fire Daimyo's far front right, so that if Tsunade or the others tried to attack the Fire Daimyo, they could intercept them before they could reach the Fire Daimyo. The Fire Daimyo himself was a man in his mid to late 50s. He was a thin and tall man with a narrow face. Once the Fire Daimyo was seated in front of Tsunade and the others, he then spoke in a pleasant, friendly and welcoming voice. "Greetings, Tsunade-san. I am very grateful that you came to help my son, as he is in desperate need your help." "Of course, Daimyo Dano, I will do whatever I can to help you," replied Tsunade respectfully. "Thank you," said the Fire Daimyo, where he then turned to look at Shizen, who was holding Tonton in her arms and was on Tsunade left. "And this must be you, Apprentice Shizen, if I'm not very much mistaken," said the Fire Daimyo. "Hi. It is an honor to meet you, Daimyo Dano," spoke Shizen respectfully and did a slight bow with the Fire Daimyo waved his hand politely saying she did not need to and smiled slightly. He then turned and looked over to Naruto, who was sitting on Tsunade's right. "But I am unfamiliar as to who this young boy next to you, is he another student of yours that you took in?" asked the Fire Daimyo. At this question Tsunade became hesitant to answer. Although she had expected it, and knew what she needed to say, she was still hesitant to answer it, as she knew she may be putting Naruto's life in danger, where all the years that they have been hiding would have been for nothing. "Before I answer your question, Daimyo Dano, did the Hokage tell you all of the conditions that had to be made when helping your son?" asked Tsunade cautiously, as she was unsure that she could trust the men in the room as well as the others in the estate. Yes, I have. I have only brought a group of about 30 servants, 20 royal guards and 12 of my samurai here. I trust them all without question, as they have all served me loyally for many years, replied the fire daimyo with his eyebrows slightly risen up. Since when he first heard Tsunade's condition from the sandaime, he was curious as to why Tsunade had asked for these conditions. Now that she was here with an unknown boy, his curiosity was piqued even more, since it was oblivious that Tsunade's cautious nature was linked to the young boy next to her. At this, Tsunade sighed and remained quiet for a minute or two, preparing herself for what she had to say. The boy next to me, Daimyo Dano, is named Naruto. Senju Naruto to be more precise, and he is my son, said Tsunade. When the fire daimyo heard this, he was naturally shocked to say the least, where both his eyebrows went right up into the air where they were hidden behind his headdress that he was wearing. Even the fire daimyo's guards and samurai were equally shocked at the news that Tsunade of the Sannin had a child. Once the fire daimyo got over his shock, he began to chuckle. My, this is quite a shock. I'm surprised that I'm only learning this now and not years ago, since I would have expected news as monumental as this to be no long by now. That is because no one knows that I have had a child, Daimyo Dano. Very few people even know this, and I would like it to be kept this way, if you will, Daimyo Dano, spoke Tsunade, which caused the daimyo to raise his eyebrows again curiously. Oh. And may I ask why you wish to keep such happy news hidden from everyone, especially from Konoha? Since I would be certain that the people as well as the ninjas there would be overjoyed at the news that you had a son and that your clan line can still continue on, asked the daimyo. The reason being, Daimyo Dano, is that there are many enemies outside Konoha who would like nothing more than to attack my son to hurt me or to use him for their own means. As to why Konoha does not know is simply because I wanted my son to be raised like a normal child and not be spoiled by the village simply because he is my son and is the heir to my clan, replied Tsunade. At this news, the fire daimyo hummed a bit and brought his hand up to his chin as he was thinking over to Tsunade, reasoning. Yes, I can understand your reasoning, Tsunade, and you do have the right to how you raise your own child. Also, may I assume that it is the reason behind you wanting me to bring my son here, and have only my most trusted people with me, so to ensure that his existence remains secret? Asked the fire daimyo, to which Tsunade nodded to. Very well then, Tsunade, if you'll treat my son and ensure that he becomes well again, then I promise you that this news shall not be mentioned to anyone outside this estate, and that your secret will be kept. Where I will tell no one, and I will have my people here swear never to reveal it to anyone until it is announced by you, spoke the fire daimyo. Thank you, Daimyo Dano, replied Tsunade gratefully, after which the fire daimyo then turned to look over to Naruto. I am honored to meet the son of Tsunade as well as the descendant of both the Shodaime Hokage and the Nidaime Hokage and heir to the Senju clan, spoke the fire daimyo respectfully. Thanks, Aji-san, old man, it's nice to meet you too, said Naruto friendly-like. When the others in the room heard this, their reactions varied. The samurai and the guards tensed up and glared at the boy for speaking to their daimyo in such a disrespectful manner. Shizen was about ready to have a panic attack for what Naruto had said, since they could be all killed for what Naruto had just said. While Tsunade was cursing her son for being such a knucklehead at times like this, she had told him a dozen times to be respectful to the fire daimyo. But it seemed it didn't sink it yet, and she blamed Jiraiya influence over Naruto for this, since she should have known that Jiraiya idiocies was contagious, since Jiraiya was like that when they were younger. Naruto! Be more respectful to the fire daimyo, cried Tsunade angrily, where she then turned to the fire daimyo. Daimyo Dano, please forgive my son for what he said. He's only a boy and dash, said Tsunade, quickly trying to avoid the fire daimyo anger on her son. But before she could finish apologizing for Naruto calling him old man, she heard the fire daimyo laughing in amusement. Well, now it has been quite some time since I've been addressed by such a common title, spoke the fire daimyo with amusement. Daimyo Dano? Said one of the samurai, before the daimyo held out his hand, telling the samurai to settle down. It's quite all right. I rather enjoyed being called by a common title from time to time. It's refreshing, since I get rather tired of all these official titles, said the fire daimyo as he smiled down at Naruto. Your son reminds me a bit of your old teammate Jiraiya, Tsunade. And I always did like him, smiled the fire daimyo. Not too much, I hope, thought Tsunade, since if her son turned into a super pervert like Jiraiya, then she would torture and kill him in ways that would even horrify their old teammate Orochimaru. Deciding to change the subject, Tsunade decided to get down to business. Daimyo Dano, perhaps we should go to your son and see what I can do for him. The daimyo quickly became serious, and nodded his head and signaled for Tsunade and Shizen to come with him out the room. As they left the room, Tsunade turned to Naruto. Naruto, why don't you go and train a little in the garden, while Shizen and I help the daimyo's son? But to her surprise, Naruto shook his head and spoke. Kaa-chan, I don't really feel much like training today. Would it be okay if I go find something to read? Asked Naruto. This of course surprised Tsunade, since Naruto usually enjoyed training, but decided that it wasn't too strange either, since Naruto did enjoy reading. She then turned to the fire daimyo who had stopped with his guards and waited on her and Shizen. Excuse me, Daimyo Dano, but do you perhaps have a library here in your estate, since Naruto enjoys reading and I think he would enjoy having something new to read? At this the daimyo smiled. Of course, we have one of the largest collections of books and scrolls in High no Kuni here on this estate. I'm certain he would find something to his liking. Where he then signaled to one of his servants that was nearby and called him over and told him to show Naruto where the library was. With Naruto, soon enough the servant led Naruto to the library. When he entered the library, he could not believe what he saw. The library itself was a massive room, where the bookshelves went almost to the ceiling, and they were all filled with hundreds if not thousands of books and scrolls. The bookshelves were all along the walls and filled to the brim with books and scrolls. There were even staircases to allow someone to go to the different levels on the walls to get books, as well as ladders to climb. Naruto could also see several writing desks and chairs for people to sit on and read. Naruto could not believe the number of books and scrolls he was seeing. He did not think so many books and scrolls could all be in one place. The servant then showed Naruto the index book where all the different books and scrolls were listed and the different areas they covered, as well as find out what books covered what type of information a person was looking for. It even said what row and section which book was in, so that the book could be found easily. The servant then asked Naruto if he needed help finding a book that he might like, but Naruto told him he would be fine, after which the servant then left Naruto to his own devices. Once the servant had left, Naruto then opened the index book to look up information on something that he'd been wondering about for the past 3 months. After a few minutes he found what he had been looking for, and found what books had the information was looking for. For the next 10 minutes Naruto went to different parts of the library to get the books that he wanted. When he was finished, he had about a dozen books on a nearby reading table. He then opened up one of the large books called History of the Shinobi World, where he then quickly scanned the book and found the chapter he was looking for, which was called Bijus, Tailed Beasts, and Jinchuriki's Power of Human Sacrifice. Naruto had become interested in the Bijus since the most well-known abilities of his Mokuton powers was the ability to suppress the powers of the Biju and control them. He also became interested in Jinchuriki after meeting Killer Bee and Yujito, since they were both Jinchurikis and they both held demons that his ancestor defeated and captured. For the next few hours Naruto learned as much as he could about Jinchurikis and the demons they held, as well as the connection they had to Naruto's clan. During that time Naruto learned that Bijus were large, living forms of chakra, sometimes referred to as Chakura no Beimano, chakra monsters, giving them power that far outmatches most shinobis. However, he also learned that even with their immense strength it was tempered due to their bestial nature, which restricts them from being intelligent enough to use it effectively. But when the Bijus are sealed into humans who are called Jinchurikis, they are able to benefit from the knowledge of their hosts, giving them the ability to speak and better utilize their powers. It was after learning this that Naruto discovered how Jinchurikis came into existence. He had learned that when his ancestor Senju Hashirama, the Shodaime Hokage, the first Hokage, had captured 8 of the 9 Bijus using his Mokuton, would release techniques. His ancestors spread them to the other, newly formed villages: the Awagakure, the Hidden Stone, the Kirigakure, the Hidden Mist, the Sunagakure, the Hidden Sand, the Takigakure, the Hidden Waterfall, and the Kumogakure, the Hidden Cloud, in an attempt to maintain peace and equalize the powers between the shinobi nations. Naruto learned that the Ichibi no Shikaku, the one-tailed Shikaku, was sent to Sunagakure, the Nanabai no Kabutamushi, the seven-tailed horn beetle, was sent to Takigakure. The Sanbai no Kaidegame, the three-tailed giant turtle, and the Rokubi no Namakuji, the six-tailed slug, were sent to Kirigakure. The Gobi no Irakoma, the five-tailed dolphin horse, and the Yambi no Saru, the four-tailed monkey, were sent to Awagakure, and the Nibi no Bakaniko, two-tailed monster cat, and the Hachibi no Kyogyu, eight-tailed giant ox, were sent to Kumogakure. While the Kyubi no Yoko, nine-tailed demon fox, remained free, as it was never caught by the Shodaime Hokage, although he did defeated it when he fought Uchiha Madara, who had the Kyubi under his control, thanks to the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, but the Kyuubi was later on killed by the Yondaime Hokage, the fourth Hokage, when it attacked Konoha 10 years ago. Unfortunately, giving each village a Biju did not stop the outbreak of the First Great Shinobi World War, where both he and Naruto's other ancestors Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage, the second Hokage, died during it. Where after his death the other shinobi nations discovered that they couldn't control the Biju by themselves and the beast began to run wild along the elemental continent. The shinobi nations then decided that the only way they could stop them and still use their powers was to seal them into humans, where they created Jinchurikis since to seal the demon into a human cost another their life, whether it be their sealer or someone else. Naruto then learned that when the person is made into a Jinchuriki it is when they are very young, so that their bodies can develop to handle the excess chakra they get from their Biju, and handle the changes to their bodies that happens from carrying a certain Biju. He then learned that one of the things they get from carrying a Biju is unique abilities that only they can do. The most famous and well-known of these abilities is Ichibi no Shikaku Jinchuriki ability to manipulate sand. Another noted fact was that all Jinchurikis have certain unique appearance where certain traits from the Biju would be added to the appearance to the host. For example, the Ichibi no Shikaku Jinchuriki would have dark rings around his eyes. Naruto also sadly learned that in most places except for Kumogakure, Jinchurikis were naturally hated, despised and feared by their own people, making them into outcasts due to people's fears of their demons. As Naruto learned more and more about Jinchurikis and their Bijus, he could not help but feel sympathetic to Jinchurikis for their hard lives and did not feel that they deserved to be treated as outcasts for something that was not their fault. He also could not help but feel somewhat responsible for their plight, since it was his ancestor that inadvertently led to their harsh lives, even though he had given the villages the Bijus to maintain peace in the lands. After a while, Naruto decided to find out more about the Kyuubi attack on Konoha, since he found it curious as to how the Yondaime Hokage killed the most powerful of all the Bijus, when his own ancestor the Sandaime Hokage could not with his Mokuton powers, where all he could do was seal them away. As Naruto looked through all the records, books and scrolls on the battle against the Kyuubi, he found little to nothing that explained how the Yondaime did it. All that the books, scrolls and records said was that the Yondaime used some kind of powerful forbidden jutsu that he created and that it cost him his life to do it, nothing more. None of them even gave the name of the jutsu that he used to do it. After going through all the records, scroll and books he could, Naruto decided to go at it a different angle, where he might find a clue if he looked up the Yondaime himself and learn as much as he could about him. After tidying up all the books, scrolls and records he had taken out, and putting them back where they belong, he then went back to the index book to get all he could find on the Yondaime Hokage, although he already knew a lot about the Yondaime, from what he had heard from Jiraiya. Since he had taught the Yondaime, there was still much he did not know about him. Once Naruto had gotten all he could on the Yondaime Hokage, he opened up the first book he had found, called The World's Greatest Shinobis. As Naruto looked through the book to find what he wanted, he could not help but take note of several other shinobi names and their faces from their pictures on the pages about them, such as his own ancestors Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, his ancestor's greatest rival and nemesis, Uchiha Madara, and his own younger brother Uchiha Izuna, too, as well as Senshou no Hanzo, Hanzo of the Salamander, the man who had defeated his mother, godfather Jiraiya, and their former teammate Orochimaru, and gave them their title the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary 3 ninja. He also saw his mother's and godfather old sensei Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was known as Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobis, the professor, and the Sandaime Hokage, the 3rd Hokage. After him Naruto saw his mother, his godfather, and their former teammate Orochimaru. He even saw some other people he was familiar with, like Kakuzu of Takigakure, who had fought his ancestor Senju Hashirama. He also noted Shio, the puppet master, who had a kind of rivalry with his mother. Naruto also saw Killer Bee and his brother of the Yondaime Reikage, along with Yagura the Yondaime Mizukage, who was also a Jinchuriki like Killer Bee and Yujuto. Not to mention the Sandaime Kazekage of Suna, as well as Akasuna no Sasori, Sasori of the Red Sand, and the Sandaime Tsuchikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Ryotenbin no Inoki, Inoki of both scales. But the most notable of them all, though, were Uchiha Itachi, who was the youngest person mentioned in it since he was only 16 in it, and the Rikudo Sennin, the Sage of the 6 Paths, who was also known as the Shinobi no Kami as well, and was the founder of ninjutsu and the ninja world, as well as the strongest shinobi to ever exist. But at last Naruto finally found the Yondaime Hokage. When Naruto finally found the Yondaime Hokage, he was shocked beyond belief when he saw the Yondaime's picture, since he had never seen the Yondaime's picture before, and when he saw it, he immediately saw the almost near mirror image of him and the Yondaime. With the expectation of skin color where Naruto's was lighter than the Yonadaim's, and his hair color was a more lighter shade of blonde like his mother, although his was still brighter than hers. His eyes' shape were also different, but same color, along with a few small minor facial difference. The resemblance was still unmistakable, and it was almost like looking at an older version of himself. For a few minutes Naruto just stared at the photo of the Yondaime. Naruto knew enough about genetics from his medical studies to know that the facial resemblance between him and the Yondaime was no coincidence, since the resemblance was too strong. As Naruto studied the Yondaime face more and more, he became more convinced with what he realized. The Yondaime was his father. Everything fitted the resemblance between him and the Yondaime. The fact that the Yondaime died on the very day he was born, which was what his mother had told him. The fact that Jiraiya was his godfather, since not only was he his mother's teammate but was also his father's sensei. Also the fact that his father had an affinity to wind and lightning. Even though children did not always inherit the same affinities as their parents, and could have completely different one, it was still not out of the question that children could still inherit their parents' affinity. Naruto knew he gotten earth and water from his mother's side, since like with the Uchiha clan being affiliated with fire due to being so proficient in it, the Senju were well known to be affiliated with earth and water. Since the two elements combined to create his great-grandfather Mokuton powers, and his great-uncle was known for his high skill in water jutsu. Not to mention his mother had both elements, but still lacked the bloodline to do Mokuton, so it made sense that he got his other two elements from his father. The final proof was the fact that when he was younger he remembered 1 or 2 times when Jiraiya was training him, and how Jiraiya had accidentally called him Minato before quickly saying something different to cover up his mistake. At the time Naruto had passed it off as nothing, but now it made sense, since considering the resemblance, it would be only naturally that he would remind Jiraiya of his father when he was younger, since Jiraiya had trained his father. But still some other things did not make sense, the first being, why neither Shizen, Jiraiya nor his mother had told him who his father was, although he could understand their need to keep secret about being the Yondaime's son. Since he knew he had to keep secret about being the son of Tsunade and his Mokuton power, but still if he could keep secret about those things, surely he could have kept secret about who his father was. Also the other thing that didn't make sense was the fact that his mother always got angry at the mere mention of his father, since when Naruto asked about his father his mother would get angry and change the subject. At first when he was younger Naruto had thought that she was just sad at the memory of his father dying, but he soon realized that the memory made her angry at that she was angry at his father about something. Naruto pondered over this for a while, trying to think what would make his mother hate his father so much. He knew the Yondaime hadn't abandoned them since he died when Naruto was born, and he knew the Yonadaime hadn't renounced them since no one knew he even existed as either the Yondaime's son or Tsunade's son, let alone both. Besides, from all the things Naruto had heard from Jiraiya and from what he read about him, the Yondaime would never renounce his own child and its mother simply because he was born out of wedlock. As Naruto thought about why more and more, it suddenly came down on him like a ton of bricks, the fact that the Yondaime was able to kill a Biju when his ancestor could not, the fact that he was born with unusually high amount of chakra for a boy his age, much like with Yujito. The fact that his father died to kill the Kyuubi, the reason as to why he had whisker-shaped birthmarks on each his cheeks and why they disappeared soon after awakening his Mokuton powers, and why he was able to heal so quickly and recover so quickly from chakra exhaustion, and why he had never gotten sick in a day in his life. Not to mention why his mother hates the mere mention of his father, since it would now make perfect sense as to why she got so angry at her father, since his father had made him into a Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Yoko. It all made perfect sense, since normal people born with perfect chakra control had low levels of chakra, which was why women mostly had perfect chakra control. It also made sense why he healed so quickly and never got sick, as well as recover so quickly from chakra exhaustion, since the Kyuubi was known for having a powerful healing factor, which it showed when it battled his father the Yondaime. Also the markings on his cheeks that looked like whiskers from a cat, dog, or a fox, which disappeared soon after he awakened his Mokuton bloodline, since it would make sense that his Mokuton powers would suppress certain influences from the Kyuubi. Not to mention it would only be natural that his mother hated his father, since considering the life that most Jinchurikis have had, as well as the life he might have had he stayed in Konoha, and if the people of Konoha knew he was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, chances were he'd be an outcast there as well, which was why Naruto could not help but be slightly angry at his father for making him into a Jinchuriki. Even as Naruto became more convinced with this new revelations now, he still needed to be certain, and from knowing a little about sealing from his lessons with Jiraiya, Naruto knew that there would have to be some kind of seal on his body that would show that he was a Jinchuriki, since a seal that held the Biju, better yet the strongest of all the 9 Bijus, the Kyuubi, would have to be placed on him to keep it in check. Knowing that the seal would have to be on his upper body, Naruto took off his sword that was on his back, his jacket, and then his shirt, showing a slim but fairly well-built upper body for a 10-year-old, which was thanks to all his training. He then went over to a nearby mirror and stood in front of it, since he knew that he would have to release chakra around his body for the seal to show. Since it was obvious that it could only been seen when he released chakra, since he had never seen any kind of seal on his body before. Once Naruto released some of his chakra around his body, he saw a large seal appear on his stomach, confirming what Naruto knew. He was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Yoko. When Naruto took a better look at the seal, he couldn't make heads or tails of it, since from what little sealing knowledge he knew, Naruto knew that the complexity of the seal was far too advanced for him to understand right now. But he could tell at least it was really strong due to be so complex, and because it was able to hold and contain the Kyuubi, the strongest of the Bijus. After a few minutes, Naruto quickly put his shirt, jacket, and sword back on, and then put back all the scrolls and books he had taken, after which, when he was done, he decided to leave the library and get some fresh air, since he had a lot on his mind right now and needed to clear his head a little and sort things out. A few minutes later, as Naruto walked down the open hallway that looked out to the garden on his right-hand side, he could see the beauty of the well-maintained garden. Unfortunately, Naruto was too lost in thought of what he had learned and discovered about being the son of the Yondaime, and being the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, to admire it. Naruto was tempted to go find his mother and confront her about what he had discovered and demanded why she, Shizen, and Jiraiya never told him. But he decided against it, since he knew this wasn't the time or the place for something like this. Also, he knew he had to wait and think up an excuse as to why he was even learning about Bijus and learned about Jinchurikis. He knew that if he didn't handle this carefully, then he would have to reveal his meeting with Killer Bee and the others, and that was something that Naruto wanted to keep hidden for now at least. As Naruto thought more about what he was to do, let alone how he should feel about being the host of one of the most powerful and feared creatures in the world and never even know about it until now, he failed to pay attention to his surroundings and what was going on around him, since he crashed into someone who was just coming out from the hallway to his left, where they both fell to the ground, with Naruto on top of the person. "Oh, sorry, my fault. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going," said Naruto, as he then looked to see who he had bumped into. When he looked, he saw that he had crashed into a young girl who looked to be about his age. She had yellowish blonde hair that fell down to her shoulder blades. She had large emerald green eyes and well-sculpted face that was quite pretty for a girl her age. She was just slightly shorter than Naruto, and wore a bright pink formal kimono with white oval-shaped spots and sunflower designs decorated on it. As Naruto was about to get off her and help her up, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and thrown off her and landed on his rear, several feet away from her. When Naruto got back up and looked over to where he bumped into the girl, he saw 2 men standing over her and helping her up, after which the 2 men then stood in front of her and glared at Naruto. The first man was a tall tin man wearing a traditional guard's uniform of the royal family of Hai no Kunai, with a long katana on his left side. He had blue-black hair, and his eyes were icy blue, and he had strong sculpted face. The other man was a muscular-built man and wore the same guard's uniform that the other guard wore. He also wore a pair of large sunglasses. The man also had very little hair on his head, as it was mainly bald except for the small mohawk in the shape of a lightning bolt, and a muscular face. "Hey, what the hell is the deal?" cried Naruto angrily from being grabbed onto, and then being thrown off. "How dare you ask such a question, you filthy vagabond, after you crashed into Rurikaioheim, princess, favorite granddaughter of his lordship the fire daimyo, and land on top of her," spoke the Tin Man angrily as he glared at Naruto. "It was an accident. It not like I meant to, besides I said I was sorry," said Naruto, while at the same time cursing his bad luck, since of all the people he had to crash into the fire daimyo's granddaughter. "You think that a simple apology is enough for disrespecting Rurikaioheim in such a manner? You should be on your hands and knee begging her forgiveness and pray she does not send you to the dungeon for the rest of your life," cried the Tin Man angrily. "Look, I don't care if she is the fire daimyo's granddaughter or even if she was his sister, either of us was hurt, and I said I was sorry, and that should be enough. Besides, there is no way in hell I'm going to go down on my knees and beg," said Naruto as he was starting to lose his cool as these guys were getting on his nerves. "You insolent child, you shall pay for your disrespect," cried the tin guard as he drew his katana and charged forward. Naruto let the man charge at him, and once he was close enough, Naruto quickly ducked under the man's sword slash, where he then grabbed the guard's wrist and twirled around, so that his back was facing the guard. Whereas Naruto twirled around, he twisted the man's wrist, causing him to let go his sword. After which Naruto then took a step back and kicked the man hard in the shin, where he lost his footing, which allowed Naruto to flip the guard forward and causing the guard to land hard on his back when he hit the floor. As soon as the other guard saw what happened to his comrade, he charged forward and drew out his sword. Seeing this, Naruto quickly sidestepped the guard just as he was about to attack him and let him pass him by. At the same time that Naruto let the guard go by him, Naruto stuck out his leg so to trip the guard and making him fall forward and crash head first into a nearby railing. Before either of the guards could pick themselves up off the floor, Naruto quickly made a shadow clone of himself, where he had his clone sit of the tin guard's chest and point a kunai at the guard's face. At the same time, Naruto jumped on the larger man's back and pointed his own kunai at the back of the guard's head. When the two guards felt the kunais, both of them knew they had been defeated, although either of them could still believe that they had been defeated by a mere boy. This could be especially said for Princess Rurikayo, who could not believe that a boy about her own age had defeated both her personal guards Kenryu and Enryu so easily with very little real effort. Before the princess could even try and order Naruto to release her guards, someone else spoke from the other end of the hallway. My, you certainly were speaking the true, Tsunade, when you said he'd get himself into interesting situations. When Rurikayo, Naruto, and the two guards named Kenryu and Enryu turned to see who had spoke, they were surprised to see the fire daimyo along with his samurai bodyguards and other royal guards, along with Tsunade, Shizen, and Tonton. Naruto, what do you think you are doing? Asked an annoyed Tsunade. Teaching these guys a lesson in humility and in manners, replied Naruto with a slight scowl, since they had attacked him first, and he was only defending himself, so he wasn't going to let these guys get him into trouble for something they started. At his answer, Tsunade could only sign, since her son did have a short temper when people got him angry or annoyed, much like herself. Naruto, please get off them, we don't need you starting trouble here. At this, Naruto scowled slightly but nodded and dispelled his clone and got of the guard he was on. Now then, may I ask what all this commotion is about? Asked the fire daimyo with a bit of amusement in his voice. Since it wasn't every day that he saw a young 10-year-old boy take down and defeat two of his best guards, with little to no trouble, and he had to admit it was quite entertaining to watch. My lord is Rurikayo Heim, and we were on our way to visit her uncle, your other son Crown Prince Akihito, who as you know already is gravely ill. We're on our way, this lowly commoner crashed into Rurikayo Heim and landed on top of her, and then insulted her by not apologizing to her, and then attacked us. Spoke the tin guard named Kenryu. That a lie? Cried Naruto. I did apologize, they just got angry because I refused to go on my knees and beg like a dog, and when I refused they attacked me with their swords and I just defended myself. At this, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and glared at the two guards, who could not help but flinch at the look Tsunade was giving them. Is this true? Asked Tsunade as she glared at the two guards, since she would not stand for anyone attacking her son, whether they be Kage or daimyo or any kind of person, and those who foolish did would pay the butcher's bill for doing so. Well, yes, sort of, said Kenryu slightly nervously as he tried to keep his nerve under Tsunade's frightening glare. But still, the boy should have bowed down and begged forgiveness for crashing into the princess, and for not watching where he was going and disrespecting his betters. At this, Tsunade began to growl and crack her knuckles as she got ready to lay a beat down on the two guards. When the two guards saw this, they began to get very nervous. Deciding to avoid any needless destruction of his home, and to avoid his guards from being killed or being beaten to an inch of their lives for a foolish misunderstanding, the fire daimyo decided to intervene and signaled Tsunade to stop. Tsunade-san, if I may, before you go and beat my granddaughter's personal guards, would you please wait and let me explain to them their folly to them and give them a chance to apologize for acting so rashly and foolishly, since they are very loyal and protective to my granddaughter, and it would upset her greatly to lose them and see them hurt, and it would be also very hard to find guards as loyal and proactive to my granddaughter as they are, said the fire daimyo. After a moment or so, Tsunade relented and nodded her head that she would not attack. At this, the fire daimyo then turned to Kenryu and Enryu. Tell me, Kenryu, before you confronted this boy, did you perchance ask his name or who he was? No, my lord, since there was no need to, since it was quite obvious that the boy is a commoner by the way he is dressed. My guess is he's some low-rank ordinary genin from Konoha, spoke Kenryu. At this, Naruto just glared at Kenryu, saying he was some low-rank ordinary genin, since for one thing he wasn't even a genin of Konoha and he was most definitely not low since he was skilled enough to defeat them both easily. The fire daimyo of course then smiled since he was going to enjoy the looks on both guards' faces for what he was about to tell them next. Well then, Kenryu. If you believe that, then I'm afraid you're very much mistaken since this boy is no low-rank ordinary genin from Konoha, since for one thing he is not even a ninja of Konoha. Also he is not any ordinary boy either, since this boy is Senju Naruto, son of Tsunade the Slug Princess, member of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary 3 ninjas, making him the great-grandson of Senju Hashirama, the Shodame Hokage, first Hokage, and the great-grandnephew of Senju Tobirama, the Nidame Hokage, second Hokage, and he is the sole heir to the Senju clan. Spoke the fire daimyo with a slight smirk at the shocked looks on his granddaughter and her guards' faces. Both Kenryu and Enryu were both naturally shocked since the Senju clan was the closest thing that Konoha had to royalty, since it was the Senju clan who practically created the village by themselves along with some small bit of help from their allies the Uchiha clan and several other allied clans. Also, even though the Senju clan weren't really a royal family, they still held with the same respect and reverence that other royal families or noble clans were held in, by all shinobi and non-shinobi nations. Especially in Hai no Kuni, since everyone knew the close ties that the Senju clan had with Hai no Kuni royal family, as it was the Senju clan who first negotiated the setting up of the first hidden shinobi village in Hai no Kuni. So as far as social ranking was concerned, Naruto held the same social ranking as a visiting prince from another nation. Not to mention both men were very familiar with Tsunade's infamous reputation and short temper, where both men knew they were in a lot of trouble with her since they knew that Tsunade would not take well the fact that they tired to attack her son, which would result in very severe repercussions on them from her. When they realized their grave error in judgment, both guards immediately went on their knees and bowed their heads down to Naruto. Forgive us, Senju-sama, for our error in judgment. We deeply apologize for our mistake and beg your forgiveness. We swear never to make the same mistake again, spoke Kenryu as Enryu just kept his head down. Fine, it's okay, you don't need to bow down to me. A simple apology would have been okay, and call me Naruto, not Senju-sama, it make me sound like some stuffy spoiled kid, said Naruto as he waved the two that it was okay. Yes, of course, Naruto-sama, and thank you, spoke Kenryu as he and Enryu bowed down to Naruto again, which just caused him to sigh in annoyance, since he knew that this would be the best he could get from them. Deciding to change the subject from him, Naruto then turned to his mother. Ka-chan, how is the Aji-san's son, and will he be okay? Sighing at her son for calling the fire daimyo old man again, and ignore the shocked and outraged looks on the princess and her guards' faces, Tsunade decided to answer the question. The prince needs some serious treatment to get over his illness, and I have just given him something to help break his fever. But the illness itself won't be anything that Shizen and I can't handle, although we will have to stay here for a little while, so that we can handle the prince's treatment and help his recovery. But he should be fine soon enough. The fire daimyo was just leading us to the medical room and his herbal room when we saw you with the guards here. Oh, that good, replied Naruto neutrally, unlike his normal shelf, which caused Tsunade, Shizen and even the fire daimyo to raise their eyebrows in curiosity, as to Naruto's sudden change in attitude from earlier. But before any of them could ask what was wrong with him, Princess Rurikayo suddenly spoke up for the first time. Excuse us, but is it true about we have just heard that our uncle Akihito will recover? Asked Princess Rurikayo. 3. Yes, Princess, you uncle, she should be fine, replied Swanda respectfully. Then we thank you on behalf of our uncle. I'm certain my grandfather will reward you well for your services, replied Princess Rurikayo before she then made a passing curious glance at Naruto before turning to her guards. Come, we are hungry and would like something sweet to eat, said the princess as she walked away from Tsunade and the other. Yes, of course, Princess. What is it that you would like to eat? Asked Kenryu as he and Enryu quickly got up and followed the princess. Spoiled much? Spoke Naruto as he didn't like the princess' attitude much at how she treated his mother like she were some local second-rate healer that healed someone just for money, when his mother did it as both a favor and because it was the right thing to do. Naruto, cried Tsunade angrily at her son for insulting the fire daimyo's granddaughter right in front of him. Now, Tsunade-san, that quite alright, what your son said is not untrue, I'm afraid. I will not deny that my granddaughter is a bit snobbish, spoiled and a bit self-centered, since she has gotten nearly everything she ever wanted from a very young age, but she is still a good and sweet girl at heart, said the fire daimyo. At this Naruto just shrugged, not really caring, before he then turned to his mother. Kaa-chan, if it's okay with you, I'm going to train with my sword for a while. Okay, Naruto-chan, just don't overexert yourself, said Tsunade, to which Naruto just nodded and walked off to the garden to train. A few days later, for the next few days, Naruto spent most of his time reading in the library and training by himself, as well as even thinking over what he had learned, since it was still a lot to take in. During that time, when they weren't treating the Fire Daimyo's son, Tsunade and Shizen had helped Naruto in his training, and on more than a few occasions they had asked him what was bothering him, since they could see that something was wrong with him. But when they asked him, Naruto would either say nothing was wrong or would just change the subject. The reason to this was because Naruto did not want to raise the subject to him being the Yandame's son, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko while on the Fire Daimyo country estate, since it could cause a scene if someone overheard them talking about it. Also, during those few days, Naruto had been unaware that someone had been watching him when he trained. This person was Princess Rurikayo, who after meeting Naruto and seeing how he defeated her guards so easily became interested in him. After she had met him, Rurikayo decided to learn as much as she could about Naruto and his clan. 2 days after first meeting Naruto, Rurikayo discovered little to nothing about Naruto himself, as her guards and her servants could find next to nothing about him, since none of them even knew that Tsunade had a son until he came with her. But despite that, she did learn a great deal about Naruto's ancestry as well as his clan. She learned that his clan were considered the strongest clan in the world before the founding of the hidden villages, and during a time called the Shinobi Clan's Wars, and were still considered by many as the strongest Shinobi clan, even despite the fact that there were only 2 members left. She also learned that Naruto came from a long line of powerful shinobis, where his great-grandfather was Senju Hashirama, the main founder of Konoha, as well as the Shodaime Hokage, and was considered the strongest shinobi of his time. Naruto was also the great-grandnephew of the Nidaime Hokage Senju Tobirama, younger brother of Hashirama, and he was considered the strongest shinobi in Konoha of his time when he was the Hokage. While his mother Tsunade was hailed as both the strongest and most beautiful kunoichi in the world, as well as the greatest medical ninja and healer. She was also a member of the Densetsu no Sannin, whose fame and powers were known by all. Altogether, just from his mother's side of the family, Naruto had a great deal of potential, and just as her guard Kenria had told her, Naruto was basically royalty in Konoha, much like she was here. After learning all this, Rurikayo decided she wanted to watch Naruto, as she was curious as to what type of person he was, since despite the fact that he came from noble clan, as noble as a shinobi clan can get in the shinobi world, he did not act like any boy she knew from a noble family. In fact, he acted the complete opposite from them. He hated being called Naruto-sama or Senju-sama by servants. He was polite to everyone, and she had even seen him help a young servant girl pick up broken plates she had dropped when she accidentally tripped. She also saw him go to the kitchen to make his own lunch instead of ordering a servant to do it. It was because of all these things that made Rurikayo become more and more curious about him. After a few days of just watching Naruto, and after losing her guards again so that she could be alone, she decided to go up to him and speak to him. When she came up to Naruto, who was so focused on training that she did not notice her until she coughed loudly enough so that Naruto would notice her. When Naruto turned around and saw her, he raised one of his eyebrows in curiosity as to why she was here. "Is there something I can help you with, Rurikayo-hime?" asked Naruto. "Yes, there is, Naruto-sama. We would like to offer you the distinct honor and privilege of inviting you to have afternoon tea with us now," spoke Rurikayo with the high upper-class tone that a person of royalty would often speak with. "That is very kind of you to offer, Rurikayo-hime, and I would be very happy to take your offer of tea, but I am in the middle of my training session right now and I would like to finish it first. But in a few hours' time, when I'm finished and I have cleaned up, I would be happy to have tea with you then," said Naruto as he tried to be as polite as possible. Unfortunately, the princess did not take well to Naruto declining her invitation to tea now and to have it later, well, as she found it to be an insult to her. Since whenever she wanted something, she wanted it done right away, and no one had ever refused her anything. "How dare you! You should be honored that we find you worthy of having tea with us. We are the granddaughter of the Fire Daimyo, and although you may be someone of somewhat noble blood in your speck of a village, you are still not of royal blood. Now I demand that you come with me now before I lose my patience and decide that you are no longer worthy of being in my company," demanded the princess. Naruto simply ignored the princess' demand, as he did not wish to deal with the spoilt girl, who although was a year older than him was still like a little child that did not like it when it was refused something. Of course, when the princess saw that Naruto was ignoring her, she got even angrier and started to throw a tantrum, since no one had ever ignored her before, and when Naruto did, it infuriated her. Are you even listening to us? Do you not even know that with a single word we can have you cast in irons and thrown into the deepest, darkest dungeon for your insolence? Ranted the princess. Rant all you what, princess. You may be the granddaughter of the fire daimyo, but I highly doubt he'd put me in a dungeon for simply not doing what you want me to do. Besides, all your ranting proves what I thought you were from when I first met you. Scoffed Naruto. And what's that? Said Rurikaio angrily. It proves that you're nothing more but a spoiled little girl who thinks that just because she's the granddaughter of a powerful daimyo that the world revolves around her, and that everyone in it is at her beck and call just because she was lucky even to be born in nobility. I bet you even stayed in this estate your entire life and never even go out of it. Sneered Naruto, which just made the princess angrier. So what if we haven't? Why would we need to go out and mix with you commoners when we have all that we need here? Nobility does not mix with lowly commoners. Scoffed the princess. At this, Naruto shook his head, finding Rurikaio belief foolish and almost humorous in a way. There you go again, just proving me right at how foolish you are. Didn't you ever wonder how royalty like your family ever came to be? No one is born noble. Your own ancestors were merely commoners like everyone else at one point, until they became powerful leaders by getting people to follow them, which is how any noble retained power, since you nobles are only allowed to have the lives you have, because of the hard work of other people who you are supposed to lead and help protect and rule. In the real world where people like me live in, you must work hard to get what you want, and I know that spoilt little boys and girls like you, who have been sheltered all their lives in golden palaces and mansions like this, wouldn't survive a single day outside these walls by themselves. Said Naruto with a sneer. Princess Rurikaio sheeted in rage at Naruto's remark. We see about that. I show you that I can do anything you can do, cried Rurikaio angrily before stomping away. Seeing this, Naruto just shook his head at the foolishness of the princess, and decided to forget all about the princess, and continue on with his training. 2 hours later, after Naruto had finished his training, he decided to head to the kitchen and get a bite to eat since he was hungry after all of his training. Just when he was about to turn around the corner, two people who were running collided into him as they were turning around the corner. Ow! Cried Naruto as he rubbed his rear and stood up again. When he looked up, he saw that he collided with Kenryu and Enryu, who were now picking themselves up off the floor. Hey Kenryu and Enryu, what's the hurry? Asked Naruto when he saw the princess two personally guards friendly, since he had become friendly enough with the two guards over the past few days despite their rough start. When the two guards saw who they had collided into, they both quickly bowed respectfully to Naruto. Naruto-sama, forgive us for colliding into you. We are in search of Rurikaio Heim, since we have been unable to find for several hours. Have you seen here at all lately? Spoke Kenryu. Yeah, I saw her about 2 hours ago, but we kind of got into an argument when I told her I was busy training and couldn't have tea with her at the time. Spoke Naruto. At this, both guards grew concerned about the princess, and were about to start running again to find the princess. But before they could, another servant ran up to them and Naruto holding a piece of torn cloth. Kenryu-san! And Enryu-san! I have just found this torn piece of Rurikaio Heim kimono near hanging from a tree branch next to the estate wall. The princess must have climbed the tree and left the estate. Spoke the servant. Damn that stupid, stubborn, spoiled girl, thought Naruto, since even though he didn't like the princess much, he still didn't want her to get hurt, which would happen if they didn't find her soon. We must find immediately before something happens to her, cried Kenryu as he and Enryu were about to head out to the front gate and start looking for her. Wait! Cried Naruto, stopping the two men. If you two go out there by yourself, you won't find her, since the forest is too big to search by yourselves. You two should try and gather a search party and gather as many people as you can to help search for her. While you two do that, I will go search for her myself, since I can cover more ground than you two and I can search more areas than you both. Spoke Naruto, which got a confused look from the two guards' faces. Seeing this, Naruto quickly did a Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and made 24 shadows clones of himself. Seeing so many Narutos at once surprised both Kenryu and Enryu, but they quickly got over and realized what Naruto had meant. After which they both thanked Naruto for his help and then left to get others to help in the search, and said they would join him in the search as soon as they could. Once they left, Naruto and his clones quickly left the estate and spread out in different directions of the forest outside the estate in the hope of finding Rurikaio before she got hurt. Half an hour later, with Rurikaio dash. Stupid boy, how dare he treat us like some little child? How dare he look down of us? We will show him, that we are just as tough as him, ranted Rurikayo as she stomped through the forest, not really knowing or caring where she went. For the past 2.5 hours since her argument with Naruto, she had been walking through the forest by herself. Since she wanted to prove to Naruto that she could do whatever he could and that she could handle the real world as well as he could. But soon enough her anger faded and she decided that she would go back to the estate. But the problem was that she did not know which direction to go, as she had been so angry that she did not pay attention to where she was going, where she then realized that she was lost. After a minute or so Rurikayo decided to just turn around and go straight ahead in the hopes of finding something that was familiar and that would lead her back home. For a few minutes Rurikayo walked through the bushes and past the trees and not recognizing anything, but as she walked on through a large bush she suddenly hit something large, black and furry, which then started to growl after she bumped into it. When she stepped away from the thing it stood up and roared, revealing it to be a massive black bear. Seeing the bear, Rurikayo let out a massive scream and started to run as fast as she could away from the bear, which quickly chased after her. With Naruto for the past half hour, Naruto, the real one, had been tracking the trail that he found that was left by Rurikayo as she stomped through the forest. Thankful Naruto had learned how to track people fairly well thanks to his friend Omoi, who had taught him how to track people, although Naruto had to admit, it was fairly easy. Since the trail Rurikayo left was pretty easy to follow, especially when you consider the fact that she had no real experience outside her grandfather's country estate. As Naruto ran through the treetops he suddenly heard a girl screaming loudly. Quickly realizing that it was Rurikayo, Naruto quickly ran off to the direction that the scream came from. It didn't take him long to find Rurikayo, where he found her on the ground with a large black bear standing over her with its claws ready to rip her apart. Acting quickly, Naruto jumped down to them, where he did a falling midair spin kick with his superhuman strength to send the black bear flying into a nearby tree. "Naruto!" cried Rurikayo in surprise and relief at being saved from the black bear. "Are you alright, Rurikayo-heim?" asked Naruto while still watching the black bear. "Hi, we are fine thanks to you," said Rurikayo, after which he heard the black bear's roar again, where when she turned back to it she saw the bear had got back up and charged forward at them. "Stay back!" cried Naruto as he charged head-on into the black bear, where he ducked right under the black bear's massive claws and using his superhuman strength again, punched it right in its stomach with his right fist and sending the black bear flying right into 5 trees. When Rurikayo saw this she could not believe her eyes that a mere boy, who was a year younger than her, could have such incredible strength, but she then remembered that one of the things that Naruto's mother Tsunade was famous for was her monstrous strength, which Naruto clearly had inherited. Once Naruto had dealt with the black bear, Rurikayo went over to Naruto. "Is it dead?" To which Naruto shook his head. "No, it's just knocked out." After dealing with the black bear, Naruto then went and healed the small minor wounds that Rurikayo had gotten from branches and thorns that she had hit as she ran from the black bear. He also then healed the bear so that when it woke up it would be okay. This of course surprised Rurikayo, and when she asked him why, he simply told her that the black bear only attacked her because it had believed you had attacked it, in which it was only defending itself and did not deserve her to be hurt or die from its wounds. Once the black bear was healed, Naruto then had Rurikayo got onto her back, where he then carried her on his back as he traveled back to the Fire Daimyo's country estate through the treetops. When they got to the main gates they met Naruto's mother and Shizen, along with the Fire Daimyo and most of his guards, samurai and servants, along with Kenryu and Enryu, who were overjoyed along with the Fire Daimyo to see the young princess safe and unharmed. 3 weeks later. "Oh!" cried Naruto as he fell on the ground hard when he fell on his back when his katana was knocked away. "Not bad, Naruto-san, but your stance is still much too rigged. You need to loosen up and be more flexible, and your grip is not tight enough since you lost your sword," spoke a tall young long redden-haired man, whose hair was tied up in a ponytail that reached down to his shoulder blades and wore a red kosode and a white hakama along with a pair of white tabi and a pair of waraji. This man's name was Kensai and was the strongest samurai and swordsman in Hai no Kuni. After hearing the story at how Naruto had searched and found Rurikayo and then saved her from the bear, the Fire Daimyo insisted that he reward Naruto for saving his granddaughter. Naruto had refused gold or other valuable objects he had enough money for, and didn't need or want any more. He tried to refuse other rewards that the Fire Daimyo tried to give him, but the Fire Daimyo insisted. So Naruto then asked him the Fire Daimyo could find him a swordsman to help train him in kenjutsu, which the Fire Daimyo did, by summoning Kensai to the estate and having him train him for as long as he was here. "Come on, Naruto, you can beat him!" cried Rurikayo, as she cheered Naruto on as she watched him along with Kenryu and Enryu. After the incident with the black bear, Rurikayo apologized to Naruto for being so rude and arrogant to him earlier, where Naruto accepted her apology. Soon after, Naruto and Rurikayo became friends, and thanks to the incident and Naruto friendship, Rurikayo began to change for the better. She became more understanding to people and was even polite to the servants when she asked for something or got something, and even said I, instead, we. She was also more understanding of other people thanks to Naruto. She was also willing to get and do things herself instead of ordering servants around to do it for her. But still, she called herself the royal we from time to time and was still stubborn and did not have too much patience. But she was still a better person than she was before. Naruto also became better friends with Kenryu and Enryu as well, where he learned that Enryu had a high-pitched voice, which was why he usually remained silent most of the time, as he was very self-conscious about it, and Naruto had to swear that he would never tell anyone about it. Naruto soon got up and got his katana and got into his stance again, and did what Kensai had told him to do, after which he then attacked Kensai with his katana. Unknown to Naruto and the others, the fire daimyo had been watching them from the balcony above them, and was enjoying watching Naruto train and seeing his granddaughter cheering him on. The fire daimyo had been watching Naruto train with Kensai for much of the past weeks and could see that Naruto's swordsmanship was improving very well, and when Naruto was not training, he was hanging around and talking or playing with his granddaughter, which made the fire daimyo smile when he saw them. After a little while, he was soon joined by another person, that person being Naruto's mother, Tsunade. "Ah, Tsunade, so nice of you to join me. I take it that since you're here my son has nearly recovered," spoke the fire daimyo. "Yes, he has. In a few days' time your son should be fully recovered," replied Tsunade as she looked down to watch Naruto train with Kensai. "That is excellent news. I'm very much relieved to hear it," spoke the fire daimyo as he was glad to hear that his son would recover. "I'm certain that Rurikayo would be equally relieved to hear it as well, as she had been greatly worried about him since before your arrival. I also take it that once he had healed you and your son as well as your apprentice will leave," spoke the fire daimyo. "Hi, since we cannot stay in one place too long in case we draw attention to ourselves," replied Tsunade. "I understand and know that I shall keep my word, and no one will hear about your son from my servants, my guards, my samurai, or myself, and I certain that they will not hear it from Rurikayo, since I have explained the consequences for Naruto to her if she did tell anyone." "Thank you, I'm grateful for that," replied Tsunade, after which she then heard a sad sigh come from the fire daimyo. "It is indeed a shame that you must leave, since my granddaughter had become quite fond of your son and is the first real friend her own age that she has had. Not to mention your son has had quite the effect on my granddaughter, where she is more sensitive to others' feelings and more understanding. Ever since my daughter's, Rurikayo's mother, passing when giving birth to Rurikayo and her father being killed in an accident a year after her birth, I have tried to make sure that she was well cared for and made sure she would have everything she could want. But sadly my doting on her made her spoiled and she did not value other people as she should have. That was until your son arrived and changed her for the better," spoke the fire daimyo with a smile. "Yeah, Naruto has a knack for changing people for the better. He did it for me by being born and giving something to live for, and he did the same for the high priestess' daughter Cheyenne," said Tsunade with her own smile. At this the fire daimyo raised his eyebrow in curiosity. "When you say the high priestess, do you mean the high priestess of Oni no Kuni, Demon Country, Priestess Miroku? Hi. So I guess from what you have just told me you and your family were somehow involved in her daughter being saved, considering the exact details of the attempted kidnapping of the high priestess' daughter, and how it was prevented were never released," said the fire daimyo. "Hi, Nero was the one who helped save her," replied Tsunade. "I see. It seems your son has quite the talent for saving princesses in danger," chuckled the fire daimyo. "Unfortunately, yes," replied Tsunade with a slight annoyance. "He gets it from his father," mumbled Tsunade slightly, which thankfully the fire daimyo didn't hear. "I guessing then that you have heard what happened last year in the country," said the fire daimyo. "Huh! What happened in Oni no Kuni?" asked Tsunade. "Oni no Kuni was attacked by a demon called Morio. The high priestess was able to stop it by separating its spirit from its body, and then seal them separately away from one another. Unfortunately, doing so cost the high priestess her life," said the fire daimyo sadly, since he knew the high priestess well and had enjoyed talking to her. "That must be why Cheyenne has not replied to any of Naruto's letters. The poor girl must be distraught, but I can't tell Naruto if I do he will want to go there immediately, And we can't afford to draw attention to ourselves, since if we go there we surely will, thought Tsunade sadly. After which she decided that she would not tell Naruto, although he would probably be angry with her later on when he finds out, but hopefully he can one day understand why she did it. Thank you for informing me of this, Daimyo Dano, replied Tsunade. So do you intend to go back? Since your son and the new High Priestess Cheyenne were friends, said the Fire Daimyo. No, said Tsunade, which surprised the Fire Daimyo. If we go, we could very well draw attention to ourselves there, and that is the last thing we need right now. Very well then, Tsunade, that is your choice, but I believe that is a mistake, since often enough when you keep certain secrets like this from your son, they often come back to haunt you later on in your life, spoke the Fire Daimyo. Tsunade nodded in understanding but did not change her mind, since it was for the best, and whether Naruto would hate or not for it in the future did not matter to her as long as he was safe from harm. Soon enough both Tsunade and the Fire Daimyo decided to end their conversation and decided to just watch Naruto train. Several days later, at the main gate of the Daimyo estate, once the Fire Daimyo's son had fully recovered, Tsunade had decided it was time to leave. Goodbye, Tsunade-san, and thank you for all your help, spoke the Fire Daimyo, to which Tsunade nodded that it was okay. I wish you a safe journey, said Kensai as he shook Naruto's hand and handed Naruto some Kenjutsu scrolls. Thanks, Kenichi-sensei, replied Naruto as he took the scrolls and put them in his side pouch, where then turned around to say goodbye to Rurikayo. Goodbye, Rurikayo-chan, it was nice meeting you, said Naruto. Take care, Naruto-kun, said Rurikayo, before she then held out a small silver ring to Naruto. Take it as a small token from my grandfather and me for saving my life. Naruto took it and put it on and looked at it. The ring was made of silver and with the symbol of a bird on it. 5. The bird on the ring is a phoenix and represents fire, which is the symbol of my family. I thought it suited you since you said you are going to be a Konoha ninja one day and fire is said to embody energy and passion, so I thought it was perfect, said Rurikayo with a small smile and blush. Thank you, Rurikayo-chan, it great, said Naruto. Goodbye, Naruto, saw it was a pleasure meeting you, spoke the Fire Daimyo. Thanks, Aji-san, it was nice meeting you as well, said Naruto, which caused Daimyo to chuckle as Naruto amused him so much, while Tsunade yelled and bonked her son on the head, and yelled that she was going to drill some manners into her son if it was the last thing she did. Soon enough Naruto, Tsunade, Shizen and Tonton left the main gate and walked away. As they did, Naruto cried out that he would see them all again. I have to say, young Naruto is quite an interesting young man, and I'm certain that we will be seeing and hearing great things from him soon enough, where things will become very interesting, spoke the Fire Daimyo as he looked down at Rurikayo, who was still looking out to Naruto and the others who were walking away. Hi, I think so too, Jiji-sama, respectful term for saying grandfather, said Rurikayo with a look that the Fire Daimyo and the others were very familiar with. It was a look that Rurikayo saw something she wanted. A month later, 1 month after the events at the Fire Daimyo country estate, Jiraiya met up with Tsunade and the others to give Naruto his next lessons in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. After finishing one of his lessons with Jiraiya, he decided that since Jiraiya was here, he could finally confront them about him being the Yandame's son and the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Yoko. So after he had washed up from his training, Naruto then went into the next room to find his mother, and Jiraiya sitting down having a plate of sake while Shizen was reading a romance book with Tonton sitting next to her. Ka-chan, Ero-senin, I want to ask you something, spoke Naruto. Sure, Naru-chan, what is it? Said Tsunade as she was taking a sip of sake along with Jiraiya. I want you to tell me why none of you told me that my father was the Yandame, and that I am the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Yoko. Once Naruto said this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade spit out the sake that they had been drinking, and stared wide-eyed in disbelief at him. Since out of all the things they expected Naruto to say, they never expect this, Shizen dropped her book and let out a gasp as she was equally as surprised as well. Naruto! Who told you this? Cried Tsunade, panic-like, fearing that somehow someone had learned the truth about Naruto and told him, since she knew that neither Shizen, Jiraiya nor herself told him, and the only other person that was supposed to know was her sensei Sarutobi. I found out myself, said Naruto calmly. How? When? Where? Said Jiraiya, who was as worried as Tsunade was about how Naruto found out. I found out about a month ago at the Daimyo's estate, replied Naruto, whereupon seeing the worried, fearful and confused looks on everyone's face, Naruto went and explained how he found out. Once Naruto had finished explaining how he discovered that Minato was his father and sealed the Kyuubi into him, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and even Tauntaun had looks of being completely stunned on their faces, as they could not believe that Naruto had figured out everything out by himself without any help. Jiraiya was the first come out of his shock, where he then quickly went and got 3 more sake plates and poured some sake into them, and then handed 2 of them to Tsunade and even Shizune, who then all took a large gulp of sake with Jiraiya to help settle themselves. Once Jiraiya had finished, he started to laugh. "Damn brat, you're defiantly your parents' son, that for sure, since you defiantly got bit of both your mom's and your dad's brains. Thanks, I guess, but none of you have answered my question yet, which is why did none of you tell me the truth about my father, and that I'm a Jinchuriki?" said Naruto calmly, despite the fact that he was quite angry at the fact that they kept something so important about himself. At this his mother sighed, since she had dreaded that this say would come and had thought it wouldn't have come so soon, not to mention that Naruto would discover it himself. "I'm sorry, Naruto-chan. We thought that it would be best at the time that you didn't know about it, since if people found out that you were not only my son but the son of the Yondaime Hokage as well, then they would come after you twice as hard as they would if they just found out that you were my son, since both your father and I were the strongest shinobis in our fields. Where if people learned that you existed and were the byproduct of your father and myself, where the chances of you inheriting some, most, or all of our best-known qualities were quite high. Then there would be countless people after you as either revenge for something that we did to them or in the hopes of somehow controlling you as using you for their own gains," said Tsunade. "I understand that well enough, but if I could keep the fact that I have the Mokuton bloodline and that I'm your son secret, I could keep the fact that I'm the Yondaime's son a secret as well," replied Naruto coolly. "Well, you see, brat, we were kind of afraid that if you knew that Yondaime was your father, you'd be so excited, since you idolized him so much, which was kind of my fault that you did. But still, we thought that you would tell people that he was your father. But still, you're right, we were wrong to keep it from you, since you were able to keep your Mokuton bloodline secret and your mother's identity a secret. It was just that bringing up your father is kind of a touchy subject with your mom," said Jiraiya as he saw the scowl on Tsunade's face at the mention of Minato. "You mean over the fact that he made me into a Jinchuriki?" spoke Naruto neutrally, to which Jiraiya nodded. "You have to understand, Naruto, your father had no choice. If he didn't do it, then the Kyuubi would have destroyed Konoha and killed everyone," explained Jiraiya earnestly. "I understand that, but still, why me? Your father knew that to seal the Kyuubi, he would have to seal it into a very young child, so to keep it contained, and although he could have held it in another young child, he did not. The reason was because he could not bring himself to ask another family or another parent to make that kind of sacrifice when he could not himself with his own son," said Jiraiya, since Minato was always too noble in that way. "I surprised you let him, Ka-chan. Didn't you try and stop him?" asked Naruto, as he had wondered this as well, especially at how angry she was at him. "I didn't know at the time. I was unconscious from a sedative that Shizune gave me to let me rest after giving birth to you, so I didn't know until a few days later. If I had known, I would never have allowed it, and I would killed him myself for even suggesting it. The only reason you didn't grow up with the same hard life as most Jinchuriki is because no one knew you were the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and if they did, the villagers would have attacked you or treated you as an outcast for being it if you had stayed in Konoha. Which was one of the reasons why I didn't stay there to raise you," growled Tsunade, since even over the years her anger against Minato had not lessened one bit. "Fine, but that still doesn't explain why you didn't tell me about it. Were you just going to keep it hidden and hope I never found out?" asked Naruto, as he was still angry about being kept in the dark about something this important about himself. "No, of course not. It was just that we thought that you were too young at the time, and we thought it would be best if we would wait till you were older where you could handle it better. Since we were afraid that if you found out when you were young, you would think that you were a monster or something and be afraid you would hurt others and would make yourself into an outcast. I also didn't want you to wake up at nights fearing that the Kyuubi would come out and destroy all of us," said Tsunade truthfully, since on more than one night she had nightmares that the Kyuubi got out of Naruto and killed him. After hearing this, Naruto just sighed. Although he understood both Jiraiya and his mother's reasons along with his father's reasons, he still felt a little angry at them all, although he knew over time he would get over it. But still, there was still something else that he was wondering. "So when were you going to tell me the whole truth?" he asked. "We had planned to tell you about your father right before you would go to Konoha, while we were going to tell you about the Kyuubi about a year after, once you had fully settled into Konoha," said Tsunade. Which Naruto nodded, accepting it, since although he did not like the way they did it, he still understood why. "If I may, there's something I would like to know," spoke Shizune for the first time, as she had been watching the whole event from the sidelines. "And what's that, One-chan?" asked Naruto. How did you know about Jinchurikis in the first place, since none of you's ever mentioned them to you? Spoke Shizen. This also got Tsunade and Jiraiya curious since they were wondering the same thing. Normally a question like that would worry Naruto, especially if he wanted to keep his meeting with Killer Bee and the other secret from his mother and the others. But thankfully Naruto had come up with a believable excuse, since he knew something like this would come up. This was why he waited a while to ask them about the Kyuubi and Yondaime, since he needed time to come up with a believable excuse to tell them. He told that he had went to the library to find out more about his Mokutan bloodline and its effect on the Bijus, since Tsunade and the others' knowledge of it were limited, and he thought that he might find something new about it in the library. He then told them that during his research he, accidentally, learned about Jinchurikis, when people sealed the Bijus into humans. He also, accidentally, read about how the Yondaime had killed the Kyuubi, which was something he found strange, since not even the Shodaime was able to do that, with his Mokutan powers, and the Bijus were monsters made out of chakra, which would make them virtually impossible to kill physically. So when he did research on the Yondaime, and saw his picture, he slowly put the pieces together, and discovered the truth by himself. Thankfully Tsunade and the others believed Naruto, since technically the story was half true, which made it all the more believable to his mother, and Jiraiya as well as Shizen. Once all the questions were answered, Naruto then turned to Jiraiya. Erosenin, do you have any of those pieces of paper that are made from those special types of tree that allow you to find out what nature affinity you have? Asked Naruto. Yeah, I have one. But why do you want one? But we already know you have earth and water affinity thanks to you have the Mokutan bloodline. It would just be a waste of time for you to use it, replied Jiraiya. Well, you see, during my medical studies with Wani-chan, I read that a lot of times children will often inherit their affinity from one of their parents, and in some cases inherit two nature affinities from both their parents, and I read that the Yondaime had an affinity to wind and lightning, said Naruto. But there's no certainty that you will inherit any of your father's affinities. Most people are only born with one, and sometimes a completely different one from their parents. Sarutobi-sensei's own son Asuma has an affinity to wind, and neither sensei nor his wife had an affinity to wind. The only reason you were born with two affinities is because of your Mokutan bloodline, since the only reason why many bloodline users are born with two or more affinities is due to their bloodline abilities. The chances of you having another nature affinity that isn't connected to your bloodline is about 1,000,000 to 1 if not more, spoke Jiraiya. Just humor me, Erosenin, since it can't hurt to just try and see what happens, said Naruto. Fine, grumbled Jiraiya as he found this to be a waste, but decided to just prove to Naruto he could not have been born with any other affinities other than earth and water. Jiraiya then took out the paper from his side pouch and then held the paper to Naruto for him to touch. When Naruto did, Jiraiya's jaw hit the floor along with Tsunade's and Shizen's when they saw the paper cut into 3 pieces as it fell to the ground. Where the first one turned to dirt, the second became damped, and the third crumpled up, showing Jiraiya and the others that Naruto had 4 natural nature affinities, 1 for earth, 1 for water, 1 for wind, and 1 for lightning. Impossible, thought Tsunade. It can't be, though. Shizen, how the hell is this possible? Thought Jiraiya. Jiraiya, are you certain that there's nothing wrong with the paper? It must be defective or something, said Tsunade as she still could not believe that Naruto had 4 natural nature affinities. No, there's nothing wrong with, I certain of it. I picked it up a while back with a few others and they all worked fine, said Jiraiya. But how can Naruto have 4 natural nature affinities? Said Shizen. I don't really know, said Jiraiya. I can explain his earth and water affinity easily enough, but as for the lighting and wind, well, it obviously came from Minato, since he had both, but he naturally had an affinity to wind and later trained to get lightning. He didn't have it naturally. Like I said before, for Naruto to have both his mother's and his father's nature affinities were about over 1,000,000 to 1, more so when he got Minato's lightning affinity natural instead of training for it like he did. My only answer was luck of the draw, where Naruto was one of those very lucky few that were allowed to inherit both his parents' nature affinities, replied Jiraiya as he was still baffled at what just happened. Could have it because of the Kyuubi? Asked Tsunade. Possible, but I doubt it, since other than his quick recovery and healing, all other effects that the Kyuubi may give would be nullified by Naruto Mokutan bloodline, said Jiraiya. Naruto, did you know that this would happen? Said Tsunade, since considering that Naruto was the one to push for it, then it was likely that he knew about it. No, not really. I suspected that I might have inherited one of the Yondaime's affinities, but I didn't know for certain, lied Naruto, since he could not tell the truth as to how he knew he had 4 nature affinities. At this, Tsunade frowned since she suspected that Naruto wasn't telling her the truth really, but she decided to let it go for now since she knew that Naruto would eventually tell them the truth when he was ready. Besides, she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth, where her son had 4 natural nature affinities, which would help him greatly in his training and would give him a big advantage in the future. So what will we do now? Asked Naruto. Well, we're going to train you a lot harder now since you need to master those new nature affinities you discovered, and even though none of us have those affinities, we will help you the best we can. But it will still be hard since, like with Mokutan, you won't have us to show you firsthand to do jutsus that involve those elements, said Tsunade. That's okay, I master them both in no time flat, said Naruto with a grin. At this, Tsunade and the others smiled since, if anyone could do it, it would be Naruto. Okay Gaki, I guess we better start work again now, said Jiraiya as he and Naruto went out to train again. Naruto-chan certainly is full of surprises, said Tsunade, to which Shizen nodded with a smile. Chapter 9 Return. About 2 years after meeting Killer Bee and his team as well as meeting the Fire Daimyo, Naruto was on his way to Konoha to become an official ninja there. At first his mother was against the idea, but after Jiraiya reminded her that Naruto needed to go there to master his Mokutan bloodline, along with the fact that with the Akatsuki now starting to move around, it would be in Naruto's best interest to join Konoha, where Konoha could help support him and even help protect him when they eventually come after him, whether it was for his Mokutan bloodline or the Kyuubi. Eventually, after much arguing, Tsunade finally agreed that Naruto would go to Konoha, which made Naruto happy as he had wanted to go to the place he was born and that was founded by his ancestors. Currently accompanying Naruto on his journey to Konoha was Jiraiya, as his mother and Shizen along with Tonton were in Kiba no Kuni, Fawn Country, currently dealing with a disease that had spread in a large town in the country, where many people in the town had been affected by it. Once the disease had been dealt with, Tsunade said that she would meet Naruto in Konoha. Naruto was fairly tall for his age as he was about 5'2". He wore a black sleeveless vest with a green sleeveless zip-up top over it. He also wore green pants and black boots with green elbow pads and green fingerless gloves. Also on his back he carried the katana that Killer Bee gave him in its sheath on his back with the sling to keep it there around his chest. Soon enough Jiraiya and Naruto could see the large gateway for Konoha in the distance. Once Jiraiya saw the gateway he stopped and turned to Naruto. Okay brat, this is where we part ways for now, said Jiraiya. What do you mean, Ero-sennin? Aren't you coming with me into Konoha and explain everything to Gigi? Asked Naruto. A tick mark appeared on Jiraiya's head at being called the nickname, as he hated being called that, and he couldn't get Naruto to call him something else. Plus it didn't help with the fact that Tsunade encouraged and praised him every time he called Jiraiya that. Quickly deciding to ignore Naruto's nickname of him, Jiraiya decided to explain why he wasn't going to Konoha with him. Sorry brat, but I have somewhere I need to go first, but once I have that done I will come back here, answered Jiraiya. At this Naruto raised his left eyebrow as he didn't believe Jiraiya. Does this little side trip involve you going to some hot spring to look at naked girls? Because if it is, Ero-sennin, not only will I tell Ka-chan about you leaving me to go off peeping, but I will also administer my own form or payback on you, said Naruto with the evil look and smirk on his face that he had inherited from his mother, which never ceased to freak Jiraiya out at how much Naruto was like his mother. But what got Jiraiya really worried was Naruto mentioning that he would administer his own punishment, as Naruto was vicious when he was punishing someone. Hey now Naruto, there's no need to for that, as I'm on the up and up on this, don't you believe me? Nope, deadpan Naruto, which caused Jiraiya to fall on the ground after hearing Naruto's reply and muttered about disrespectful brats these days. Well, I'm serious this time. I'm meeting a contact of mine who sent word to me yesterday that he had information for me and I have to meet somewhere. But once I have that done I will come back here. Okay, said Jiraiya. For a moment Naruto said nothing, but then sighed and then spoke. Fine then. But I promise you, Ero-sennin, if this is one of your research missions for one of your books, I will make sure that you pay for skipping out on me again, and it will be worse off than that time at Crater City, and I will reveal you little secret to everyone in the village. At this Jiraiya audibly gulped at the threat, as what happened there was second time he came close to being killed, the first being when he peeked in on Tsunade when they were younger, and Naruto also had something over Jiraiya that he didn't want anyone in the world to know. Flashback: 1 year ago Jiraiya was currently hiding in the leaves of a tree nearby the local hot spring and looking through his telescope at the different young girls who were relaxing in the hot spring. As he was looking through the telescope, a new young girl with raven-like hair and bright green eyes who looked to be about in her mid-20s had just entered the hot spring area, and was about to take off her towel and enter the hot water with the other young girls. "Oh, why, yay! That's it, baby, take it off. This is gold. You are so to be in my next book," said Jiraiya out loud as he leaned forward to get a better look at her. But just as the girl was about to take off her towel, a voice suddenly cried out, "Hey Yaro-senin, get down here and stop peeking on those girls. I need your help with this jutsu you showed me." Naruto's sudden shout had caught Jiraiya by surprise, where he lost his balance and fell forward and landed flat on his face on the ground. "Oh, www. Damn you brat, what is it, can't you see I'm busy?" said Jiraiya as he picked himself up. "I told you I need your help with this jutsu as I still can't get it," said the 11-year-old Naruto as he crossed his arms and looked down at the toad sage who was still on the ground. "I already told it to you how to do it," said Jiraiya as he lifted himself up. "No, you didn't. All you did was show me the jutsu once and just told me the bare basics of it, and the left to go peeking on those girls in the hot spring. I need to know more and I don't know what I'm doing wrong," said Naruto with a frown. "Listen, brat, I can't be holding your hand all the time. You eventually have to learn to do things by yourself without someone always watching over you. Besides, I'm not peeking, I'm doing research for my next book," replied Jiraiya. "It's the same thing no matter how you say it, and to be honest, I don't know why you even write those trashy books," replied Naruto. "They're not trashy, they are a work of art," cried Jiraiya with annoyance, where he then took out one of Highest books from his pouch and held it up like some kind of holy book. "They're trash," repeated Naruto. "Even Ka-chan and Shizen-Wani-chan say so, and they even said that no one really reads them." "Hey, that's not true. I have hundreds of loyal fans who eagerly look forward to each of my books," spoke Jiraiya with pride. "Huh! More like hundreds of pathetic men that can't find themselves girlfriends and need to read your trashy books to escape reality," scoffed Naruto. "Huh! Like a brat, like you would know anything about finding himself a girlfriend," scoffed Jiraiya back. "I know a lot more than you, as at least I don't end up being attacked and beating up by a mob of angry women every month for peeking on them like you. Besides, I can sure as hell say that I won't stay a virgin until I'm 40, unlike some people I know," replied Naruto with a smirk, which got bigger when he saw the shocked look on Jiraiya's face, which turned to horror. "Who told you that?" cried the panicked Jiraiya, as Naruto had just uttered Jiraiya's deepest, darkest secret that no one should know. "You did when you got drunk after drinking too much sake at my 10th birthday. Luckily for you, Shizen-Wani-chan wasn't in the room at the time and Ka-chan was asleep," answered a smirking Naruto. "Although I'm sure Ka-chan will love to know that little bit of information. I think I go find her now and tell her as punishment for not helping me train and going off peeking." "No, you will not!" cried the panicked Jiraiya, as he chased after Naruto, as he couldn't let Naruto tell his mother. Since if Tsunade found out, she would never let him hear the end of it, and would tease, torture, and hold it over him for the rest of his life and probably the afterlife as well. For the next 10 minutes Jiraiya chased after Naruto through the forestry behind the hot spring, after which Naruto came to the edge of the forestry with Jiraiya hot on his tail. When he reached the forestry edge, he saw the large group of girls that Jiraiya had been spying on a few minutes ago coming out of the entrance of the hot spring fully clothed. Upon seeing them, Naruto quickly came up with a cunning and evil plan that would have made a certain snake Sannin proud. Quickly Naruto got some water from his water bottle and spread some on his eyes to make it look as if he was crying. After which, upon hearing Jiraiya nearing where he was, Naruto quickly ran out to the girls coming out of the hot spring, started to put out the waterworks with fake tears and cries. "Wah-ho-wah, wah-wah-wah!" cried Naruto as he ran up to a young blonde-haired girl who quickly bended down to Naruto to comfort him, while the other girls surrounded him to see why he was so upset. There, are you okay, sweetie, what wrong?" asked the blonde girl. Hip, hip, sputtered Naruto as if he really was crying. "There a big tall old white-haired man chancing after me. Hip, he offered me sweeties to eat and brought me into the forest and made me read some weird book with him that had pictures of naked men and ladies doing funny things with each other. Hip. He also started to touch me in places I didn't like, which was why I ran away and he's still after me," said Naruto in a scared, innocent voice to make him sound all the more convincing. Upon hearing this, the women became filled with feminine rage and angry, where they were about ready to go and hunt down this man and make him suffer for trying to corrupt the innocent boy. and as if answering their praise, Jiraiya appeared from out of the bushes looking for Naruto. "There you are!" he said, and was about to go over to him, but the group of women quickly put themselves in front of Naruto. "We won't let you touch a hair on this little boy and try and corrupt him, you filthy pervert," said the young raven-haired girl that Jiraiya had been spying on earlier. Hey. Now girls, I don't know what the kid there has told you there, but don't believe whatever he told you, as it isn't true. I can assure you," said Jiraiya. The girls might have been willing to hear Jiraiya out had he not been still holding the Ika book in his hand, which furthered to infuriate the girls and solidify Naruto's story. It also helped that Naruto kept his innocent look on so that the girls would side with him. And if Jiraiya wasn't in enough trouble, then Naruto put the final nail in his coffin for him. "That him?" He pointed at Jiraiya accusingly. "He's the one who tried to make me read those books that he said he wrote, and I also saw him peeping on you in the hot spring when you were bathing." Upon hearing all this, flames of righteous female rage and anger filled the women's eyes, and Jiraiya then knew he was a dead man, as there was no way he could talk himself out of this situation. When he realized this, he could also see from behind the group of girls, Naruto was smiling evilly at what he had just done, and waved goodbye to Jiraiya, knowing what would happen next. "Damn you, Naruto!" cursed Jiraiya inside his mind, although a small part of himself could not help but admire Naruto for being able to manipulate the girls so well into doing his bidding. Quickly pushing that thought aside, Jiraiya then did the only thing he could do and what any man in his situation would do. He ran, where he was quickly followed by the large group of girls ready to lay a beat down on the super pervert. After a while, many people around the city could hear the girly screams of pain and cries of agony coming for Jiraiya. Flashback ends. Jiraiya could not help but wince at the memory of the pain that he felt after the beating that he went through from the girls, as there wasn't a part of his body that wasn't in pain after it. After a few hours, he had somehow managed to get back to where Tsunade, Naruto, and Shizen were staying so that he could be treated for his injuries. Unfortunately, instead of receiving care from Tsunade, he received another beating at the hands of wrathful Tsunade and Shizen, as they had heard from some of girls who had been among the group that had beat Jiraiya, who had come to them to heal some bruised fists, that a tall white-haired man who was the author of the Ika books was trying to corrupt a young blonde-haired boy by making read his books. Needless to say that when Tsunade and Shizen heard this, they were less than pleased, when Jiraiya tried to explain that it wasn't true and that Naruto was lying. Naruto just played the innocent act perfectly, as he had both Tsunade and Shizen wrapped around his fingers, where they would believe anything he said to them. Hence both Shizen and Tsunade decided to teach Jiraiya a lesson about trying to corrupt Naruto. Jiraiya could not help but shudder as he remembered the vicious beating that he received at the hands of Tsunade, which was only matched by the one when he peeked on her when they were young. He also could not help but rub his rear end as he remembered how Shizen turned his rear into a pincushion, and shudder again at how close she came to turning his manhood into one as well. After the beating, Jiraiya was in for several months of long agonizing recovery, and any thought of payback on Naruto was quickly pushed aside. When Naruto came to Jiraiya and told him when he was in his cast that he was put in after the beating, if he tried any kind of payback, or tried to skip out on his training again to go out peeking, then he would prank Jiraiya back with equal force if not worse, and he even threatened to tell Tsunade his little secret as well. Jiraiya of course agreed to this, and ever since then Naruto has had Jiraiya in his back pocket. "Honestly, brat, this is on the up and up. I'd be back in about 2 days' time tops, but I don't want you to tell Sarutobi-sensei about your powers or what you can do. I also don't want you to tell or show anyone them, at least not until you become an official genin and are fully integrated into your team, by which time I should be back to explain everything to the old man, as it's probably best that I explain everything to him," said Jiraiya. Naruto just nodded, where they then separated, where Jiraiya went off to meet his contact and Naruto continued on to the village. Soon after separating from Jiraiya, Naruto reached the main gate, where he quickly showed a side permission slip that Sarutobi sent him a few months ago so that he could enter the village without trouble. After entering it, Naruto headed to the Hokage residence to see Sarutobi. As he headed there, he looked around the village and saw all the different buildings and things in it, including the several ninjas walking in the streets with the civilian and even leaping on the rooftops. Not wanting to draw attention to himself, Naruto decided to walk on the street and take in the scenery. As he looked around, he saw the Hokage monument in front of him, with the heads of his great-grandfather, the Shodame Hokage, his great-granduncle the Nidame Hokage, his mother's teacher and his surrogate grandfather the Sandame Hokage, and his father the Yandame Hokage. As Naruto looked at the faces carved into the mountain, he knew he had a lot to live up to, and both his parents and his ancestors left a long casting shadow over him that he would need to overcome if he wished to be acknowledged, not as the son of the Yondaime Hokage and Tsunade of the Sannin, nor as the descendant of the founders of Konoha and of the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages, but as himself, where he wished to stand up on his own 2 feet and prove himself worthy of standing on equally footing with them and become Hokage. Naruto had dreamed of one day becoming Hokage ever since he was 5 and learned about his ancestors. He became even more determined to become Hokage soon after he learned that the Yondaime was his father. But not only that, he also wanted to surpass them all, as he believed that it was the only real way that he would truly step out of the rest of his family's shadow and for people to truly acknowledge as himself, and not as the child or descendant of other great and famous shinobis. Soon enough Naruto reached the Hokage residence and entered it, and went over the stairs that led to the Hokage's office. When he got there he saw the Hokage's secretary to his right, who was at her desk writing up something. When she looked up she saw Naruto to see what he wanted. "Can I help you, young man?" she asked. Yes, I would like to see the Hokage, please," replied Naruto. Sorry, but the Hokage is a very busy man and you have to make an appointment to see him," said the secretary politely. "Well, the Hokage will be expecting me, as he knows I'm arriving here as I'm not from this village," spoke Naruto, although the secretary did not look convinced as to what he is saying. "Look, could you just go into him and say that Naruto is here? He will know who I am, and if he doesn't then I leave." "Okay," said Naruto, as he didn't want to waste any time on trying to convince the women to let him see his surrogate grandfather for the first time, plus he didn't want to cause a scene in here, which was why he didn't tell her his full name. "Very well then," said the secretary with a sigh, as she believed she was wasting her time asking the Hokage, as often enough young children came here wanting to talk to the Hokage. But when she entered the Hokage office and told him that a young blonde-haired boy carrying a katana on his back named Naruto was outside his office wanted to speak to him, and saying that he was expecting him, the secretary was surprised to see an eager and happy look appear on the old Hokage's face, where he quickly called his ANBU that were hidden in his room rafters and told them to leave. After which he then told her to tell the ANBU that were outside his room to leave as well, and told her that she was dismissed for the rest of the day, and she was to tell Naruto to come in. After the secretary and the ANBU left the Hokage's office, Naruto entered it, where Sarutobi quickly went over to Naruto and went and gave his surrogate grandson a long overdue grandfatherly hug, which Naruto was more than happy to return. "Naruto, my boy, it's so good to finally see you. Look at you! You've gotten so big," spoke the Sandaime as he looked Naruto over. "It seems like only yesterday when I last saw you, where you were just in diapers," he said, which caused Naruto to smile a little. As Hiruzen looked over his surrogate grandson, he could not help but be amazed at how he looked so much like his father despite the small differences he got from his mother, like her skin color and eye shape. "You look so much like your FA-, spoke Hiruzen, but quickly stopped himself from saying father. "Like who?" "My father," said Naruto with a smirk, shocking the old Kage. Why you know about him?" said the surprised Kage, to which Naruto just nodded. "Did your mother or Jiraiya tell you?" he asked, to which Naruto shook his head. "Nope, I figured it out myself," replied Naruto, surprising the old Kage further. "You figured it out yourself?" repeated the old Hokage in shock, when Naruto just nodded again. How? "That's a long story that I can explain if you would sit down first," replied Naruto, to which both he and Sarutobi sat down on the 2 seats in front of the Hokage's desk. Naruto then went on to explain how he discovered about the Yondaime being his father and finding out about how his had sealed the Kyuubi in him, which of course surprised Sarutobi at first, but then started to chuckle at how Naruto was defiantly his parents' son. Naruto also then went on to tell how he had been doing over the years and what he had been up to, although he made it a point to leave out what his mother, Jiraiya, and Shizen had trained him in, as Jiraiya had told him. When Sarutobi asked him what they had trained him in, Naruto had told him that Jiraiya would explain when he got here in a few days' time from meeting his contact. Since Jiraiya had told him not to tell or reveal to anyone until he was fully a Konoha ninja and was on a team, which Sarutobi nodded in understanding and accepted to wait for Jiraiya to arrive and inform him. Naruto also told Sarutobi why his mother and Shizen weren't with him, since Sarutobi had wondered why they hadn't come with him. After explaining all this, Naruto and Sarutobi spent the next few hours talking and catching up with one another, where Naruto told him many different stories about the different things he did. including the different pranks he would play on Jiraiya which made the old Hokage laugh in amusement. Naruto even told Sarutobi how he had befriended both Cheyenne and Rurikayo, Fire Daimyo's granddaughter, and how he had saved them both, too. Sarutobi had of course heard about both incidents, as he had heard from one of Tsunade's letters that Naruto had saved the High Priestess' daughter Cheyenne from a group of Ainins, while he had heard about Naruto saving the Fire Daimyo's granddaughter from a wild bear from the daimyo himself. Both incidents made the old Kage very proud of his surrogate grandson, proving for certain that he was his father's son. As just like with Minato, Naruto put himself in harm's way so to help save and protect others, he also could not help but chuckle to himself, as he had also heard that both girls had also been quite taken with him, which will no doubt cause Naruto much trouble and his mother many headaches in the near future if he continued with saving and attracting princess and other girls. After a while the two stopped talking where Sarutobi got off his seat and went over to behind his desk, and they came back and handed Naruto a set of keys and a note, and told him that they were the keys to his apartment where he would be staying, and where it was. As the old Senju clan compound had been destroyed during the Kyuubi attack and Naruto couldn't stay in his father's home yet as it would draw too much unwanted attention to him. Naruto of course understood this and nodded his head in understanding, after which Sarutobi then spoke. Now Naruto, the class graduation exam will begin tomorrow at 9:30 and I have already explained to the teacher a Chunin named Irika to expect you, although all he knows is that you're a new student who is going to take the exam who was trained elsewhere. He doesn't know who you really are as I didn't want any leaks that you were arriving here. But that note will tell him who you really are, okay? Explained the Sandame, to which Naruto just nodded. Also you should know that tomorrow morning, I will reveal your existence and your arrival to the council tomorrow morning and then to the rest of Konoha later on in the evening. Since as soon as the students learn who you really are, they will then tell their parents who in turn will tell everyone else, but your father's identity must be kept secret. Since as you know if people learn your entire lineage then it was cause endless amount of trouble for you both inside and outside of Konoha. But even still keeping out who your father is, there are still many who will try and use you for their own means when they learn that Tsunade is your mother, and that you're the heir to the Senju clan. Explained Sarutobi further, to which Naruto nodded. I understand, Gigi, as Ka-chan and Ero-sennin explained it all to me before I came here, so I'm more than ready to handle them, answered Naruto. To which Sarutobi nodded and smiled at being called grandfather, and at Jiraiya's nickname since it fitted him perfectly. Just as Naruto was about to leave, the double door flung open and a small brown-haired boy who looked to be about 8, and wore a long scarf around him, burst in holding a wooden kunai in his hand. Prepare to be defeated, old man, cried the boy as he charged forward with his wooden kunai, only to trip over his scarf and fall flat on his face, causing both Naruto and the Sandame to have large sweat drops on the back of their heads. Embarrassed, the boy picked himself up and then quickly pointed his finger at Naruto accusingly. You tripped me, accused the boy. I did not, you tripped over your scarf, replied an annoyed Naruto as the boy was starting to annoy him. Yes you did, cried the boy. You ruined my super cool entrance. Huh. Not much of an entrance if you asked me, with you being so clumsy and falling flat on your face, replied Naruto, simply, which caused the boy to lose his cool and charged at Naruto with his wooden kunai. Naruto quickly sidestepped the boy's attack and grabbed his hand with the wooden kunai and slapped it out of his hand and then bonked the boy on the head, causing him to fall on the floor on his rear and hold his head in pain. Hey! You can't don't that to me, cried the boy as he held his swore head and looked up at Naruto. Can I? Said Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. As I'm the grandson of the Hokage, said the boy angrily, where he thought that upon hearing this Naruto would go on his knees and beg forgiveness. Unfortunately for him, Naruto wasn't intimidated by this news a bit, where he just grabbed the kid by the collar and lifted him up so that he was eye level with Naruto. Upon doing this, another voice shouted out, Let his honorable grandson go immediately, you ruffian! Or a tall man wearing dark sunglasses and a dark shinobi uniform entered the office. Yeah, let me go or you will be in big trouble, said the boy as he struggled to get out of Naruto's gripe, but could not. At which point Naruto just brought the boy right up into his face and looked directly into his eyes. Listen, brat, I couldn't care less if you were the Hokage's grandmother, because if you think that's going to scare me then you got another thing coming. Besides, if you want to talk about social rank then I outrank you, as my great-grandfather and my great-granduncle were the ones who built this village. Not mention both of them were Hokages as well, so there, said Naruto. Naturally both the boy and the man, who had entered the office, had been stunned and confused when they heard this, while Sarutobi just sighed and rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on, where he then decided to do some damage control before things began to go further out of control. "Naruto, could you please let go of my grandson? Please, he didn't mean anything by it," pleaded the old Kage and sighed as his grandson was always getting into some kind of trouble. Naruto of course let him go, where the boy landed on his rear hard, after which he then picked himself up, while still ribbing his sore bum. "Now before things escalate further, I believe some introductions are needed," spoke Sarutobi. "Naruto, allow me to introduce you to my grandson Konohamaru and his private tutor Ebisu," after which Sarutobi then turned to Konohamaru Ebisu. "Konohamaru, Ebisu, allow me to introduce you to Senju Naruto, my former student Tsunade's son, and as he said, the great-grandson of the Shodame Hokage and the great-grand-nephew of the Nidame Hokage, as well as sole heir to the Senju clan," spoke Sarutobi, completely shocking Konohamaru and completing stunning Ebisu. After a minute or so Ebisu regained himself, where he quickly bowed respectfully to Naruto. "It is an honor to meet you, Senju-sama. Please forgive my rudeness a moment ago, as I had not known who you were," he spoke, as he had no idea whatsoever that Naruto was the heir to the founders of Konoha and heir to the noblest clan in all of Konoha, if not the shinobi world, let alone the fact that Tsunade had a child. "Forget it, call me Naruto and don't bow, as I hate people bowing to me," replied Naruto. "Yes, of course, thank you, Naruto-sama," replied Ebisu, where he bowed again, much to Naruto's annoyance, as he hated when people called him by those stuffy titles and bowed to him, as all he wanted was to be treated like a regular person. "Hey Gigi," spoke Naruto, surprising both Konohamaru and Ebisu at how he addressed the Hokage. "I'm going to take a walk around the village and get my bearings here, so I can at least enjoy being a normal person for the remainder of the day before half the entire village starts to treat me like the son of Kami, or something like it," said Naruto. "Very well, Naruto, I see you tomorrow," replied the old Kage, where he then turned to talk to Konohamaru and Ebisu. Several hours later, for the past few hours, Naruto spent his time walking around the village and getting his bearings. During his walk around the village, he saw things like the Konoha Hospital, the Konoha Hot Springs, the Konoha Library, the Memorial Stone, the Ninja Academy, and the different training grounds. After he had fully looked around the village, Naruto decided to get something to eat, but just when he was about to go find a restaurant, he suddenly heard some arguing around the corner. "Come on, why won't you go out with me? Plenty of other girls would love the chance to go out with me," said a young man's voice. "Then why don't you go ask one of them, since I have already told you about a dozen different times? I am not interested in you. Besides, I heard plenty of things from girls you already dated, and I have no interest in being one of your conquests for you to talk about to your friends, Gaozen," answered a young girl's voice. Upon hearing this, Naruto peeked around the corner to see what was going on. When he did, he saw 3 tall medium-built boys, who were blocking the way of a medium-tall brown-haired girl, who was carrying a brown paper bag full of groceries in her arms. The boy in the middle, who was clearly the leader of the 3, then grabbed hold of the girl's arm and pulled it slightly, causing her to drop the bag and spill the groceries onto the ground. "Now listen to me, you will do as I say and you will like it, because if you don't, I can get my father to make things very difficult for you and your old man and that run-down of stand of yours," spoke the leader. "Let go of me!" cried the girl as she tried to get out of the grip of the leader, but could not, as it was too strong. Having seen enough, Naruto decided to intervene and stop this, since if there was one thing that Naruto hated was bullies, especially those that gang up on a helpless girl. "She said let go, so I suggest that you do it," spoke Naruto as he came out from the corner. "Beat it, kid, this doesn't concern you," spoke the leader, as he just gave Naruto a passing glance before turning his attention back on the girl. "I'm afraid it does, as if there's one thing I can't stand, it's seeing a bunch of thugs ganging up on a helpless girl and forcing her to do something against her will by threatening her and her family," said Naruto. "You got a big mouth, kid, and if you know what's good for you, you will shut it and leave while you still can," said the leader as he glared at Naruto. "Sorry, can't do that," replied Naruto as he took off his sling and sword and held it in his right hand. Upon seeing Naruto taking his sword off his back, the leader and the 2 others started to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, you actually think you can take on all 3 of us by yourself?" said the leader. "I don't think I can. I know I can. Now let go of the girl and you and your boyfriends won't have to limp your way to the hospital," said Naruto. The leader just sneered at Naruto's threat, believing that Naruto was no threat to him and was just some punk kid trying to act the hero. "You got guts, kid, I give you that," But not a lot of brains and guts can only get you so far, where they usually result in you getting into situations that are over your head. Just like now, said the leader, where he then turned to the two boys next to him. Get him! The two boys quickly went over, where the first one to the left went over and tried and grabbed Naruto by the collar. But just as the boy stretched out his hand to grab Naruto, Naruto quickly grabbed onto the boy's wrist with his free left hand, and twisted it, causing the boy to fall onto the ground onto his knees and cry out in pain, as Naruto was a small twist away from breaking his wrist from the wristlock. Upon seeing what had happened to the first boy, the second boy quickly raised his fist to hit Naruto and help his friend. Seeing the second boy, Naruto let go of the first boy's wrist and ducked under the second boy's fist, and hit the boy right in the stomach with the end of his sheathed katana, causing the boy to double over in pain as he held his stomach. Naruto quickly raised his sheathed katana up and smacked right into the bottom of the boy's chin, causing the boy's head to be smacked backwards and break several of the boy's lower teeth. The boy then fell backwards, where he held his bleeding mouth in pain and cried muffled screams of pain with his hand covering his mouth. As this was happening, the first boy quickly got up off the ground and went to try and hit Naruto when his back was turned, but unfortunately for him, Naruto saw him and he quickly twirled around to avoid the hit. He then hit the first boy at the back of his head with his sheathed katana, where thanks to his momentum from charging forward combined with the hit to the back of his head, the boy fell forward onto the ground. The boy then tried to turn around and get up, but just as he tried to turn his head, Naruto kicked him right the face, breaking the boy's nose. The boy stayed on the ground as he held his now broken nose, unable to concern himself with anything else other than his now broken nose. After seeing his friends being handled by Naruto, the leader of the three started to get nervous, but he quickly pushed that aside, as he wasn't going to let some kid intimidate him. After which he let go of the girl and quickly charged forward at Naruto, who just sighed when he saw the leader of the three charging at him like a fool and just muttered "Baka." Naruto then let the boy come right up to him, where he then sidestepped the leader when he tried to punch Naruto, after which Naruto then stuck out his leg, causing the leader to trip over it and fall onto the ground. As the leader tired to pick himself up, Naruto kicked him in the side, causing him to fall onto his back, where the leader then tired to pick himself up again, but when he did he felt a foot stand on his groin, causing the boy to howl in pain, after which he then found the tip of a katana blade right above his neck. When he looked up, he saw annoyed Naruto looking down, gathering what courage he had left, and sneered up at Naruto. "Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Furioka Gaozen, son of Furioka Kagato, who is one of the wealthiest and most influential men in all of Konoha, and is a member of the Council of Konoha, and the moment he hears about this he will make you pay dearly for what you did to me." Unfortunately for Gaozen, Naruto wasn't the less bit intimidated by Gaozen's threat, and just lowered his sword a bit more down at the boy's throat, and cutting the skin slightly, and making it bleed. When Gaozen felt the blade at his neck and causing it to bleed slightly, he started to get scared and began to believe that Naruto was going to kill him. "WWWH, what are why you doing?" said Gaozen panic-like. "WWH, weren't you at least listening to me? I heard you quite clearly. And I don't care. Even if you were the son of Kami himself, I still would not care," replied Naruto, as he glared down at the now scared older boy. "WWH, don't do it. I give you a and anything why you want. Money, jewels, gold. I even do anything why you want me to do, just please don't kill me," begged the boy. Becoming disgusted with the cowardly older boy, Naruto then spoke. "Fine then. Here's what I want you to do. From now on, you're never to bother or even come near this girl ever again. Because if you do, I will take away what makes you a man, despite how small it is," said Naruto as he lowered his katana between the boy's leg, making him even more nervous. "And the same goes if I ever hear that you trying to force yourself on another girl again. Am I clear?" said Naruto, and then finished with a small killing intent, which caused a large wet spot started to form between his legs. Not trusting his voice to speak, the boy just nodded, where Naruto then removed his katana from between the boy's legs and stepped away. He then told him to help his friends and to get out of his sight. The boy quickly helped the other two boys up, and they then all ran off with their tails between their legs. Once the three older boys were gone, Naruto put his katana back in his sheath and then slung it back on his back, after which he then turned around to the brown-haired girl he rescued from the boys. "Are you okay, miss?" he asked. "Yes, I fine, thank you," replied the girl, where she started to pick up the groceries that fell to the ground after Gaozen had grabbed her. "Here, let me help you," said Naruto as knelt down to help the girl with her groceries. Thanks again. Eh? Said the girl slightly embarrassed, as she did not know her savior's name. Naruto, he replied. Then thank you, Naruto, and by the way, my name is Ayam, said the girl named Ayam. It is nice to meet you, Ayam, said Naruto as he held out his hand and shook her hand when she held it. I don't mean to sound ungrateful because I am, but you should not have done that, as Galzin will tell his father and can cause a lot of trouble for you, said Ayam. Don't worry about me, I can handle the likes of them, said Naruto, to which Ayam just smiled. Once all the groceries had been all picked up, they headed back to Ayam's father's stand, as Naruto had insisted on carrying the groceries for her and escort back, in case Galzin and his goons tried something else on her way back to her father's stand. Soon enough they arrived at the stand, where Naruto saw that it was a ramen stand. Your stand is a ramen stand? Asked Naruto, to which Ayam just nodded. After which Naruto almost yelled out in excitement, as ramen was his favorite meal in the world. When they went into the stand, Naruto saw a middle-aged man in the stand making some noodles with his hands. When he turned around, he saw Naruto and Ayam entering the stand. Ah, good, Ayam, you're here. I was beginning to get worried as I expected you back 15 minutes ago, said the man who was clearly Ayam's father. Sorry, Tusan, but as I was on my way back here from the store I met Galzin and his goons, replied Ayam with a frown. To which her father had his own frown, as he knew all about Galzin and his attempts to woo his daughter and make her yet another one of his conquests. But thankfully Ayam was too smart for his smooth talking, where she politely told him each time he tried that she wasn't interested in him, although it had not stopped him from keep trying. Ayam's father had been on more than one occasion been tempted to punch the spoiled punk as he continued to harass his daughter, but each time Ayam had calmed him down, telling him doing so would only cause him trouble from Galzin's father. Was he harassing you again? Asked Ayam's father, to which she nodded and told him how this time Galzin had threatened to ruin their stand if she didn't do what he wanted her to. When Tenchi, Ayam's father, heard this, he was furious and was about to go out and hunt down Galzin and wring his neck. Fortunately for Galzin, Ayam was able to stop her father and tell him how Naruto came and helped her and how he handled Galzin and his goons. After hearing this, Tenchi smiled in satisfaction and thanked Naruto for helping his daughter, and as a reward he offered Naruto a free meal at the stand, which Naruto quickly agreed, as he was hungry. For a while Naruto talked to Ayam and her father, as they made the ramen, and told him how he was new here and was entering the ninja academy for the final exams. Since he had been training outside the village with his family, and was given special permission by the Hokage to do the exam and skip the academy years, this of course impressed both Ayam and Tenchi, as they knew that for Naruto to be allowed to skip the academy years and to simply do the final exams to become a full Konoha shinobi, he would have to be quite skilled. Although Ayam already had a fair idea considering how easily Naruto had handled Galzin and his goons. After a little while Ayam handed Naruto a large bowl of hot ramen and told him to enjoy it, which he did. For the moment that the hot noodles were in his mouth, Naruto had stars in his eyes, as this was the best ramen he had ever tasted. Within seconds Naruto quickly ate everything in the bowl. That was great, Ayam-chan, said Naruto, which made the girl smile. Thanks, my Tusen taught me everything I know about cooking, she replied. Is there any more? Asked Naruto, as he was still hungry and was hoping to have more of Ayam's delicious ramen. Sure, as much as you like, said Ayam with a smile and went to get more ramen from the large pot. As Ayam turned around to get more ramen, Naruto started to get a dreamy look in his eyes as he stared at Ayam. A pretty girl who can cook delicious ramen for me whenever I want. I think I'm in love, thought Naruto as he thought about him and Ayam married and her cooking him lots and lots of ramen every day when he came home. 3. After about half an hour and 27 bowls of ramen later, Naruto was finally full. The amount of ramen that Naruto ate naturally shocked Ayam and Tenchi, as the only people that they knew that could eat that much ramen were the Akimichi clan members and Uzumaki Kushina. Once he was full, Naruto thanked Ayam and Tenchi for the free meal and promised to come back again soon. Both Ayam and Tenchi said that he was more than welcome to. Although Tenchi did joke that next time Naruto would have to pay, which caused Naruto to smirk a little. After his meal, Naruto started to head to his new apartment, which was in a quiet area with not too many people, so that Naruto wouldn't be hounded by people once they knew he was Tsunade's son and heir to the Senju clan. As Naruto headed home, he felt that someone was following him. At first he had thought it was nothing, but when he quickly turned around he saw a small figure hiding behind a corner. Deciding to find out who was following him, Naruto quickly turned into the next corner that led to an empty street, where he then made a quick shadow clone and had the clone continue down the street. While he jumped up to a nearby rooftop and hid himself so that he could see who was following him. Soon enough Naruto saw that the figure that was following was the Sandame's grandson Konohamaru, who from the corner he was hiding behind, was watching the Naruto shadow clone walk slowly down the street. Deciding to find out why the boy was following, Naruto quickly but silently jumped down from the roof and snuck up on the unsuspecting Konohamaru, where he then grabbed the boy by the back of his collar and lifted him up in the air with just one hand. "What the hell?" cried Konohamaru in surprise, before he then started to cry out and yelling to let him go, but when he saw that it was Naruto who had him, a confused look appeared on the young Satobi's face. "You," he pointed accusingly. But how? I was watching you and you were down there," said Konohamaru, as he looked back down at the Naruto shadow clone who had stopped and waved at him with a smile before he puffed out of existence. "Huh!" said Konohamaru in confusion as he still did not understand what had happened. Seeing this, Naruto told him that it was just a bunshin. "I knew you were strong and this proves it," cried the boy, after which he started to say out loud about how he was finally able to find someone strong enough to teach him to beat his grandfather and be finally rid of his lame tutor Ebisu. As he started to say this to himself, a large sweat drop formed on the back of Naruto's head since the jutsu he used was just a clone, and although the technique he used was a Jonin level 1, it still wasn't a big a deal as Konohamaru made it out to be. Deciding to find as to why exactly Konohamaru was following, Naruto asking why he was following. "Okay kid, why are you following me and what do you mean by training you? You already have a Jonin training you, so you don't need me to train you," said Naruto. "Yes I do. As you're the only one that won't treat me like a royal brat and keep calling me honorable grandson as well as all that other stuff," replied Konohamaru, where he began to explain how people were always treating him like royalty just because he was the grandson of the Hokage, where they never really acknowledged him as himself and were always comparing him to his grandfather. Upon hearing this, Naruto was sympathetic towards Konohamaru's plight as he knew what it was like to grow up in the shadow of great people where he had a lot to live up. Since his father was the 4th Hokage aka Konoha no Kiroi Senko, Konoha Yellow Flash, hero of the 3rd Great Shinobi World War and savior of Konoha from the Kyuubi. His mother was the legendary Slug Princess, member of the Densetsu no Sannin and probably the world's greatest medic whose skill helped Konoha win the 2nd Great Shinobi World War. While his great-grandfather and great-granduncle were the main founders of Konoha and the Shodame and Nidame Hokages of Konoha and the teachers of the Sandame Hokage. Hence, like with Konohamaru, Naruto had a lot to live up to as the rest of his family cast a long shadow over him, where he had no doubt that people here would soon start calling him Senju-sama and keep comparing him to his mother and ancestors, which was why, like with Konohamaru, Naruto wanted to become Hokage so that he would finally stand out from the rest of his family and stand on equal or higher standing they had. After thinking for a few minutes, Naruto decided to help Konohamaru out a little, where when he told the boy that he helped train him, Konohamaru then started shout and jump for joy. As Konohamaru did this, a devious smirk appeared on Naruto's face, as he thought of something that would make for an excellent prank for both the Sandame and many other people. Once Naruto had calmed Konohamaru down, he brought him over to a small clearing in the forest near one of the training grounds. Once there, Naruto taught Konohamaru a jutsu that he created that would be useful to him, and that would allow him to beat his grandfather. Although it had taken several hours, he eventually got it. Once he did, he made Konohamaru swear never to tell anyone who taught him it. Later on in the Sarutobi's home, after a long day of doing paperwork, the old Hokage came home to relax and even spend some time with his grandson who lived with him, ever since his eldest son and his daughter-in-law, Konohamaru's parents, died on a mission together. Just when Sarutobi was about to sit down in his armchair in the living room, Konohamaru came running into the room with an excited look on his face. "Hey Gigi! I learned a new jutsu that I want to show you," cried the boy as he was eager to try out the jutsu that Naruto had told him could beat his grandfather and nearly any guy in the village. Smiling at his grandson's excitement, Sarutobi told Konohamaru to show him his new jutsu. Having his grandfather go ahead, Konohamaru quickly did a hand seal for a hedge and then cried out, "Oiroku no jutsu, sexy technique," after which a puff of smoke appeared around Konohamaru, where once it dissipated, a young attractive brunette woman appeared where Konohamaru was. The woman was naked and had long brown hair that went down her rear. The smoke, although did cover certain key parts of her body, Sarutobi could still see her perfect hourglass figure and her attractive face. When the old Hokage saw this, a geyser of blood shot out of his nose and blasted him across the room to hit the wall at the other end of the room and passed out from the blood loss, although he did have a perverted grin on his face. When Konohamaru saw this, he quickly turned back to normal and started to jump up and down, shouting happily that he had finally beat his grandfather. Where he then went over and took the Hokage hat from his unconscious grandfather and ran off happily, shouting out that he was the Hokage now, all the while leaving his unconscious grandfather bleeding from the nose with his perverted grin still plastered on his face. Chapter 10 Revealed. 9 o'clock Konoha Council Room. In the early hours of the next morning, the council room in Konoha was busy with activity, as all the clan heads of all of Konoha's major clans, along with several civilian council members, as well as the ANBU commander, and the shinobi elders Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo. They had all been gathered here in this early hour due to the Sandaime Hokage had summoned them all for a special emergency council meeting. Although the strange thing was that none of them knew what was the emergency that the Hokage had summoned them for, not even the Hokage's advisors, the shinobi elders. After a little while, once everyone had settled into their seats in the council room, the Sandaime Hokage entered the room and took his high seat in the council room. Good morning to you all, and thank you all for coming so quickly for this meeting in this early hour on such short notice, as I know it must be an inconvenience for you all, spoke Sarutobi. What is it that was so urgent that you had to speak to us about, Hokage-sama? Asked Hamura. The reason why I have gathered you all here today is to inform you all that yesterday a new genin hopeful, a young boy in fact, has arrived and will be participating in the academy exam today to become a genin of our village, answered Sarutobi. Surely you did not call this meeting just to tell us this? Asked Koharu. Actually, I did, Koharu, replied Sarutobi, surprising many at the Hokage calling a meeting for such a trivial matter. Then there must be something different about this boy then, if you called this meeting to tell us about him, spoke Nara Shikaku, who was on the verge of falling to sleep during this troublesome meeting. At this, Sarutobi smirked. Trust in Nara to hit the nail with the hammer. You are quite correct, Nara-san, as there is indeed something different with this boy, answered the Sandaime with a growing smirk. This boy has lived and has been trained outside the village for his whole life, and you have let this boy, who is an outsider to our village in it, and allowed him to try and become a shinobi for our village without even scanning him or interrogating him, spoke Danzo with a raised eyebrow. It seems that you are getting senile in your old age, Sarutobi, to let a boy from outside our village, who you say has been trained in the shinobi arts outside our village, and let him try and become a shinobi for our village. For all we know, the boy could be a deep cover spy sent into our village to spy on it. Letting the insult about his ability to run the village slide, Sarutobi decided to answer Danzo's remark, as he was going to enjoy the look on Danzo when he revealed Naruto heritage, or at least partly reveal it. The scanning and the interrogation was not needed, Danzo, as I know who the boy is and his mother who trained him, replied Sarutobi with his smirk growing all the more. And exactly who is this boy, Hokage-sama? Asked Yamanaka Inoichi, who was starting to get annoyed, as the Hokage had yet to answer the question, as to who was this boy and why he was being allowed to skip the 4-year-long training in the academy and go right to the exam. The boy name is Naruto, or to be more precise, Senju Naruto, said Sarutobi with a grin, as he saw the utter shocked and stunned looks on all the council members' faces. Nara Shikaku was now wide awake and wide-eyed. Yamanaka Inoichi's jaw had dropped and hit the council table. Akimichi Choza, who had been eating some butter toast, had actually stopped eating and dropped it, showing how shocked he was, since to see a Akimichi dropped food was like seeing a hyperactive Nara. Aburame's shibby dark sunglasses actually slid down enough to allow the Sandaime to see that the Aburame clan head had dark gray eyes. The civilian council members were gapping like fish out of water. Hamura and Koharu were wide-eyed and gapping in disbelief, while Danzo was simply wide-eyed. Inuzuka-san was utterly speechless, which was a first, as usually the Inuzuka clan head was never quiet for very long and was often the most vocal member of the council, well, maybe except for the civilian members when something upset them. Although the ANBU commander mask kept Sarutobi from seeing the ANBU commander's shocked face, his keen shinobi hearing did allow him to hear a gasp of utter astonishment coming from the ANBU commander. Finally, Hyuga Hayashi, whose face had a look of being utterly flabbergasted, which was the most humorous-looking face among the council members, since it was very rare to see the normally neutral and unreadable Hyuga clan head to be so emotional and utterly out of his normal controlled element. Soon enough the council members got out of their shock, where there was much shouting and arguing in the room. Among them was Furioka Kagato, who was the loudest one shouting. That's impossible! Cried Kagato in utter disbelief. Tsunade-sama is the only remaining member of the Senju clan. He must be an imposter. I can assure Council Member Furioka that Naruto is indeed a Senju in both name and in blood, replied Sarutobi calmly. And how exactly can you be so certain of this, Sarutobi? Asked Koharu as she found it hard to accept that there was another Senju member other than Tsunade alive, without any of them knowing about it. Although still at the same time she knew that her former teammate Sarutobi was no fool and could not be easily tricked, hence he had to have some kind of hard evidence that proved this astonishing claim. That is rather simple, Koharu. I was there when he was born, and I know his mother, replied the Sandaime, who was smirking again as he was going to enjoy the looks of shock and disbelief on the council faces once he told them. And who is his mother? Asked Shikaku, who had already guessed who it was as it was obvious to him and a few other council members. His mother is my former student, Tsunade, replied Sarutobi calmly as if he was discussing the weather with them, while inwardly he was laughing his head to at the faces of the council members as they could not believe what their Hokage had just said. As the council were frozen in complete shock, while a certain Nara clan head sighed and muttered silently to himself so that no one could hear him, troublesome Hokage. Once the council member got over their shock, the council once again was filled with loud voices of arguing and shouts of disbelief. Another civilian council member named Akira Shin who was able to shout over the other voices and cry out in disbelief. Tsunade-sama had a child. To which the old Hokage just nodded. Hokage-sama, when did this happen? Asked the stunned Hamura as he still could not get over his head that Tsunade actually had a child. As he along with many others thought that the Senju line would die with her, as she never tried to have any children with anyone after the death of her lover Dan. Although it was not because of lack of effort on Koharu and his part, as both of them, along with several other members on the council, had tried dozens of times to arrange for her to have children with several different shinobi candidates. That would help her produce strong children who would become powerful shinobis when they grew up. Unfortunately for them, Tsunade had stubbornly refused all of them and left the village shortly after with her new apprentice, the niece of her late lover Dan, Shizen, and along with her was their hopes of rebuilding the Senju clan. But now with this revelation their hopes were restored, at the Senju clan line continuing to exist. Tsunade had Naruto about 12 years ago in this village, as she was brought into it secretly, answered Sarutobi. And why were we not informed of this, when she was giving birth? Asked Danzo with a neutral expression, although inside he was very keen on learning everything he could about Naruto, as he knew that Naruto would be an extremely valuable asset to both him and the village if was trained and used correctly. The reason why no one was told about this was because Tsunade wished it to be kept quiet and made me along with her apprentice Shizen and Jiraiya not to tell anyone, replied the old Hokage. And why were we not told? We had a right to know this, said Koharu as she believed that news such as this should have been revealed to them the moment it happened. As she and Hamura believed that as members of the council and as former students of Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage, they had a right to know of a new Senju heir being born. As the boy was the best hope of rebuilding the Senju clan, the main founders of Konoha, and was the descendant of both the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages. Tsunade believed that if she told you or other members of the council, you would try and force her to stay here and raise Naruto here, said Sarutobi. And why should he not? The boy is of Senju blood and heir to the Senju clan, and he belongs in Konoha as it was his clan who were the main founders of our village. If the boy had stayed, then he could have been protected here and have gotten anything he needed. Tsunade took an unnecessary risk in leaving the village with the boy. If the other villages had learned of his existence and found out that he was living outside the village, then they would have either sent shinobis to kidnap the boy so to rebuild the Senju clan in their villages, or they would have sent shinobis to kill the boy and prevent him rebuilding the clan in Konoha, replied Koharu. Tsunade believed that the risk was worth taking, which I agreed with as well at the time, since if Naruto had stayed in the village and the people learned of Naruto's lineage, they would have treated Naruto like royalty and given him everything and denied him nothing, answered Sarutobi. And why should he not be treated as so? The boy is the sole heir to the most noble clan in all of Konoha, spoke another civilian member named Tanaka Saka. Because if Naruto had been raised here, with all that fame and attention especially at a young age, it would be enough to turn any child's head, where Naruto would grow up spoiled, arrogant, and would not value hard work. Since he would believe that just because he is descendant of powerful shinobis he would be handed power on a silver platter. Naruto would also believe that he is better than others because of his heritage and belittle and look down on others, who he believed were not worthy of being around him. which many people would help encourage by continuing praising him for being the heir to the Senju clan. Hence this is why I believed it was best that Naruto was raised outside the village where he would be away from all that and would be raised as a normal boy, who respects others and does not believe he is better than them because of his noble heritage. Spoke Sarutobi, who was glad that the plan worked as Naruto had become a perfectly normal and respectful young man just as he had hoped for. After hearing the Sandaime Hokage's reasoning, many of the council members such as the clan heads, the ANBU commanders and even most of the shinobi elders had to agree that what the Sandaime and Tsunade had done was indeed the correct decision, as the last thing that they needed was a spoiled and arrogant shinobi who would most likely embarrass or shame the Senju clan and their village. But still there was some that still did not like the fact that the knowledge of Naruto's existence was kept from them. But Sarutobi, the fact remains that you and Tsunade took a great risk with the boy's life, where he could have been easily killed or kidnapped by our enemies had they learned of his existence. Spoke Koharu. True, there was some risk, Koharu, but not as great as you claim, as Tsunade took every precaution when keeping Naruto's existence a secret and not to attract attention to them. The fact that Naruto is here, alive, healthy and safe, shows how she was able to do it and raise him to be a happy, healthy and normal boy, said Sarutobi with a hit of pride, as Tsunade had raised Naruto to become a fine young man, showing she had been a good mother to him. Deciding to change the subject a little, Shibi decided to ask something that he had been wondering since he learned of Naruto being Tsunade's son. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but I have been wondering, who is Naruto-sama father? At this question much mutter began with the council, as many of them had forgotten that fact, and were now curious as to who was Naruto's father. I'm afraid I do not know, lied Sarutobi, as Tsunade refused to tell me who was Naruto's father, although she told me before she gave birth that Naruto's father was dead. Upon hearing this, many of the council members were unhappy, but they soon got over it, as it was not really important who Naruto's father was. At the same time, though, Sarutobi was smirking inside his head, as he imaged a look of shock that council members would have if he told them who Naruto's father was. But he quickly pushed that thought aside, as he knew that if he did tell the council, then it would most likely be leaked to the rest of the village, where the people would be practically bowing to Naruto on hands and knees wherever he walked, because of his heritage, and he would be hounded by an endless amount of families that would try to have Naruto marry one of their daughters, so to improve their social status. Not to mention other villages like Iwa would eventually find out, and they would send out countless assassins after Naruto for revenge for what the Yondaime did to them, and to prevent him from growing up and becoming a threat to them. It seems then that fate must love ironies, spoke Hayashi, and gaining everyone's attention, as it seems that there are now only 2 members each, belonging to the Senju and Uchiha clans, where the youngest members and heirs of both clans are now in Konoha and are now in the same graduation class, while the other members of each clans are living outside the village, where one is a wanted S-class missing nin and the other is living in self-imposed exile. At this, much murmuring was heard in the council room, as many had to agree with the Hayashi's statement about it being ironic, as it was very likely that the legendary rivalry of the Senju and Uchiha clans could once again restart with those 2 boys, in the very village that their ancestors helped build together. Especially if you consider the fact that they are in the same class together, and will be on either the same team or on rival teams, where if you also consider their pedigree, as both boys have the same blood as some of the most powerful shinobis that have ever lived running through their veins, then you can no doubt expect that both their clans' ancient rivalry for one another would reemerge again in them. Hokage-sama, spoke the ANBU commander, if I may ask, do you know what exactly young Naruto-sama is capable of, and what his mother has taught him? This question of course got much muttering from the council members, as they were all curious to know what the new Senju heir was capable of doing and if he had inherited any of his mother's talents. I'm afraid not, as Naruto would not say, but he has told me that my other former student Jiraiya would be arriving here in a few days' time to inform me, as he helped to train Naruto, replied the old Kage truthfully. Although many on the council were disappointed at not knowing what Naruto was capable of, there was still exciting muttering to be heard in the room, as the fact that Naruto had been trained by not 1 but 2 senins told them that Naruto could be very powerful for his young age. Many even began to mutter that Naruto could be the Senju clan version of Itachi, although without the whole going mad and killing off his clan part. For the next few minutes the council continued to discuss different things about Naruto, but after a while Sarutobi decided to end the meeting, as the council knew all that they needed to know for now. When the meeting ended, the council members left the council room, continued to mutter amongst themselves about Naruto. Many who had sons around Naruto age planned to try get them to befriend Naruto, while those with daughters planned to try and get their daughters to get close to him in the hopes that they could eventually set up an arranged marriage between their daughters and him. Since sooner or later Naruto would have to marry and have children of his own, so to rebuild and continue on the Senju line. 9:30 at Konoha's academy today was a big day for Chunin tutor Irika, who was standing in front of 29 young genin hopefuls who had been his students for the past 4 years. Many of which he was going to miss, as he had grown quite fond of them all. As he looked over them, he saw several that he knew would pass and become genins and possible great ninjas in time. Students such as Uchiha Sasuke, who was the last surviving Uchiha member of the once great Uchiha clan in the village, who had been wiped out by Sasuke's older brother Uchiha Itachi. Another person was Naruto Shikamaru, who, despite his lazy habits, where he would do hardly any work and spend most of his time sleeping, had a brilliant mind and was a tactical genius. Also another noteworthy student was Aburame Shino, who was like all Aburame clan members, who were logical, calm-thinking shinobis with sound minds and good tactical skills. After a few minutes of reminiscing, Irika believed he had done enough and decided to get things going for the exam, where he then signaled to his assistant Mizuki that it was time to begin the exam. "Good morning, class," spoke Irika, where the class responded in like. "Now, as you know, today is the last day that we will be together as a class, and I hope you are all ready from your exam now, as you know we will dash," said Irika, but was then interrupted by a knock on the door. Irika then turned to the door and told the person to enter, where a young spiky blonde-haired boy in a green zip-up top and green trousers and a sword on his back came in. "Excuse me, are you Irika-san?" asked the boy, where Irika just nodded. "I was told that you were expecting me," replied the boy. Upon hearing this, Irika suddenly remembered that a few weeks ago the Hokage had told him that a boy from outside village would be attending the academy exam, as he had been given special permission by the Hokage to do so. Irika mentally slapped himself for forgetting this, where he then looked over to the boy and smiled. "Yes, of course, forgive me, I forgot that you would be joining us today," said Irika. "That is okay, Irika-san, I understand. Also, I was told by the Jiji to give you this," said Naruto, who got a confused look from Irika and everyone else in the room, excepted for Sasuke, Shino and Shikamaru, as they hardly ever show any sign of interest in anything, when Naruto said Jiji. "And may I ask who is your Jiji?" asked Irika. "The Sandaime Hokage, of course," said Naruto plainly. "That's a lie," cried a long pink-haired girl as she stood up and pointed at Naruto accusingly. "The Hokage has only one grandson and he is only 8. Naruto turned to the girl and looked at her angrily, as he hated be called a liar when he wasn't lying. "I'm not lying. Jiji may not be my grandfather by blood, but he is the closest thing to one that I have, as he was like a father to my mother. Here. This explains everything," said Naruto, as he then turned and handed Irika the note that Sarutobi gave him yesterday. Irika took the note and spent the next few minutes reading what the Hokage had said on it. When he finished, Irika's eyes were as wide as saucers, where he turned to Naruto, who just nodded, telling him it was true. Irika knew it wasn't a fake, as he knew the Hokage's writing, but he still had a hard time believing what he had just read and just spent the next 2 minutes staring at Naruto. This of course greatly annoyed him, as he didn't like people staring at him, as it felt creepy. "Irika-sensei, what's wrong?" asked a blonde-haired girl named Ino. "What was in that note? And why are you staring at that boy?" she continued to ask, as she hated being ignored and kept out of some juicy gossip, and this look definitely looked like the juicy kind. Irika quickly got over his shock and then turned to his class, although the shock of what he just found out could still be seen on his face. "Class, we have a new student who will be joining us in the exam, who has been trained outside the village with his family. Hence he has been given special permission by the Hokage himself to be allowed to skip the standard academy training years and go right to the graduation exam to become an official shinobi of Konoha," spoke Irika, where he would have continued had Kiba not interrupted him. "What?" cried Kiba, who was angry that this kid, who came out of nowhere, was given special permission by the Hokage to skip the 4 years of training that the rest of them had to do. Even Sasuke was annoyed by this, as he was never given that offer, and he was the last Uchiha in Konoha. "As I said, Kiba, he has been training with his family outside the village, and the Hokage feels that he is more than ready to take the academy exam. Due to his training with his family, and to put him in the proper training program of the academy would just hinder his growth," replied Irika calmly. "Then who the hell is this guy?" said Kiba angrily, as he pointed at Naruto and glared at him. And what the hell makes him so much more special than us to be allowed to skip the academy training years that the rest of us did? Said Kiba, and was backed up by his K9 partner Akamaru, who barked in agreement. His name is Naruto, Senju Naruto, replied Irika, shocking everyone in the room, including Irika assistant Mizuki. It is nice to meet you all, spoke Naruto as he bowed respectfully to the class. But Irika-sensei, that's impossible. You said that the only remaining member of the Senju clan was Tsunade-sama of the Sennin, said the long pink-haired girl in surprise. Well, Sakura, I'm afraid that I was misinformed, as Naruto here is indeed a member of the Senju clan, as he is Tsunade-sama's son, answered Irika, shocking everyone in the room further, as none of them even knew that Tsunade of the Sennin had a child. For the next few minutes everyone in the room minus Irika just stared at Naruto in a mixture of wonder and awe, which greatly annoyed Naruto. A member of the legendary Senju clan, and the son of one of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary 3 ninjas, perhaps he might be worth some time and actually be a challenge, unlike the rest of these losers, thought Sasuke as he eyed Naruto with a calculated look and measured him up, so to see if he was worth his time. Tsunade-sama had a son! Orochimaru-sama will want to know this, thought Mizuki. Now Naruto, if you please, will you sit up at the top next to Hinata over there so that we can begin the exam, said Irika. Naruto nodded and even smiled at the Chunin tutor, as he was glad that Irika treated him like any other student and didn't call him Naruto-sama. Although his smile quickly faded when he saw that everyone in the class were staring at him as he went up to his seat to the young Hyuga girl called Hinata. Ohio Hinata-san, it's nice to meet you, said Naruto with a friendly smile and held out his hand in friendship. Hinata, of course, being very shy and insecure, and was very hesitant to say anything to someone from such a famed, renowned and powerful clan, one more renowned, powerful and famous than her own, as well as the son of the strongest kunoichi in Konoha if not the entire world. Hence it was only naturally for her to be intimidated by him, as she was afraid of saying or doing something wrong that would make him angry at her and her clan, making her an even greater shame and failure to her father and to her clan. Keikei Kenichiha and Enenera Naruto Sasama, stuttered Hinata nervously. Please call me Naruto, as I hate being called Naruto-sama along with the rest of those stuffy titles, replied Naruto with a friendly smile, which of course made the girl blush bright red at being allowed to call someone of the same if not higher social status as Naruto in such a common title, as if they were on equal status or were already well acquainted. Hi, Naenera Naruto-san, stuttered Hinata again, which caused Naruto smile, which in turn made the girl blush brighter red. Before either of them could even speak again, Mizuki came up and handed them both the question sheets for the exam. For the next 2.5 hours, Naruto and the other students worked on the exam questionnaire. The questionnaire wasn't all that hard, as Naruto had already gone all over this kind of stuff with Shizen and his mother. Once time was up, Mizuki came up and collected all the sheets from the students, where Irika then told them to come outside with them to do the practical parts of the exam, which was something that Naruto was looking forward to. Irika then told them that they were going to test them on their throwing and aiming, where they would first throw their shurikens at the target pole, after which they were then to throw their shurikens at the 3 target dummies. For the next hour each of the students took their turns at the target poles and the target dummies. Shino hit 8 out of the 10 targets points on the target pole, and got 3 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 4 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 4 out of 5 again on the third. Kiba hit 6 out of the 10 targets points on the target pole, and got 3 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 2 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 4 out of 5 on the third. Sakura hit 5 out of the 10 targets points on the target pole, and got 2 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 1 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 3 out of 5 on the third. Hinata hit 7 out of the 10 targets points on the target pole, and got 4 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 3 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 4 out of 5 again on the third. Finally, the last students remaining were Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke got all the targets points on the target pole at once, where he threw all 10 of his shurikens at once, where they all hit the target's points on the target pole dead center at roughly the same time. Upon seeing this, Sasuke's fangirls started to scream and cheer loudly at how their Sasuke-kun was so cool and talented and that he was the best. Sasuke for his part ignored the girls' screaming, while Naruto cringed at the loud screams, after which he shook his head in annoyance, as his mother had told him all about fangirls and how they were the bane of all true kunoichis. He could also not help but be disappointed that all the girls in the class, minus Hinata, were fangirls, which went to show how far the Konoha Academy standards had fallen since his mother's time, and it would greatly annoy her when she came to Konoha and he told her this. Naruto then turned to watch Sasuke as he then threw some more shurikens at the target dummies where he hit all 5 target points on all 3 target dummies. This of course resulted in more screams of joy from Sasuke's fangirls, much to Naruto's annoyance. After Sasuke was finished, Iruka then called Naruto up, but as Iruka handed Naruto the 10 shurikens he needed to throw for the target pole, Naruto decided to ask Iruka a question. "Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, but I was wondering, would it be okay if we threw something else other than shurikens at the target pole and the target dummies, if we have them?" At this question Iruka began to think it over for a moment. "Well, at the target pole you have to throw the shurikens that I gave you, but with the target dummies, I see no problem as long as they are standard shinobi weapons and you have them yourself." Naruto nodded in acceptance as he found it fair, where he then turned to face the target pole and like with Sasuke he threw all 10 of his shurikens at once, where they all hit the target's points on the target pole dead center at roughly the same time, much to the shock and surprise of everyone. After which Naruto then turned to face the target dummies and took out 5 senbon's needles and 5 kunais from his pouch, where he held the senbon needles in his left hand and held the kunais in the right hand, and like with the shurikens at the target pole, Naruto threw all 5 senbon needles and all 5 kunais at once at the first and second target dummies and hit all 5 target points on each of the dummies dead center at roughly the same time. He then quickly took out another 5 shurikens and threw them all at once at the last target dummy, where like with the others they hit all 5 target points dead center at roughly the same time. Many of the students were greatly surprised by this as they didn't expect anyone other than Sasuke to get a perfect score like that on the throwing exam. After seeing this Iruka was just as surprised, but quickly smiled. It seems that Naruto lives up to his heritage, and by judging the look on Sasuke's face, it seems that the ancient rivalry of the Senju and Uchiha clans still lives on in the last of their descendants. Though Iruka, when he turned and saw Sasuke looking at Naruto keenly with a calculating gaze. Soon after the throwing and aiming test Iruka began the taijutsu exam, where he started to call out people in pairs and had them fight each other in taijutsu to see how well their taijutsu skills were. For the next 40 minutes the students fought each other in taijutsu where some won and others lost. Naruto watched their fights, but most weren't really worth watching, but even still there were a small few that were. Some like Hinata's fight against Sakura, where Sakura attacked Hinata with her knowledge of basic academy level taijutsu and was easily defeated by Hinata, who used her superior gentle fist fighting style to quickly disable and defeat Sakura. Another was Choji against a student named Koda where he used his size and power to defeat Koda. The final one of noteworthy attention was Sasuke against another academy student named Tobio, where Sasuke used his more advanced taijutsu skill and training to completely overwhelm Tobio and defeated him without too much trouble. Finally came Naruto's turn, where funny enough his opponent was Kiba. When Naruto heard his name being called out with Kiba's, he took his katana off as he could not wear it on his back during a taijutsu fight even if he wasn't going to use it. He then gave it to Hinata who was standing next to him, and asked her to hold it on for him while he fought Kiba. This of course caused the girl to blush bright red again at being trusted to hold on to Naruto katanas while he fought Kiba, where she then stuttered to Naruto that she would. "Ha! Yes! I got that Senju guy, now I can show him who is the top dog here," said Kiba as he was confident that he would beat Naruto. Kiba's comment was then followed by several barks from his K9 partner Akamaru, who took the barks as encouragement from Akamaru, telling him that he could beat Naruto with no problem. "Don't worry boy, I'm going to kick this guy but so badly that he will wish he had stayed home," said a confident Kiba, as he took Akamaru off his head and put him on the ground, as this was taijutsu only battle and Akamaru could not help him, not that he believed he needed Akamaru's help. Unfortunately for Kiba, if he had listened more carefully to Akamaru instead of listening to what he wanted to hear, he would have heard what Akamaru was really saying, which was Akamaru saying that Kiba should watch out and not underestimate Naruto as he could sense that Naruto was very strong. Soon enough Kiba and Naruto were on the fighting platform facing one another. "I don't care even if you are of the Senju clan and the son of a Sannin, you're going down and I going send you crying back to your mammy," spoke Kiba confidently. "Big talk. But then again I expect nothing less from the run of the litter, who is all bark and no bite," retorted Naruto, which got Kiba angry at the dog insults to him. When Iruka cried out, "Begin," Kiba charged right at Naruto, but before he could even run across halfway through the gap between him and Naruto, Naruto disappeared within a blink of an eye. Before Kiba could fully realize that Naruto was gone, he then felt a massive overwhelming pain coming from his stomach that almost made him throw up his breakfast. When he looked down he saw Naruto kneeling down and elbowing him in the stomach. "Hho how did you?" said Kiba but could not form the words due to the pain. But still Naruto knew what he was trying to say, where he quickly got back up on his feet and looked down at Kiba, who was now keeled over and holding his stomach in pain. "How did I do that?" "You ask," said Naruto with a smirk. "Simple really. When Irika-sensei said begin, and you charged at me, I saw opening that just screamed at me to attack, and I just did," stated Naruto as if it was nothing. After which he then left the platform, where Mizuki quickly went onto the platform and went to check over Kiba. At the same time as Naruto was walking off the platform, many of the students could not help but stare at him, as many of them could not believe at what they just saw, as they all knew that Kiba was no wimp in a taijutsu battle, but yet Naruto had beaten him like he was nothing. "Did you see that?" said one student. "He just disappeared and beat Kiba with a single hit," said another student. "He's good," spoke another student. "He's spectacular," said a female student. "Well, come on, what do you expect? He's is a Senju and is the son of Tsunade-sama of the Tsunade," said another female student. Naruto ignored the students' stares and comments. Even though he hated them, he knew if he reacted to them it just would encourage them to talk about him more. Although unfortunately, had he been paying just a little more attention to them, he would have found out that there was now a new fan club being formed out of now many former Sasuke fangirls. Hence the Senju Naruto fan club was now born, spelling trouble for Naruto in the future as well as Hinata, as many of Naruto's new fangirls did not like how friendly Hinata was with their Naruto-kun, and how he would talk to her, and how she would blush every time that Naruto talked to her. At the same time, Irika was watching Naruto with nothing short of amazement, as he was barely able to follow Naruto movements, where he took down Kiba with just one hit. Incredible! To be so strong at such a young age, but again I'd expect nothing less from a member of the Senju clan, thought Irika. So it seems that you are strong. Though Sasuke, as he watched Naruto talk to the shy Hyuga heiress with the same calculating eyes he'd been watching him since he first saw him. "You just might be worth fighting and testing myself against Senju Naruto." Soon after the taijutsu test, Irika told the class that they would have a 1-hour lunch break and then they would have the ninjutsu test. When Irika said this, Naruto then turned to Hinata. "Hey Hinata, would you like to have lunch with me? As I don't know many people here, and it would be nice to have some company while having lunch." Why you AAC actually wanted to have lunch with me?" asked Hinata in nervous surprise, as she did not think that Naruto would think that she was worth having lunch with. "Yeah, why not? We're friends, aren't we?" asked Naruto. "FF friends?" asked Hinata, as she did not have many friends other than her younger sister, as most of the other students kept away from her. Thinking that she would not talk to commoners like them, as she came from one of the most noble clans in all of Konoha. Not to mention many of the students thought that Hinata was kind of weird, as she hardly ever spoke, always stuttered and never looked at people in the face, and always looked down when speaking to someone. "Yeah, we are, so come on," said Naruto as he took Hinata's hand, which made the girl turn bright red, where Naruto led her to a bench nearby. For the next hour or so Naruto and Hinata talked about different things. Well, technically Naruto talked and Hinata stuttered. Hinata told Naruto about the different things that there were in Konoha and what happens in it at certain times, as well as talked about bits about her clan. Naruto in turn talked about some of the things that he did when he traveled with his mother and Shizen, and even told her all about their pet Big Tonton, which Hinata found a little strange but did not comment much about it. As the two talked, they were also being secretly watched by the newly formed Naruto fan club. As they watched Naruto and Hinata, many of the girls were jealous of the fact that Hinata got to eat lunch alone with their Naruto-kun. Many of the girls wanted to go over there and break up the two, send Hinata off while they spent time with their Naruto-kun. But fortunately for Hinata and them, the smarter members of the club, as smart as fangirls go, convinced the others not to do so, as it would most likely cause their Naruto-kun to think badly of them for doing so. Besides spying on him and Hinata and listening to Naruto talk about the different things he did with his mother, allowed them to gain more insight on Naruto, which they could use to get close to him to make him theirs. When lunchtime was over, Naruto and Hinata headed back to classroom, where the rest of the class would be waiting to do the ninjutsu part of the exam. For the next 2 hours the students went one by one into a small room in next to the classroom, where Irika and Mizuki had them do the basic academy ninjutsu. where if they were able to do all three then they would have officially passed the exam and become a genin, and if they failed to do all three then they would fail and have to repeat the year. During the course of the 2 hours the students came in and out of the small room. Some came out with headbands on their heads, while others came out with none, with disappointed faces. Over time Naruto noticed many different people had succeeded becoming genins, some like Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and much to his surprise Ino and Sakura, who from what Naruto saw were probably the biggest fangirls in the whole class. As all they cared about was dieting so to have the bodies look tin, washing their hair, and making themselves look good and gained Sasuke attention, when Naruto saw them with their headbands on their heads. He just shook his head, since it was the final proof he needed to prove how the Shinobi Academy in Konoha had fallen very low in their standards if they allowed fangirls like those two become ninjas for Konoha. Eventually Naruto's turn came up, after Sasuke came out of the room with a Konoha headband on his head, which caused his fangirls to scream and cry out that Sasuke was the greatest. After Naruto's name was called out by Iruka, Naruto got out of his seat to go over to the room. As he did, Hinata wished him luck. "GG, good luck and Naruto-san." "Thanks, Hinata." Soon enough Naruto entered the room, where he found Iruka and Mizuki sitting behind a small wooden table and facing him. "Okay Naruto, to pass this test you need to complete all 3 standard academy jutsus: the Henge, transformation technique, Kawarimi no jutsu, body replacement technique, and Bunshin no jutsu, clone technique. Once you have completed that you will have passed and officially become a Konoha ninja," said Iruka, where Nada just nodded in understanding. Naruto first did a Henge where he turned into a perfect copy of Iruka, after which Naruto then did a Bunshin no jutsu, where created a perfect copy of himself. After that he dispelled the clone, and then did a Kawarimi no jutsu with a broomstick that was at the corner of the room behind Iruka and Mizuki. "Very good Naruto, that was perfect," spoke Iruka with a smile, where he handed Naruto a Konoha headband, who took it gladly and tied it to his head and walked out the room with a smile. When the class saw Naruto coming out with his headband on his head, the newly formed Naruto fan club started to cry and scream out that they knew he could do it and that he was the best. Naruto just politely nodded his thanks to them, and went to sit next to Hinata, who slyly smiled at Naruto passing while Naruto grinned back to her. Once everyone was done, Iruka and Mizuki came out of the small room and gave out the score, where in the exam both Naruto and Sasuke tied with the top score of the exam. But since Sasuke did all 4 years in academy, he would be given the title of the Rookie of the Year, since the title was given to the student with the highest score, which was added by his or her total grade throughout the 4 years of the academy and the exam. Sakura would be given the title of Top Kunoichi, as she had gotten the highest score on the paper exam and a perfect in the ninjutsu, despite getting an average in the throwing and aiming part of the exam and the taijutsu. Upon hearing this, Naruto had to hold back a groan, as this once again proven without a shadow of a doubt that Konoha Academy standards had fallen to an all-time low if fangirls like Sakura were the top kunoichis. Finally, Iruka then announced that Naruto was the dead last of the class due to the only grade they had for him was the grade of the graduation exam. Upon hearing this, Naruto shrugged his shoulders, as he didn't really care about academy title like dead last or Rookie of the Year, as they meant nothing to him, and they meant nothing in the real world. He was actually glad he got the title, as it showed that Iruka was being fair and not treating him special because he was a Senju and Tsunade's son. If Iruka had tried to give him the title of Rookie of the Year, he would have refused it, as he knew he would have only given it to him because of his heritage, and not because he had earned it. When Kiba heard that Naruto was the dead last, he started to cheer and yell happily. "HH!" cried Kiba. He pointed up at Naruto. "See, this proves that you're not so hot after all, you're the class dope." "Kiba! That's enough!" said Iruka angrily, as he did not like Kiba was saying, especially since he hated seeing children making fun of others and making a show out of them. "The only reason Naruto is the dead last is because we added up your total scores over the 4 years in the academy, where we add them up together to make up the grade, and since Naruto only joined us today, we only have this score to base him on. If he had been with us the full 4 years in the academy, I have no doubt that Naruto would have tied with Sasuke for Rookie of the Year, as his score in the exam was as high as Sasuke's." At this remark, Kiba just scowled, as Iruka had ruined his chance to make a show out of Naruto and pay him back for beating him in their taijutsu spar and humiliating him in front of everyone in the class. "That's okay, Iruka-san. I don't really care about his remarks, as they mean nothing to me, as titles like that dead last and Rookie of the Year mean nothing to me, and they mean nothing in the real shinobi world. Besides, my mother's teammate and my godfather Jiraiya was the dead last in his class, and yet later on he, along with my mother, and their teammate Orochimaru, became the Sannin, some of the greatest shinobis in Konoha, and he is also the strongest one among the three of them," replied Naruto. Sasuke muttered a grunt in agreement with Naruto, as what he said was true, and besides he could care less about being named Rookie of the Year, as it was a meaningless title to him as well. "Ha, you're only saying that so to make yourself look like a less of a dope than you are," retorted Kiba, as he wasn't going to let Naruto get away without getting back a little at Naruto, even if they were only cheap remarks. "Kiba!" cried Iruka, as he was about to hold the boy back for dentition if he continued like this, even if today was his last day here as a student. He was then about to tell Kiba to sit down and be quiet, but stopped when he saw Naruto hold out his hand, telling to let him handle Kiba. "Really, Kiba? Because if I'm the dope, then what does that make you then? Since I did beat you in our taijutsu spar with just one hit, so wouldn't that make you worse than the class dope?" said Naruto with a smirk on his face. Where the whole class then erupted in laughter at Kiba's humiliating, as he had walked right into that one. Kiba himself turned beet red and angry and wanted nothing more than to attack Naruto then, and therefore making him into an even bigger fool in front of the class. But fortunately for him, Akamaru started barking at him, telling him not to or he'd get into more trouble than he already was in. Hence Kiba sat down and fumed at his seat for the remainder of the day. Once class fully ended, Iruka and Mizuki bid farewell to the class, where the students all went out to their parents, who were waiting from them, to greet them and congratulate or comfort their children, whether they passed or failed. Naruto accompanied Hinata out of the academy, telling her that he would keep her company until her parents came to pick her up. Hinata blushed red from embarrassment and mumbled out that he did not have to, as she would be okay by herself, but Naruto insisted, as they were friends now, which caused the shy young girl to blush again. As they waited, Naruto saw mothers, fathers, or both greet their children as they came out. As Naruto watched, then he could not help but think about his mother and his surrogate big sister and godmother Shizen, as this was the first real time that he had been away for so long from either of them, and although he would not say it out loud, he did miss them and wish they were here with him. As he watched the parents and their children being together, he noticed several of the students pointing at him to their parents, no doubt telling them who he was to them. Where many parents turned to stare at Naruto with looks of shock, amazement, and wonder. Seeing this, Naruto quickly looked away, pretending not to notice them, as he did not want to deal with stuff like this right now. Fortunately for Naruto, a distraction arrived to distract him away from the gawking students and their parents. This distraction came in the form of a tall and very attractive-looking raven-haired woman, with bright crimson-red eyes, who wore a single red sleeve and white patterned bandages with a ninja fishnet shit underneath it. When Naruto saw this woman, he had a small blush on his face, as the woman was extremely beautiful, where she could easily challenge his mother's beauty when she was young. He also had no doubt that if his godfather Jiraiya was here right now, he would already be writing down her description on his notepad and place her as one of the main characters in his next book. "Hello, Hinata, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, as I was delayed with some things," spoke the woman in a polite and kind voice, where she then turned to Naruto and smiled, showing her crimson-colored lip, which made Naruto blush again. "And who is your friend here?" Hinata then stuttered out nervously who Naruto was, where the woman's eyes quickly widened in shock when Hinata told her who Naruto was. After which Hinata then introduced the woman as Yuhi Kurenai, and told him that she was her private tutor that her father had assigned to her, and was her escort to and from the academy. Naruto politely bowed to Kurenai, telling her that it was a pleasure to meet her. Kurenai of course replied in so and called him Senju-sama. When Naruto then told her that Naruto would be fine, where Kurenai nodded in understanding and called him so. After seeing the large group of parents now staring at him, Naruto decided to take his leave before he drew any more attention to himself by being her. After which he bade goodbye to Hinata and Kurenai and told Hinata he would see her tomorrow for the team placements, which caused the girl to blush a smile a little. After which he then Shunshin body flickered away in a whirlwind of leaves, surprising Kurenai and Hinata as well as the rest of the people watching from afar, since many of them did not expect a genin fresh out of the academy to know that technique. Later in the evening, in front of the Hokage's residence at near around sunset, the people and shinobis of Konoha were gathered around in the open area in front of the Hokage's residence. They were here because they had all been informed that the Hokage was going to make an important announcement. Soon enough, once everyone had arrived, the Hokage came out of his office accompanied by his advisors Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, and stood up on the balcony and began to speak to the people and shinobis below. "People of Konoha, thank you all for coming here this evening on such short notice. cried the Sandaime in a low voice so that people below could hear him. "Now, as you have all been told, I have an important announcement to make to you all, although I know that some of you are already aware or have guessed what this announcement is about, but most of you are still unaware, hence I shall tell you now. Yesterday morning a young boy arrived in Konoha, to become a shinobi for our village. Now many of you may ask why something like that should matter and cause me to have this gathering. The reason being is because of who this boy is," said the Sandaime, which caused much muttering and commotions among the crowd, but it was quickly silenced when the Sandaime began to speak again. "This boy to whom I speak of is Senju Naruto, son of my former pupil Senju Tsunade of the Sennin, great-grandson to the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the main founder of our village, as well as great-grandnephew of my sensei the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and heir to the Senju clan," announced Sarutobi, completely shocking and stunning nearly everyone in the village, as no one could have ever guessed that another member of the Senju clan existence, and was in fact the son of Tsunade the Slug Princess. Before the people could fully get over their shock and would start shouting why they were only being told now and where has Naruto been the past 12 years, the Sandaime quickly spoke out again. "Now many of you are no doubt wondering why I am only telling you all now and where Naruto has been the past 12 years. The reason is that upon Naruto's birth, Tsunade feared for her son's life, as she feared that her enemies would learn of her son's existence, and that they would attack him as revenge for her act against them. Hence she kept her pregnancy and her giving birth to a son secret, and then went into hiding so that he would be safe, until the time was right for him to come to Konoha to become a shinobi for Konoha," spoke old Hokage. Even though the story was not exactly true, it was still believable and everyone accepted it without question as it made sense. Where after hearing the explanation, excited chattering erupted in the crowd as it was just revealed to them that Tsunade had an heir and there was now an heir of the Senju clan where clan could continue on. Soon enough Sarutobi called for silence again, where he then asked for the people and the shinobis to treat Naruto as a normal person as he did not wish for any special treatment, and he also asked them to respect Naruto's right to privacy. Although Sarutobi knew that only some would do what he asked, mainly the shinobis and some civilians, many people, mainly civilians and some shinobis, would still go out of their way to treat Naruto like some kind of prince, despite what he said, but it was still worth a short. Once Sarutobi had finished his announcement, he called the gathering to an end and wished the people a good night, where the crowd then began to disperse, where many people began to head home, all the while talking amongst themselves what they had just learned. Later on that evening in the forest just outside the Konoha walls, just outside the main walls of Konoha, in the forest Naruto was traveling back into Konoha. Sarutobi had allowed Naruto to go outside the village to train as he announced Naruto's identity to the people, so that he would not be hounded by the people of Konoha after they learned who he really was. As he neared the main gate of Konoha, Naruto sensed that someone was heading right for him. Not knowing who it was, Naruto decided to hide and see who it was. After a minute or so, Naruto saw that the person he sensed was Kiba, with Akamaru following closely behind him. Fortunately for Naruto, Kiba had not smelled him with his enhanced smell, as he was too preoccupied with heading to his destination. As Kiba went past him, Naruto noticed that he was carrying a scroll on his back. Naruto quickly recognized the scroll as the Forbidden Scroll of Konoha, as his mother had told him all about it when she told him about the history of their clan. Inside the scroll was a list of extremely powerful jutsus. The scroll had been found by his great-grandfather, the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama, before he founded Konoha. The scroll also contained other forbidden ninjutsus that were created by the other Hokages over the years. Naruto knew that if that scroll were ever to fall into the wrong hands or to Konoha's enemies, then Konoha would surely be destroyed. Also, Naruto started to wonder why Kiba had stolen the scroll from the Hokage's residence, since as arrogant and as big of a jerk as Kiba was, he was still no traitor. Hence Naruto realized that there was more to this than it appeared. But before Naruto could even chase after Kiba, he sensed another person coming towards him. Deciding to see who it was, Naruto stayed hidden in the bushes he was in. Soon enough Naruto saw the Chunin Irika go by, who was clearly chasing after Kiba. Deciding to see the events unfold, and in case Irika needed help, Naruto followed him. As Kiba traveled toward his rendezvous point, he could not help but be pleased with himself at completing a task that neither Sasuke nor Naruto were able to do. He remembered Mizuki coming up to him later on after the academy when he saw Kiba alone, where he then told him of a special test that only certain students could take, where if they completed they would be given a powerful A-rank jutsu as a prize. He told Kiba that both Sasuke and Naruto had tried and failed the test, as they were both allowed to try it since they were from powerful clans. Mizuki then told him after seeing how Naruto humiliated Kiba in front of the class, he had called in a favor from a friend to allow him a chance to do the test and prove that he was better than both Sasuke and Naruto. When Kiba heard this, he jumped at the chance of showing up not only Naruto but also Sasuke. Soon enough, Kiba arrived at the clearing where he waited to meet Mizuki as planned. But after a minute or two, someone arrived. But it wasn't Mizuki, it was Iruka, and he didn't look pleased with him. "Hey Iruka-sensei, I didn't think I'd meet you here," said Kiba, still thinking that this was all part of the test. "Kiba, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do you know what you have just done?" asked Iruka angrily. "Of course," replied a smiling Kiba. "I passed the test that neither Sasuke nor Naruto could pass, and it was a piece of cake." Shocked and confused by Kiba's response, Iruka barely noticed and dodged a giant shuriken that was thrown at him from behind. When Iruka turned around, he was shocked to see that it was his best friend Mizuki who had thrown the shuriken at him. "Kiba, go on ahead and get out of here. Iruka is part of the test, and he tried to keep you from passing the test. Once I've dealt with him, I catch up with you and you can give me the scroll where you will have passed," said Mizuki. Believing Mizuki's story, Kiba nodded and told Akamaru to follow, who was starting to have doubts about what his master/partner was doing and was suspecting that something was wrong. But regardless of his doubts, he still followed after Kiba into the forest, when he ran off with the forbidden scroll still on his back. From his hiding spot behind some trees, Naruto watched the whole event unfold in front of him. He quickly realized after listening to Mizuki's little story to Kiba that it was Mizuki who was the traitor and had used Kiba's grudge against him to trick Kiba into stealing the forbidden scroll for him. After Kiba had left, Naruto watched Iruka asked Mizuki why he had betrayed the village, as he was Iruka's friend and he trusted him. When Mizuki heard Iruka ask, he had just laughed and told him that he was never really Iruka's friend and he had just been using him to further his own career as a ninja. Where once he realized that he would get no further in rank or gain more power, he decided to steal the forbidden scroll and go somewhere else and gain more power than he ever would in Konoha. He also explained that after he saw Kiba's grudge against Naruto, he decided to use it and get Kiba to steal the scroll for him, where everyone would chase after him and he be labeled the traitor. Where he would then meet up with Kiba, kill him and run off with the forbidden scroll, where by the time everyone realized the truth it would be too late and he would be long gone. After hearing this, Naruto growled softly at Mizuki and glared at the man, as if there one thing he hated it was traitors as well as those who use people for their own selfish gains, and since Mizuki was both, he was on Naruto's list of people he would have no regret beating to a bloody pulp. For the next few minutes Naruto watched Iruka and Mizuki fight an even battle between one another, but during the course of the fight, Mizuki used the Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace himself with a log when Iruka hit him with a kunai. After which he then ran off into the forest to get the forbidden scroll off Kiba. Seeing this, Iruka ran off after him, with Naruto following closely, but secretly behind him. As Naruto followed Iruka, he saw him henge into Kiba. He then saw him meet up with himself, Iruka, but when Iruka asked the disguised Iruka to give him the forbidden scroll, Kiba then attacked Iruka and revealed that Iruka was Mizuki. After which the real Iruka released his own henge to show who he really was. The two of them fought one another for a short while, until Mizuki got away again, where Iruka decided to chase after Kiba and get him and the forbidden scroll back to Konoha safely. Naruto went for follow Iruka, where after a few minutes he saw that Iruka had finally found Kiba with the scroll and Akamaru. Seemingly he was in a small clearing not far from where Iruka and Mizuki were fighting for the second time. When Iruka arrived, seemingly Kiba was arguing with Akamaru about what was going on, as seemingly Akamaru had concerns about this so-called test. When Iruka arrived, he started to talk to Kiba and try convince him that Mizuki had tricked him and that there was no test. After a few minutes it looked like that Iruka might have gotten through to Kiba, but just as it looked like that Kiba might agree to come back to Konoha with Iruka. Another giant shuriken was thrown at Iruka, but this time Iruka was not able to dodge, as if he had moved Kiba would have been killed instead, hence the shuriken hit Iruka in the back, wounding him badly. When Kiba looked up, he saw Mizuki on a high tree top grinning sadistically at finally getting Iruka. After which he then jumped off and went over to Kiba with his hands stretched out. "Kiba, give me the scroll," said Mizuki, with a friendly face on him now to try and convince Kiba to give him the forbidden scroll. "Come on Kiba, you didn't actually believe Iruka in what he said. He was just saying that because he wanted you to fail the test, since he didn't want you to prove that he was better than Sasuke or his new favorite student Naruto, as you saw how he favored him when he helped humiliate you in front of the whole class." At this, Kiba began to have doubts about what Irika had told him moment ago. As to him, what Mizuki was saying did make some sense. Kiba, don't listen to him, run, groaned Irika as he was badly hurt from the Mizuki shuriken. Akamaru also started to bark at Kiba, telling him not to trust Mizuki and to listen to Irika and run back to the village. From his hiding spot, Naruto saw that Mizuki hiding a kunai behind his back and it ready to use it on Kiba if he gave him the scroll. Seeing this, Naruto knew one of two things would happen, the first being that Kiba would give Mizuki the forbidden scroll, whereupon doing so Mizuki would stab Kiba with the kunai and kill him, and then kill the wounded Irika. The second outcome would also end in a similar outcome, where Kiba would believe Irika and run back to the village with the forbidden scroll, and Mizuki would chase after him and kill him before he reached the village, after which he would then kill the wounded Irika. Seeing these two outcomes as unacceptable, as the both ended with Mizuki killing both Kiba and Irika and getting the scroll and running off with it, Naruto knew that the only way to prevent this from happening was to enter the situation and stop Mizuki himself. Quickly coming out his hiding spot, Naruto jumped out into the clearing right front of Mizuki and Kiba. When Mizuki saw Naruto, he began to curse as things just got more difficult with Naruto's arrival, as this was not how he had planned things to go, as things had taken far longer than he had planned as well, where if he did not get away soon then more Konoha shinobis would arrive, or worse still ANBU. Kiba, don't give him the scroll, he's tricking you, this isn't a test, it's all real, and if you give him the scroll you will be an accomplice to treason and be labeled a traitor to the village, said Naruto, trying to reason with Kiba. As Naruto was saying this, Mizuki realized that a golden opportunity had now presented itself to him, with Naruto arriving here. If I can present not only the forbidden scroll, but also capture Tsunade-sama's son and bring both of them to Orochimaru, then Orochimaru will reward me greatly with more power than I can even dream of, thought Mizuki with a small smile on his lips. See Kiba, it's just like I told you, they're trying to stop you from passing the exam. Think about it, if this was real, why would Senju be here? He just trying to stop you from passing the test, and you showing him up, said Mizuki, hoping to use his dislike of Naruto to get him to give him the scroll. Kiba, don't be an idiot, don't give him the scroll, said Naruto as he saw Kiba being hesitant. I'm no idiot, Senju, and I am not going to let you show me up again, cried Kiba angrily, where he dropped the forbidden scroll, took out a kunai and charged at Naruto, as he believed that Naruto was trying to sabotage his chances of showing him up. Kiba, you baka, thought Naruto as he drew out of his katana and charged at Kiba with impressive speed for a genin his age, where he quickly ducked under Kiba's kunai strike and then came up behind Kiba, where he then quickly turned his katana around so that the back of the blade was forward, and Naruto hit Kiba in the back of the head with the back of his katana, knocking Kiba out. When Kiba collapsed on the ground unconscious, Akamaru ran up to his master/partner's side to see if he was okay, which he was. Impressive, Senju, but not unexpected from a member of your clan as well as the son of the Slug Princess, replied Mizuki as he now held the forbidden scroll in his hands. Naruto did not respond to Mizuki's remark and just got into a stance to prepare to fight Mizuki, as he was not going to let him get away with the forbidden scroll. Mizuki just smirked when he saw Naruto getting into a sword stance and prepared to fight him. Listen kid, you may be more skilled than the average genin, but you're still only a genin, while I'm a seasoned and fully trained chunin, sneered Mizuki. Naruto of course did not respond to that either, and just got ready as he was going to let Mizuki make the first move, which he did as he put the forbidden scroll aside, and then took out and threw several small shurikens at Naruto, who quickly and skillfully deflected the shurikens away from both him and the unconscious Kiba, and also made sure that they would not hit the wounded Irika either. Unfortunately for Naruto, the shurikens were just a distraction, where Mizuki came up from Naruto's right-hand side to try and knock him out with the blunt side of his kunai. Fortunately, Naruto had saw Mizuki coming towards him at the corner of his eye and was able to spin around in time to block Mizuki's kunai with his katana. For the next few minutes the two of them traded blows against one another with neither giving the other much ground. As this was happening, Irika watched the two of them fight, and could not help but be amazed at how Naruto, a mere genin, was able to hold his own and fight against a chunin like Mizuki. After another minute or so of fighting, both Naruto and Mizuki broke away from one another to take a break. Mizuki was panting slightly, but Naruto on the other hand was perfectly fine, as he had a lot of stamina thanks to the Kyuubi and thanks to his mother's physical and endurance training, hence he could fight like this for ages and still not be out of breath. Fant. I have to admit kid, you're more skilled than I thought you were, but you're still no match for me and you can't beat me, So why don't you do yourself a favor and give up and come with me quietly, and you would get hurt?" said Mizuki. "Thanks for the offer, but I don't give up and I don't intend to lose, especially to trash like you," said Naruto, as he had yet to go all out on Mizuki, and even then all he had to do was keep Mizuki busy for a little longer, as other Konoha shinobis or Anbu would arrive soon. But when he looked over the wounded state that Iruka was in, he was worried that he might go into shock and lose consciousness from the blood loss from the wound or the pain of the shuriken embedded in his back. Naruto then decided to end this now and help heal Iruka. "Sorry Mizuki, it been fun and all, but it time to end this," said Naruto. "Ha! Don't go making idle threats like that, kid, you can't beat me," replied Mizuki, as he was confident that he could beat Naruto and still get away with both him and the Forbidden Scroll and deliver them to Orochimaru. "I don't make idle threats, and I show you how I going to beat you," replied Naruto as he embedded his katana to the ground and then did a hand sign and cried out, "Tajru Kaiga Bunshin no Jutsu, multipliable shadow clone technique." After which a massive cloud of smoke appeared in the clearing, where once it dissipated, both Iruka and Mizuki were shocked to see over 1,000 Narutos surrounding and filling the clearing, all with their swords out and ready to fight. Incredible! Naruto knows how to do and has fully mastered a forbidden rank jutsu, as all those clones are real, not illusions, thought Iruka in amazement. Impossible! Where did all these clones come from? How could he even create so many? Cried Mizuki in complete disbelief. "Get him!" cried Naruto and pointed the now terrified Mizuki, where all 1,000 Naruto shadow clones attacked at once and pounced on Mizuki, who stood no chance against all of them and could only scream out as they bet him into a pulp. Once Mizuki had been dealt with, Naruto went over to Iruka and pulled out the giant shuriken out of his back and began to heal him. At first Iruka was surprised that Naruto knew how to heal him, but reminded himself that Naruto was Tsunade's son, so it would be natural that she taught him some healing ninjutsu. Fortunately, the wound was not as bad as Naruto had, though, as Iruka's flak jacket had protected him from any serious harm, where Naruto was able to heal the small wound. "Are you okay, Iruka-sensei?" asked Naruto as he helped Iruka sit up on a nearby tree. "Yes, I'm fine, Naruto, thank you," replied Iruka with a small smile, where he then looked at the now beaten and battered form of his so-called best friend Mizuki and could not help but sigh sadly. For even though Mizuki was never really his friend, Iruka had still considered him as his friend, hence it did not lessen or ease the feeling of betrayal and sadness that their friendship meant nothing to Mizuki at all. "Are you sure you're okay, sensei?" asked Naruto at seeing the sad look on Iruka's face. At this Iruka smiled again, but it was a sad smile. "Yes, Naruto, I will be alright in a little while," said Iruka. It was then that Akamaru then came up to Naruto and started to paw at Naruto's leg, asking him if his master/partner was okay. When Naruto felt and saw what the pup was doing, he quickly realized what the pup wanted to know. "Don't worry, little guy, Kiba will be fine. I just knocked him out with the back of my katana and he waken up in a few minutes' time. Although he will have quite a headache when he does." At this Akamaru barked happily that Kiba would be okay and went back to Kiba to be there when he woke up, after which Iruka then turned and spoke to Naruto. "Naruto, I want to thank you for not only stopping Mizuki, but also saving both my life and Kiba's." "That's okay, sensei," replied Naruto with a smile. "You would have done the same from me, besides what are friends for?" This of course caused Iruka to smile and nodded, where he and Naruto shook hands. After which, a team of Anbu arrived in the clearing and were led by a female Anbu wearing a porcelain fox mask and had long red hair that fell down to her rear. "Iruka-san, are you okay? And what happened here?" asked the red-haired female Anbu. Iruka spent the next few minutes explaining to the Anbu what had happened, where he told them how Mizuki tricked Kiba into stealing the Forbidden Scroll and how Naruto fought and defeated him. After hearing this, the Anbu were impressed at how Naruto was able to defeat Mizuki so easily. Even though Mizuki was only a low-level chunin, it was still impressive. "Pretty good, kid, thanks for the help," spoke Fox, where she then ordered one of her team to pick up Mizuki and send him into interrogation, while she and others would escort Iruka to the Hokage's residence and bring both the unconscious Kiba and Forbidden Scroll back to the Hokage's residence as well, so that the Hokage could debrief both Kiba and Iruka personally. She also told Naruto he was not needed, as the Hokage had told her to let Naruto go, to which Naruto nodded and left to return to his apartment, where the Anbu and Iruka followed suit and headed back to the Hokage's residence. Hokage's office from his mystical crystal ball, Sarutobi had watched the whole event from the moment that Kiba had exited outside the village wall to the moment that Naruto comforted and defeated Mizuki and to when the ANBU arrived. After the event, Sarutobi turned off his mystical crystal ball and was quite proud of his surrogate grandson for stopping Mizuki and for how strong he had become, although he knew that he had yet to see Naruto's true potential. Barely even in the village 48 hours and you have already created quite a stir in the village, Naruto, something that has not been seen in it for decades. I look forward to what else you will do to liven the village up, while you here. Though Sarutobi with a slight chuckle as he waited for Irika and the ANBU to arrive in his office.